And we're live. Hello and welcome to episode 37 of Quant Gang. PulseChain. What is layer 0?
Huh? Hey, yo, I missed you. Hey, it's the dream.
Yeah, we missed
you guys too. I missed you, FutureUs.
Yeah, I was like, what happened to you last time? We're the ones waking up at 4 a.m. Why is he not here?
I live so close to the edge of the world, sometimes I wake up and I've fallen off. It takes a long time to climb back up that waterfall.
Wow. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. That's a problem unique to my own reality.
Good. Someone reached out to me today also, just a little note, saying that he was having some difficulty with the T-shirt app, reloading some stuff. So I'll set up, pass the word along to let you know.
Yes.
Yes.
I am in contact.
Perfect. Bang, bang.
Thank you.
We think people should restart their phones every year or so.
Gotcha.
That definitely helps with things on our end.
Bang, freaking bang. Yeah,
Okay.
Our trip was amazing. I was just like, whoo, we just got back. I'm a little tired still, but nothing that I can't power through because I had some catch-up work to do when I get back. But
hey, look who it is.
Woo.
Yo, what's going on, everybody?
Chilling, Claire. How are you?
I'm living, man. Just chilling at the airport this time, taking your spot.
Hey.
Hey.
You know what time it is. I hope you're not leaving the country.
Nah, I'm actually trying to get back, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, fire street yesterday. I was like, Wolf was out there.
Nah, man, it's getting serious. It's getting serious, bro. It's getting
I
serious.
was like,
They're not playing games. They're not playing games, bro. It's getting serious out there. So people need to start getting ready because they're coming.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys seen the tweet I put out earlier, but Homebee dropped a message yesterday letting everybody know what happened and why.
Mm-hmm.
And a little warning on top of that. So check it out. It's not a game. They will shut off all the electrical grids if they have to. They seem not to give a shit. They're already clogging up the supply lines, so it's not a joke. Like, even in my country, people are aware of what's going on. It's crazy that people over there are so oblivious. But hey, that's what happens when you live in the land of the so-called free. So.
No, well, hey, listen, sometimes when you close to the radio, man, the brainwashing is more stronger than you can see.
Yeah.
It's like this saying, thinking that you in paradise, no offense, this is cool, but there's other places that are as good or better with less headache. So look at Ukraine was a perfect thing. People were talking shit, this, that. I know the feeling because they do the same thing for Africa or some place, islands. Oh, it's this, or it's that. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. You don't know.
Yep.
You never
You don't
been.
know. You've never been,
So,
exactly.
What
I
are you even talking
always
about?
lament having to leave home because it's that much better than living over there. As crazy as that sounds, because people just don't know. They've never been. They don't know the lifestyle.
Yeah.
There's no
so
junk
people
mail
know-
for one. That already makes it better. Period.
Thank you, man. Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay to not at
hear
first.
you.
It's just not okay to speak of something that
Correct. When
you
you're
don't
ignorant.
know about, because that's
Yes,
when it's
sir.
like you overstep your boundaries. I'm like, dude, no, what the hell?
100%. But it is what it is. It is what it is.
I can
People
barely
will
speak for myself.
Well, that's the thing. Most people don't realize that. I speak about what I know and what I can. That's it. I try not to cross any boundaries too.
Yeah, and then if I don't know about something, right, the least you could do is ask, right? It's not that
Correct.
complicated.
Yeah, it's really not.
You don't have to be fancy. You can always ask. Questions are there for a reason.
100%.
Just
100%.
don't
And people are willing to
overstep.
answer them too. It's crazy. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, it's just like some people have minds that are just full of conclusions, and they're not open to.
And no information.
But yeah, that's the funny part too.
All conclusions, no information.
Well,
Super funny.
I'll be damned if the government or if scammers or anybody ends up being able to hack layer 0 of PulseChain, because that's the human layer. That's the community layer. And with that being said, let's kick off the intro, yeah?
Boom.
Bang bang.
few housekeeping things here. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Leave a comment or you don't exist. You're literally worse than a bot if you don't leave a comment. Or get out. Right?
Bang, bang.
Like always. Hit the like and get the F out. Oh, man.
Oh, man, where do we start? So much cool stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Hex is on the... Hey, you know what I noticed? We always stream right before Hex rips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're timing for us. You know what I mean?
Literally.
We'll talk about it a little bit. I was just thinking about the DMI just for fun. I'm like, oh, guys, this way. I don't need to tweet this time. It's going to go by live. But
You guys remember the early episodes? I mean, we used to buy.
We started at a bottom.
Yeah.
We started at a bottom, man.
always, many times.
It's
I lost
traditional
count
for a lot of
3 or 4
people.
times.
Yeah.
It's the perfect move. It keeps happening over and over. People need a reminder. Here it is, the rotation. They chase the pump. And then when they realize, all right, we're near that little top, right around that 53. It might not do a new all-time or new local high or whatever, but right around there, people just capture the value and enter right back in. It's just so funny.
Never fails, man.
So many times.
Well, I've been just not anywhere for about a month. Whenever it was, I was last on here. Basically, just after that, I was like, I haven't been following anything, so I thought I'd come in here and see what's up, and see the hex prices up and down and up and down. Talk about accumulation. They're pushing the limits on accumulation. I love it. It's 20% up and down. Boy, that's bullish. I love it. They're like, oh, just a little bit more. Okay, stop. Down she goes. Just a little bit more. Yeah, it's looking good.
Right. And
good. All I know is the chart.
Now you're back to help pump the price. Is that right? Because
Sure. Where do I blow?
With this sideways action. And now, do you have a new hobby?
Me?
Yeah.
It's not a new hobby. It's a revived hobby. I have lofty goals.
Do
Yes,
share.
lofty goals. I need lofty goals. If I don't have lofty goals, then I keep selling every couple of grand a hex that comes my way. I mean, profit. Oh yeah, I resumed my pilot's license training after 20 years.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was good. Went for my first fly yesterday, and it was like I'd never left the seat. It was quite amazing. Yeah, it's very good. So this Friday, if the weather holds, and it won't, otherwise we'll be doing. Well, there's always ground school and paperwork and stuff to do, but yeah, but I'll be down there again this Friday in the morning. So
very cool.
Cool.
It's your turn to travel, right? You're in Wales.
Well, yeah, I haven't been able to get up to see my mum. There's a city in between me and her that's on lockdown, and they won't even let us drive straight through.
Damn, that bad.
Yeah, so I'm like, man.
You're not even leaving the country. You're just trying to go to the next town over or whatever. Or like.
It's 400. It's 400 miles, and I have to go through the well, not the capital, the biggest city, and yeah, it's just been going on and on, chasing the long tail and all that. It's just that one city, and but you can fly over, and you can take a boat and go around it. That's all, okay, they won't chase you. But I don't really feel like sitting on an airplane with a small airplane. It would be too relatively, like 30 seats or something, all masked up and all the rest of it. It's just like, screw that. And then I just said jokingly to my wife, I just said, you know what, I should just get my own plane. And then my brain just kind of went, yeah, why don't you? I mean, like, you can now, right?
Hey, big goals.
Yeah.
Forgot about that, huh?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
We'll see. 2036. We'll see.
Yeah, so I put a deposit down on one, and it'll take them about 18 months to build it, but yeah.
Damn.
Fastest, highest performance. Yeah. Fastest, highest performance ultralight on
You
the
can
planet,
create a
so.
stake for that too in your dream account. Set it up, boom, boom. The
Got a couple of
stake,
those.
and then there you go.
Yeah.
And you don't need like a 747. You can get like a nice Cessna, or and if maybe you get a hobby, you want to get a pilot license or whatever.
We're not going to. We're not getting any slow Cessnas.
Nah, that's for sure.
No. This thing will do. The cruise about 220 knots.
Nice.
At 7,000. Yeah. So
It's not too
prop
bad.
plane. Nah, it's all right. Yeah, it's about 300 and something kilometers an hour. But anyway, enough about me. Let's talk about you lot. What do you think about me?
We haven't seen you for about almost 2 weeks. So
Right.
that's why, as big friends, we gotta catch up, make sure that you're okay.
Yeah, no, I had a bit of a rough time a couple of weeks ago. I was going through a bit of stuff, but and then last time I just straight up forgot. I was like, looked at the time and went, oh crap. So I
Yeah,
was
that
just
happens to me
watching.
sometimes. Don't feel bad.
Yeah. So, but here we are.
That's it.
So, doing my part for layer 0, eh, Matty?
That's right. So, yeah, I think it was something that Steph said when we were hanging out in the Ukraine, but I think it's something I've talked about before on the show. Is I think a lot of times we don't appreciate what layer 0 is, although we all know it and love it, right? It's the Hex community, and it occurred to me really that we saw last week on the show, we saw all of us get excited about when is PulseChain going to launch, right? And we were all making really cool predictions, and I was like, oh, it'd be cool on Bitcoin's birthday, right? But then I think we heard in some different channels, right, that the devs are thinking at least by the end of the year. And to a lot of people, I think they would, they'd be a little bit disappointed by that. But if we think about it, really, we're all training to be the best versions of ourselves, to delay gratification, and to really be able to market and to be able to incept people into what crypto really is. And some people have difficulty understanding that. And I'm not talking about our community, but I'm just talking about people in general, right? And so I think the timing, I think it's going to line up. I think, I think we might get some surprises. I always say airdrops are meant to be surprises a lot of times, because then the market can't really prepare and then it overperforms. But at the end of the day, I'll admit if I was wrong and I thought it would be October 31st and it's not. Right now, the devs are saying that it will be probably at least by the end of the year. And that's something that gives us a stronger layer 0. That's my point.
Devs are always saying it's the end of the year or next year or the end of next year. And, but the project lead's always like, no, come on, don't need that. Stop working on that. I told you 2 months ago. We need to launch. So we'll see.
I don't know. I honestly wouldn't sweat it.
Nah.
And the reason I say that is because we already know how this team works, because we've already seen one product. So based on that, man, I just sit back, relax, and let them boys do their work, because they know what they're doing. They're going to do the right thing, and that's, I think, all we need to worry about, them doing the right things. And if delaying the process is the right thing, then that's what they're going to do, and then that's the right thing to do. And that's and that's what I think we should, be gracious for it, be grateful that they're being diligent and not doing the same crap that the rest of the Promise Coin space is doing, because that's very important. That's what sets us apart. That's what gives us a high performing expectation, right? Like, even though we don't have it, right, no expectations and all of that, but we already know what time it is, right? A product that works 100% of the time is going to perform, and that's always their goal. So they're going to do their best to make that happen, and all we have to do is just, be patient and let them guys do their best.
Yes.
Well said.
Thank you, sir.
Longer it takes, better it'll be.
Correct. That's the gist of it. That's right. I mean, think about it like this. If it was kimchi or something, right? For those that have had it before, or anything of that nature, right? The longer, the better. So this is kind of the same thing.
I respectfully disagree. That stuff you shouldn't even put in the jar.
Oh man, I love cabbage in any form, brother.
It goes straight in the bin, down the incinerator. Cabbage is good. I'm not so sure about letting it rot for 6 weeks.
Oh, right.
Yeah, my wife loves kimchi. That's why I know.
Yeah, there you
Put a
go.
pig in my nose every time I open the fridge.
Oof.
Yeah, she
Damn.
loves it.
She got her own fridge for that.
Yeah. That has been mentioned.
Right, I'm sure it has. Well, maybe you can coerce her to get one. So, like, look, we're rich now. We can get another fridge just for your kimchi.
Yeah. She's like, it's an acquired taste. I'm like, I'm working on it.
Yeah, how many years has it been? It's tough.
Yeah.
And I think right, like the layer 0 that we're building is becoming stronger as we wait for the code to get built, right? The layer 1. And so Karim, what are we adding now every day? 800 stakers or something like that?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
And, thank God, I was built for this, and even our support is it's kicking in, but it's awesome, and we have a great tool that we use called Intercom, and Steph is a genius on that because he literally help the automation. That's why we tell everybody to email us. It's just easier to funnel everything through, so we can maintain a high quality as the new people come in, and we have a great community also because people out there helping again for free
by default.
So by default, so. We're like a well-oiled machine, and all we're seeing right now is just that perfect reaccumulation for the next move. You know what I mean? And the cool transfer that's happening now is allowing the new people. Again, just 2 days ago, I got another friend in, really cool, he's very happy, and he's gonna be doing stream as well. 5-figure plus, 20, 30K, more money coming in. He got a kid too, so I'm very happy for him. I want to do like a cooler intro. And more people just keep coming in. When I was in Ukraine, I onboarded the locals as well, which is cool.
I saw you onboarding some
live
some women.
Yeah.
There you go. That's my boy.
Nice.
That's how Quant gang do.
All right. Since we're live here, let me clarify before people get crazy. Is Marco here? I hope you didn't hear that. Follow my neck. But yeah, I mean,
it's all on chain, Karim.
Right. It's too late.
In the world of Quant gang, okay, everybody's gonna help me out here. World's gonna back me up. Statistically and probabilistically, this country has 70+% women. So when you do the onboarding, mathematically, quick math, you have a higher probability of ended up onboarding a female than a male. That's why, and if you win the big city, aka the capital, that probability increased even more. So statistically, hey, I'll onboard anybody. You know what I'm saying?
You must be something special, Karim, because whilst that may be true, where I live, turns out about 98% of the women are really good at saying no.
Okay, that's a harsh number. That we need some coaching. We need some one-on-one. I hate to say it, but this is the part where when I do my training, I'm like, all right, buddy, that's a you problem. We need to fix that. We need to address that. We need to
I blame me. I blame me. 100%.
That is so funny.
We'll just need to tweak a couple things. You know what I mean? Maybe it's the some of the wording.
I don't get it. I don't get to say anything. They see me coming. I come around the corner, and they're like, "Oh, hell no!"
I mean, it's funny, right? I let it come to me, right? And I obviously try not to be desperate, and I try to find a good opening to. We talk about a random topic, and then so I can introduce it to it. You know what I mean? And then you wait, and then you follow up. And what I wanted to make sure was at least to get them to hit the link, download the app, because when you're in an outing, she doesn't have the pen and paper to write down seed phrase, all that kind of stuff. So I made sure, hey, do all the way to here, get the linking, use the sticker app, right? Very important. Everybody listening, it's very, very important, okay? I need you to understand this, okay? Hex clip, quant clip is very important. The only way we can assure the referral works out perfectly is they have to click your link. A lot of you guys sometimes forget to do that. You just tell the person, hey, download the app. That's cool and all, but they need to click your link. That's how we make sure that we can have the linkage done. Because if you don't do that, even though they don't request the wire, whatever, they already download the app, you're going to lose them right there in there. So please, I need you guys to listen to that. It's very important. So the way I did my onboarding, thank you, Maddie, is I send her the link, through the Twitter, which is what I have myself, super easy, or whatever social media you guys use. I use Instagram too from time to time. So download the link from there. Boom, boom, comes in. She has Apple phone. Get everything done. Do the sign in, but then you don't request the wallet. I made sure I say, hey, when you get home, this is what's gonna happen. Again, you prepare her for the next step, and then the next day when she got home, that's when she finished up everything and then walked her to the process. Help her get the wallet turned on too. So easy peasy. You start slow. You explain the main idea, and Maddie's my witness. For the first 30 minutes, half an hour, we were just talking about again the value of delayed gratification, the value of working hard.
Women love that. The women love that topic,
right? And then we see that on.
Just when I was getting my mind on the straight and narrow, Wales has to go and see that.
Sorry.
Well, you're right. You're right. It's not like, hey, let me get in there. Like, no, hey, can we have a conversation first? Like, hey, what's my name? You know what I mean? Like,
correct.
People want to go like 0 to 60. They want to go. They want to go to end state right away and get to the work. They don't even want to start the stay, watch the daily payout, nothing. They just want to be like, all right, what's the ROI? Give it to me now.
You got to massage that.
No.
You got to massage it, man.
Exactly. So
I don't know. What are they talking about, Maddie? I'm confused.
That's what they're calling it these days. Clicking the link.
Well,
clicking the link.
That's clicking the link, babe.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no. In all seriousness, it was great. And then I think I onboarded like personally like 3-4 people. And then when I was talking to some of the people there on the financial world, they're gonna be doing more of the research, getting in contact, social media influencers, so to speak, and then just laying down the ground root from here. So, because make no mistake, when PulseChain goes live, man, it's going to just explode from that. So people need to be in position now.
Yo, people are still sacking, bro.
Yeah, I saw that.
They don't understand. I've been trying to stop people from that. They don't understand what they're doing. It's crazy. Anyways, go ahead, Maddie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Karim did not discriminate. Okay, he onboarded billionaires as well. He did not just onboard beautiful women. He onboarded billionaires. So,
thank you.
Who happened to be a beautiful woman.
At least he's an equal opportunity onboarder, right?
That's right.
Thank you.
That's
I
right.
want everybody to build wealth. All right.
Oh man. That
But
is
what's
too
funny
funny.
too is that women don't fully realize. I mean, some of them do, but they're actually, like Will said earlier, they could be and they are one of the best at delayed gratification. Like women don't usually the one that hold the money. Look at the family, whatever. Even if daddy goes away, pass away, whatever. Mom is always the one that know how to keep the money.
Manage the funds, yeah.
Because daddy is always out there flossing. Mom is more on average, like more, because also the nature, right? Risk averse, taking less risks. It's not always good, but when it's about delayed gratification and holding the money and do nothing and watch it grow, they're the queen at that.
Yep.
And now you're showing them to have a tool when they can get empowered doing so. Because again, for people who don't remember, Ukraine is very big crypto over there. They passed that law. We passed by 2 big, kind of like Bitcoin / buy crypto here. It's kind of like walking into a bank, like it's just like a teller.
Yeah.
Super easy. So imagine when you can bring all of that and in a country where dollar goes a long way and they're still in the building mode, you know what I mean? It's huge. $50 can go a long way, you know what I mean?
100%.
So it was really exciting to do that. So, and here's the cool thing, because she's a model and she has like thousands of friends / followers, and they know each other. So it's like, if I can train a couple, again, duplicate, right?
That's it, baby.
How you do it? Boom, boom, boom. Create the incentive, create a referral program. You do this, you get that, and then she got that. She had that hustler look. You know what I mean? In her eyes, I could just tell. Once everything clicks, boom, boom, she'll be ready to go. And she does real estate on the side too. So
nice.
I like these people who are go-getters. They don't just want to be like, hey, I'm looking
waiting
for it way out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're just waiting for a free.
What I mean? Oh, I'm pretty. Yeah. So what? Like, no. Where's the brain? Like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? So having that, to me, I want to prioritize those people. So yeah, crypto cash, bang bang. You're right.
That's it, baby. I mean, it's true, right? It's easy to onboard somebody that wants to be onboarded.
Facts.
It doesn't get any easier. So I completely agree with that.
Yeah, looking for people that are looking,
Yeah,
they're not
people
looking,
are
they're not
curious.
looking.
They want to know. Oh wow, I heard
looking.
about this. I heard about that. And she asked a great question too, like, because one of the things her friends was telling her all the time, and well, it's funny. It's going to tie to the fruits in a way. It's like there's always, like she was saying, I don't understand. There's always a new coin, and this week they talk about this, and next week talk about that. Like when do you know when to sell? When you buy this and then? It's like the pressure to this and that. I just sit quiet and just smile.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do too. Let the women
thank the gods above. Those days are over.
And then when you show about what we do, which is all about standing still, do nothing, delay gratification, and watch the number go up, she's like, oh, I want to know more about that. How do I get into that? So boom. And then you go with the little bank analogy, the CD, and blah blah blah, and then you wrap it up from here. And next thing you know, it's like, what's the name of the app, and how do we get started?
So there's a great question here about, what does this coin do? How can you onboard people? So my easiest pitch right now would be this coin Hex allows you to pay your future self, and you do that by time locking, right?
Yeah, 100%. Period. It's the only way to do it.
Yep. And you're showing them that the action, once again, is the delay gratification. It's the do nothing. That is the action, because most people can't stand still. And then, yes, there's a great comment here too. Then you use the power of, and anybody at any level. Then you kind of show, maybe a stake or two, just as an example, or quick sneak peek dream account, or be like, hey, this is what it looks like after X amount of days, so they can see it, they can visualize, and then you walk them through the process. And when they do it themselves, and they get to see how the money printer is giving them interest every day, the mind literally gets unlocked from there. And then literally after that, you just get out of the way.
Oh yeah, that's been my experience in every single case, except for my sister, who is a bit of a technophobe. But she just trusts me. But everyone else, they were like, I don't know, this whole blah blah. And then we get them sort of started, and I don't expect to ever hear from them again. And within a few days, the phone's ringing. So how does it work? When I do the staking things, I'm like, dude, I thought you weren't interested. yeah, I just want to know. It's you don't have to dig far, it seems, before the self-motivation kicks in. It's magical like that.
Because in professional sales, we call it, less equal more. And the main thing to understand is, at first you say less because you want to gauge where the customer is. Because two things you don't want to do is, number one, you don't want to say stuff that they already know, because then they'll be like, the brain will shut down, be like, oh, I already know. Like, you want to gauge where they at so you can complement from there. And number two, which is equally as important, is that you want to show that, listen, we're not desperate. Like I've told people many times, this is what I'm doing. You want to do it, great. You don't want to do it, that's great too. My daily payout doesn't wait for nobody. I'm going to get paid. I'm on my way to financial freedom. Kind of already there, but the level of lifestyle I want to be in. The question is, do you want to be part of the journey? In a calm, yet very direct way. Again, you can be direct without being rude. You don't need to be rude with people, but you can be very direct. Listen, this is what's going on. It's for real.
I would like to be rude for just a second, though. Right? Because somebody's asking, why is the price dropping? The price is dropping because people are selling. Okay, that's how prices work.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but it's just up and down inside that 20% range.
And
it's
then
not dropping.
the next question is, everything else is pumping, Hex is dropping. Zoom out, right? The price of Hex is going straight in a straight up line. Okay?
They must be new around here.
Zoom out enough.
They must be new around here.
Yeah, look at the weekly chart.
And then enjoy the discount, right?
Look at the weekly chart. Do not look at the dollar figure on your screen in real time. It's going up and down 20% at the moment.
Bitcoin going up 3%. That's not a pump. We talk about
hold on.
Like 20%.
That's a rounding error.
Maddie, can I get an alley-oop? Can I get an alley-oop? Because this is just too funny.
Please.
All right. So we're doing 20% range right now after going from 12 cents to fucking 48 or 50 cents. It's called consolidation. It's called consolidation, folks. That's what this is called. This is not a dip. If you don't know what's going on, go read a book.
Yeah.
Or just sit there and listen and don't ask questions that are foolish. Or maybe just look at the chart. Longer than a 4-hour, candle. So you can actually have a good point of view.
And you want to be careful if you're trading, because in trading, this is the worst part. This is when you become the chopping blocks, because you get stuck, you get stuck. Meanwhile, people are getting daily payout when you're over there stressing, because it's like, oh, you think it's gonna dump, you sell, then it pumps. Oh, it's at 43 cents. Oh, let me go back in. Boom. Oh, it goes back to 40. Oh, I sell. Oh, it goes back to 42. Like, it's just like, no, don't be stupid. Like, relax. This is mad games we're talking about. We're not here for
that.
10%.
Yeah, that comment, D'Artagnan nailed that comment. He nailed it in the comment. He says, that's opportunity. This is your chance to take from the impatient and give to the patient.
Ooh.
Yes,
if
all
you
my
own
new friends who are coming in were very
Yup.
grateful about buying. My friend was happy 2 years ago. He bought at 38 cents. He's happy about that. And he wants to buy more because he was worried about, oh my God, it's going to go to $1. Because you know that PulseChain is around the corner, right? So
Hell yeah.
it's the same conversation we had at near a penny. Half of 6,000 for a penny, longer than a penny, then at 3 to 5 cents, then at 8 cents, well, saying the same thing, then at 12 cents, then at 18 cents, then at 28 cents, then at 35 cents, and then here we are here. Like, it's just fun.
So let's do some quick math. At the end of Vegas, the price was 5.5 cents.
Yeah, we have a point here to talk about it. They literally say, oh my God, look at the price.
Yeah, so it's now at 38 cents. Okay. That's a 6x. So if you put $1,000 in, you just get $6,000.
Yeah.
So if you can't figure out, and this is on a dip, goddammit.
Yeah. Which is just the range. And then later on, when we go to that section, because I want to put you topic we're in, I want to show again, guys. Remember, okay, Easter egg again. Look at the DMI. Don't watch the noise. Look at what's happening. We'll get to that zone very soon. When I always tell you, when it flips, it goes, and then never to be seen before. Next week, you're going to come back and you'll be like, oh my God. And I'm going to tell you, I told you so. So when we get to that section, we'll go over that again. But that is definitely an opportunity. But understand that there is some market makers and people that are coming in that want you to get wrecked. I need you to understand. They want you to part with your hex.
100%.
Because it's
They
better
wanna get
for
it
you
cheap.
to part with your hex now than when it's $1 or $2. Because you can make more damage then. So if you're stupid enough to let him go, then let him go. But at least you've been warned. See, with Karim, I don't discriminate. I give you the free alpha so that when you don't do it, I can still call you and be like, hey, I told you. You don't listen. So I tell you how to get rich. I tell you how to get wealthy, which is better than getting rich because that's consistent.
There you
You
go.
know what you need to do. We're talking about time in the market. Wells shows you the chart all the time, especially that cumulative T-share count and daily payout count. Every day, the number is going up. What are you tripping about? Even
Man,
this,
And people,
The daily
people have
chart's the
been
most
trained.
exciting daily chart I've ever seen right now.
Yes.
20%
Man.
range consolidation. Are you kidding me? For how long now? Like 2 weeks or something or other?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
even
We gonna
those
fly.
that I have onboarded
So here's
and
what's going
distributed right
on.
away.
Here's what's going on. People have been trained, right, by the legacy financial system that keeps wrecking them over and over again to care what the news story is. And the news stories are not like we have here in the comments. Somebody actually looked up who sold. The reason you can't do that in Bitcoin is because all the centralized exchanges hide the transaction. So you can't see what's in everybody's wallet, right?
Yeah, all the OTC stuff.
What's
There's
in
a
your
lot of wash
wallet,
trading
right?
too.
We
It's
know
just
if you're
like
in
this.
Hex, we know. And so we don't have to make up stories, right? We don't have to
I almost
have
forgot.
trading exchanges, pay off talking heads just to and it's all narrative bullshit, right? It's all memes that people just make up, and it's China this, China that, right? And then it's
the shenanigans. Because
Whatever.
guess what? They need
Lies.
that narrative play to get you liquidated. They need that narrative
it's
play.
lies.
And they always do it after they make their bids, okay? Either they want the market
Yeah.
to go up, so they buy a bunch and then they launch the good articles. Or if they want the market to drop, or either to short or just to let it drop so they can buy back at a discount after they sold, then they launch that kind of fun narrative. It's the same thing over and over and over. And again, later on, we're gonna be breaking the charts. You guys are gonna be able to see it. I want to go back
That's just not hearsay or theory, or this is what we think they're doing. If you've been around in crypto, you see this every single cycle.
Traditional market has that too.
It's like a broken frickin'... Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But in crypto, it's a little bit kind of Wild West, so it's right in your face. It
Well,
happens
that's
every
really-
single cycle. It's like, well, we're at top of the cycle, that kind of news is coming out. And then, well, we're at the bottom of the cycle, that kind of news is coming out. It's your first time through, you're like, what is going on? But after 3 or 4 times, it's like, oh, yeah, I know this game. So don't worry. We're good.
And in trading, where we are now is called a range bound. That's where we are now. So again, we know about markets, but that doesn't mean we trade because we understand the value and math of hex. So, but there was a good question here right around 9 o'clock.
And we're following the price just because it's fun. We're staked, right? So the price doesn't
fun.
matter.
And to buy too. Good time to buy.
Well,
those
let me
extra
talk a
values.
bit. Let me talk a little bit about what's happening right now, because people always forget, and this is kind of where I shine, because this is where I remind people of what's happening if they're staked and price is going sideways or even down if we're lucky enough for it to go down. Because you got to look at the chart, folks. If you think a move from 48 cents to 30 cents is something to complain about, then you clearly haven't been here long. And you don't have a clue what's going on. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with not knowing. And this is why you watch these streams. It's so you can learn. And we're here to educate. We're not here to judge. But if you choose to stay ignorant and we happen to see you making the same dumbass comments week over week, we're going to let you know. Don't be worried. We're going to let you know. So here's what's cool about, 100%. Here's what's cool about the price going sideways or down. When the price is going sideways or down and you're staked because you're smart, right? This is what hexagons do. They time lock their money, even if it's for fucking 60 days, right? You want to get some free hex.
Yes.
That's the whole point. So what's happening is that every time the price is going down at 8 o'clock and you get paid, guess what you just did? You just bought the dip. Congratulations. So you're not the only one doing it. Every single staker is doing it too. So in light of that, you must take into account a couple of things. The system is doing one thing and one thing only, and it's providing value to the stake class. Now, what do you think is happening as those stakes are ending and that T-share rate keeps jumping up? We're a hop, skip, and a jump away from 19,000 hex per T-share.
Yep. My favorite. I'm going to do a tweet when that happens. And then 20
so
right on the corner.
correct. So you're buying the dip every time if you're staked, and if you're not staked, you got to buy that T-share. So you have these conflicting but converging processes happening at the same time via the bond curve design of the token. See, a lot of people don't even understand what they're talking about when they look at hex because they think it's just some bullshit crypto. But no, it's a crypto. There is no other crypto in the market. You see? So until you sit there and break down what's actually going on mathematically, you don't know what's going on because you're looking at it as if it's some bullshit market. And it's not. There's no fucking stock market here. In fact, the only market action happens on decentralized exchanges. So you don't have any wash trading. You don't have anything happening that's not supposed to happen. Very important to understand. What you're seeing is true price discovery at all times. That's what you're seeing. So if you can't comprehend that, then honestly, you're just still a pleb, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the question is, do you want to stay a pleb? That's the fucking question. Because if you want to stay one, that's fine. You don't got to watch Quant Gang, and you don't got to learn shit. But guess what? Your ass is going to be broke as fuck. So have fun staying poor. And don't stake your hex.
And it's funny because the less you know, the more you need to be staked in order to
100%.
protect yourself from yourself. That's the reason why that defense mechanism is in, which is a good transition. I'm going to go back to that question somebody asked earlier because he mentioned he was on the PulseChain chat too. They were asking the same thing, and obviously I'm very busy. Maddie, can you pull up around 8:59? It says Karim today in the PulseChain chat. There was a question about the 70-30 sticking strategy. Can you explain it again, please? Sure. Crypto Cashew, this is for you because repetition is the mother of all skills. And anybody new watching, this is for you as well. So it's very simple. First of all, let's define some parameters. When you say 70-30, it talks about percentages because the strategy is mathematically so powerful that it works for any amount. Doesn't matter if you're big wallet, small wallet, it's a percentage. So what you do is you take 30%. So first thing, there's only one stake you can do. Build wealth and maximize the system. You take 30% on the stack and then you stake that for 15 years. 3 things going to happen for you in your favor, which is really good from the system. Number 1, you're getting daily payout for the next 15 years. That is huge. That means you're not missing anything. That's very, very important. Number two, you do what's called T-share preservation for 15 years. So you're not going to be dealing with the ratcheting of the T-share because that price that you got in as for the T-share is going to be locked in for the next basically 15 years. And number three, you're maximizing the bonus at the same time as well, which is you're getting the 3x multiplier. It's going to act as if you stake 90%, although you only did 30%, because it's like a long 3x but in God mode because you can't get liquidated. So that's why it's so powerful. Now, added benefit, which is even powerful now because of timing, it also prepares you for pulse chains because you're going to get your copy on the pulse chain as well. 15 years ready to go, ladder up, which is really, really cool, which is going to allow you to get also emergency penalties, which are part of the payouts every day for the next 15 years on 2 chains, which is very, very important. And then with the 70% that's left, very important too. Some people miss that part. This is what I call freestyle. And you can go back and watch the 1 hour video that I did with Maddie. I explain all the levels from 1 to 4. If you want to get to my level, you know what to do. But again, disclaimer, it is not for everybody. Okay, you don't have to be at level 4. Not everybody got the same level of delayed gratification. But everybody can do level 1, which is why it's the main one that I talk about all the time. And the remaining 70% when you do your freestyle, could be 10-year stake, 8-year stake, 5-year stake, birthday stake, whatever it might be. The more you know yourself, the more discipline you have, the better you'll be able to prepare, which is actually how you graduate from levels. When you have no discipline and you're ex-degen and then you're in a recovery mode and you're learning how to stand still for 2 seconds, right? Then at least you can do level 1. So even if you go degen with the 70% and blow the account, it's okay. The 30% stake at least going to build wealth. So you're going to protect yourself from yourself. When you get to level 2 is you have some level of stability. Either you've been working for a while, so you have a workflow, how much money is coming in, coming out, surplus, what your bills are, or if you're retired and you kind of know what your pension is paying you or this or that, you're literally trying to recreate that retirement account that pays you quarterly, yearly, monthly, whatever it might be. But you got to have the plan first. Then you execute the plan. And then when you get to level 3 and up, this is where you're really playing the T-share game. You're saying, all right, Karim, let's be the millionaire or let's be the decamillionaire. Let's move up the class. Because now you want to do what most people don't do, which is funny enough because that's how you're going to be able to level up and move up the ranking. Because for every on level 3, what's end up happening is that you're no longer doing short-term stakes. We're talking 10+ year stakes, which is what I have. But again, it's a higher level of delayed gratification. And then level 4, which is amazing, it's just literally every time the price doubles, you stake 30% because you're trying to build more T-share and preserve them for the longest of time so you can move up the rank, increase your daily payout while still having some money aside for emergency or anything like that. But ideally, the goal is to not having to have dormant capital and just multiplying like that over time. So that's why it's very good. So that was a great question. But definitely watch that 1 hour video for those who haven't watched it yet, because I break everything down for all the levels, and then you get to choose where you want to be.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely check it out. And then sometimes we have to choose between, do we want to do a show every week or do we want to have perfect audio?
So it's
yeah.
Okay. You said a phrase that's important, right? And a lot of people just don't probably get what you mean. Maybe dormant capital, right? That's a pack. That's like a
compound word.
Yeah, no, not a compound word, but it's like dense, right? Like it's more than just what it sounds like, right? Because while you might have money sitting in some other asset, guess what? If that asset isn't going up in value, you're not doing anything. You're just losing money via inflation. That's a fact.
Diluted.
You're getting diluted by the time value of money, because at the end of the day, what you own isn't an appreciating asset. See, so people don't understand that. But when you look at Hex, guess what? If you're staked, you're getting paid extra Hex every day. Period. There's no question about it. That's just what's going on. Even if it's 5 Hex and nothing else, you're still getting more than what you had. So that capital, which was dormant, is no longer dormant. It is now being actively deployed and engaged, and it's actually providing a yield. You see, so if you're not actually making any money, you're losing money. This is why people don't understand why Hex is always going to be superior no matter what.
Absolutely.
Period. And here, I'm going to say it now, Hex is always going to be superior than PulseChain. Don't get that shit twisted.
Yeah, don't.
PulseChain is utility. That's it. It's infrastructure. It is not.
You will never get the same yield.
It is yeah. It's just not a. It's not a productive economic asset, right? It's infrastructure. It's two different things.
Yes.
So people have to understand that.
Absolutely.
Correct.
And two more powerful wisdom that comes to mind right away that most people miss in what we've been saying is that it's always, this is how it's funny with Hex, right? It's how you actually spot who is stake, who is not stake, and who the day traders are. They're always the one complaining about the price more, because those who are staked understand this other mathematical simple truth, which is no matter what, if you never sell the principal and only sell the interest, price is irrelevant. I repeat,
correct.
If you never sell the principal and only collect interest until eons of time, price is actually irrelevant. It is mathematically profitable on day one. We're talking in Hex terms here. You get whatever the price is, you cash just that amount. It is pure profit because it is not zero, right? It's 38 cents, 40 cents, whatever it might be. And it has a high tendency, wink, wink, to double every about 2 months. Right now, it's almost like 47 days. So that should already tell you what's happening. And of course, the staker class already knows that. That's why they're chilling, laughing, and every dip they're just buying more because they can create more money printers. It's usually the new person or the person that is not staked because he doesn't have any money printers, because he's not experiencing the daily payout. So when the price is swinging, he is being swinged by the mood and the emotion, kind of like in the oceans, following the motion, instead of being grounded.
Kind of like a bitch, really. Don't be so nice. Kind of like a bitch.
It's okay. Nice to say politically correct, but I'm trying to be like Richard, curse less. But the point is, yeah, you're right. So this is where we can see the divide and the differentiation. So if you're new watching, understand that. This is the power of Hex. Price is irrelevant when you stake, because when you stake, you're earning yield, period, full stop, end of story, every single day. And the better you learn about staking and staking strategy, the better you will do, and the less relevant, or let's just say the less you'll be swayed by price movement, because it truly is irrelevant when you understand and maximize the system. That is the key.
Yep.
100%. I mean, if you're not staked, what's the point? You might as well.
Why are you here? You don't understand what Hex is about then.
Yeah, you might as well own any other shitcoin. I mean, Hex still is going to perform, but you're missing the entire point of owning a productive economic asset. And that's the whole thing, right? We over here, we preach wealth building. We don't preach mini gains. If you want mini gains, go elsewhere. We're not here for mini gains. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we want mad gains. That's another definition.
Mad gains and mad gains only. And that's the cool way of saying lots of wealth.
Yes. Amen. Absolutely.
So, 100%.
Yeah, and if it's just a bank balance, and when you spend,
so you guys want to talk about PulseChain for a little bit, since it got dead there for a second.
Am I here?
Because
go ahead,
let's talk about.
Go ahead, FutureUs. We got cut, and then Wells, you go next. Sorry.
Oh no, my bad. I didn't realize. Go ahead.
Sorry. Can you hear me, Wells? Can you hear me, Wells?
Sometimes on
you're
mobile,
on mute, FutureUs. We can't hear you, brother.
Sometimes on mobile there's a glitch, so we can hear you, but Wales can't because he's on mobile. There's a glitch in StreamYard.
Well, you let him know when I'm done ranting.
Okay,
Something's wrong
we'll
with your
let
mic,
Wales know when you're done, because Wales, there's
I'm not sure he
a
can
glitch
hear
in
you.
StreamYard.
Karim, can you tell Wales? I don't think he can hear Maddie either.
Yeah, we can hear.
Wales can't hear.
I muted myself, but I couldn't hear you guys for a second. I think there's something wrong with my internet. I might have to drop it a little bit. I don't know. My battery's getting low. We'll see.
No worries.
Okay.
Right now, can you hear us? Well,
yeah, I hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Cool.
Go ahead, FutureUs. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Now I've got to remember what I was going to say. It was in regard to what Wales was talking about. The wealth thing. Wealth versus riches, right? How do you tell the difference? Well, if you're rich, it might be because you've got a lot of money in the bank. But if you spend that money and then you haven't got that money, and that's that, then you're only rich. Wealth is when you have assets, income-producing assets, and you spend the income that the assets generate. And the amount of the assets that generate income you've got is how wealthy you are, not how much money you got in the bank. Although in Hex, it tends to be both worlds. A lot of money in the bank and a lot of money, so it's good. But but yeah, and it's huge. It's huge. Would you rather rent or would you rather own a property? Well, actually, you should rather rent. But what if you own the property and it's leased out and you're getting the rent from it? Well, now you've got an asset. Now you're building wealth. See? Just very briefly. That's how you tell the difference. And it took me a long time to figure that out. I thought, well, yeah, but if I've got $10 million in the bank, bank's paying me interest, that's an asset, right? Nope. Best that's going to do is keep up with inflation, if you're lucky.
Listen, they call it the rat race for a reason, because a lot of people don't see that because they so zoomed in and they miss the big picture. That's why we talk a lot about wisdom. Wisdom has nothing to do with just being smart. It's just understanding the bigger parts, be able to zoom out, be able to play chess, not checkers.
The nature of the machine.
Exactly.
The nature of the machine. Just not, I see that cog going that way and that cog going that way. You've got to know the nature of the whole machine, and it takes time. It takes a lot of time to learn that stuff.
And you got to be willing to want to learn too, you see, because that's the difference between, working hard and working smart. The people who work smart, they're already working hard. Now what? You know what I mean? So it's about understanding that from the get-go, when you start, this is why an engineer would call it, creating system. Everything that I want to do is system. Even when I joined Stick Rap with Steph, that's why we were so locked in. Before we started anything, we're like, okay, we can see this happening, that happening, even for support, this, we need to have a system in place so we don't get overwhelmed, right? But that's something you need to be willing to want to do and approach from day one, meaning even though you haven't figured out all the details and the king, that's okay. But the design engineering, right? The vision needs to be clear that you can already see what the future problem is going to look like, especially if you're driven and have, like me, absolute certainty that you're going to be successful and you're going to make it happen. So you start looking in the lens of when we get there, how about blah, blah, blah. But when we get there, what are some of the problems we're going to face? What are some of the things we have to, and then start building and addressing those now in preparation. And that's really what this is about. That's what building wealth is about. It's about understanding that, we need money. You live on an economic planet. You want to travel the world. You want to do fancy things. You want to take out your family and friends. Guess what? It costs fucking money, right? You want to live a good life? It costs money. But how do you create something that's sustainable? So when you're out there enjoying, because what's the point of making the money if you can't enjoy the money, right? And then be around people. How can you be able to enjoy while the money's still coming in? The famous saying, making money while you sleep, right? That doesn't need you physically there. That's what building wealth is about, right? The four D's of maximum success. The last D, which Richard is on right now, that's where the true wealth is generated, right? First, you demonstrate. Second, you document. Third, you duplicate. Fourth, you disappear, right? Richard is about to disappear right now in the sense of the thing is on autopilot, which is already 90% there. PulseChain is going to make it explode. So those are the things you have to learn about. And you need to be willing to want to learn those things. Yes, it takes time, but it could take you 3 to 5 years, truly, instead of 40 years. The difference is how willing are you to want to learn? Hexicans, I told you all the time, many times, the number one skill in 2021 is how fast can you learn? AI is not smarter than you. The AI learn faster than you. That's why AI is your threat to some degree. And I get the data, whatever. So if you learn how to think like the AI and learn fast and then use him as a tool, understanding you the master, that's how you're able to always stay ahead. And those things are becoming tools that you can utilize for you to use. The same way the T-share is our favorite employee, right? Because he works for us. Traders are the opposite. They don't understand. They're working for the T-share.
Yeah.
And we're getting the yield.
So raise your hand if you bought all of your Hex and then it only went up, right? And then I hate you, right? Because you're not doing it right. You're not using Hex as the tool it's designed for, as something that's volatile and something it's a savings account that goes up in the long term, right? You're playing short-term games instead of long-term games, and you're going to learn. right? Usually you're going to learn, because just like all of us had to live with much bigger drops than you've experienced if you're just getting in now or in the past 60 days, right? We had to live with much bigger drops. Well, you know, there's a lot of people who they're going to buy and sell, right? And be down, and then they're going to keep watching the price, and they're going to learn eventually, just like everybody else had to learn. So the question is, you know, are you going to learn while you're staked and be earning money, or are you going to play the training game? Because both an acceptable way to learn, I guess. We're just trying to help people learn the easy way, which is to be staked, to save yourself from yourself. And, you know, why not try all the different strategies and see which one works out best on a large enough time frame, right? But there's a difference between gambling, which is what crypto is designed for, and then there's hex, which is designed for saving for the future. So, you know, what do you want it to be? You can play short-term gambling games with hex. It's allowed, right? But it's only allowed to the extent that you're going to be paying other people who are playing long-term games. So
that's why get your dream account, build your wealth, and then go to the casino if you can't hold yourself. Okay. But before you get wrecked, let me help you build wealth first. Okay. So if you can't help yourself and you got to go and do the degen stuff, at least you're going to look back, wow, have I just keep it all staked? I would have been better. But at least you get to see, because I need you to see it to witness it. Then you buy your freedom. This is how it goes.
Well, if you need to trade, there's lots of other fun tokens and coins out there that are all over the show. You can, you know, knock yourself out. But there's only one you can stake that's going to pay. You know, if you stake for like, what is it, about 6 years now, you're getting 40% per annum. So, you know, do that, get that sorted, so that whatever happens, that's what Karim's saying. You know, you're going to be getting that, and who knows? Who knows?
And
Maybe
it's
you'll end
hilarious
up
because then they
rich and
don't,
wealthy.
then they get left behind, and then the T-share is 5-digit, and then they're gonna be complaining about, oh, it's too expensive. When it's like, what? Where were you when we told you to stay? You're out there
Every
gambling.
single time. Every single time. It never fails. You can't even help people say, help people save themselves from themselves. It's great.
Amen. So don't trade, stake, get the interest, restake the principal, and I want you to go live your best life. That's it. You don't know what you want to do? Restake. Let that money grow, because you will probably be the best productive thing you can do while you're waiting about what is it that you want to do with your life. And once you figure that out, hopefully the stake ends, and then you deploy the capital. You haven't figured it out? Restake. Go figure it out. Come back. It's so cool because you don't have dormant capital. While you're waiting, you're still making money, which gets bigger and bigger. And by the time you know what you want to do, boom, you can execute the plan, hopefully still in the building wealth mentality. Don't blow the whole stack, because remember what got you here, right? The gains, the mindset. Remember, the money is not just the money. It's also the money printer. See, that's why most people miss. The Hex has a dual function. It's your money, and it's also your money printer. You need to understand it's your money printer first, okay? Another golden nuggets for today, Easter egg, which is very, very important. Hex clip, this is for you. And remember the quote to be exact, because this is another definition of building wealth. A wise man once said, most people, the retailers or whatever, they literally spend about 90% of what they have, and then they invest 10%. When the wealthy, they do the opposite. They invest about 90 to 95%, and then they spend about 5 to 10%. And there's another saying that says, like, the poor blow the money for the most part and invest what's left, while the wealthy invest most of their money and then only spends what's left after they're done setting the plan for the investment. And that is the key. That's what separates you. In sales, we see it all the time. Human beings have to buy stuff, but the one who end up being successful in their life, they literally save and invest on average 70 to 80%, and only turn into the consumer, right? Consumer goods only about 20% of the time. Now, I understand you want fancy things. Okay, I understand you want to travel the world, but that ratio should be maintained. In other words, you have to grow the pie. This is what I had to do, right? I told you guys a long time ago the story with my car, how about my car, it cost like 130 grand, whatever. I could buy year one, but I delayed gratification for 3 extra years. Extra years while just driving beat up car, this, that, whatever, and I'm RX8. Because I wanted to make sure when I make the purchase, it doesn't cripple me and it doesn't feel like it's like more than 10% of what I earn. So it doesn't become like a financial burden that I got to walk around with. So I delay gratification, but also I run the math to make sure I can fully afford, right? If you understand the wisdom I just said about the 70-30% or the 80-20 ratio, and you can only live in that 20%, your goal should be, how do I grow the pie? Again, playing chess, not checkers. How do I grow the pie big enough so that the 20% can give me the lifestyle that I want? If I say, hey, I want to be in the golden yacht, hey, I want to live a lifestyle crazy 15 years from now, I need to grow the pie enough to sustain the lifestyle that probably going to cost millions of dollars, but then there's still plenty of money left aside to continue the cycle. That's the key. And that's the secret behind the level 4 in my analogy when I did the interview with Maddie. Because every time the price doubles, I'm building more wealth, but there's still money left for emergency. That's enough that A, I don't feel like there is an emergency because I'm good. And B, more importantly, I don't feel like there's too much money, aka dormant capital, that's just sitting there doing nothing, because then I'll be upset because I'm like, dude, I don't need all this cash. That should be turned into a stake. Because I want to accelerate. When you're above the staking average of 5.76, yes, you're not paying inflation. That's cool. That's cute. But when you're in the 10, 12, 13 years like me, all of you guys, for the most part, are paying me, period. Because my hands are stronger. And it's not a trick. It's a game of who's going to maximize the system, who got the real diamond hands. And those are the ones that get the higher yield, even in the system, because for the ratio of what they're doing, at 10 years, the T-share is maxed out, 3x, but the extra 5 years, all the way to 15 years, it's really going to resonate 10 years from now when everybody else is have to restake at a worse share rate. Those people who stay that extra 5 years are really going to be getting the bag. This is what I need you to understand. This is what the system does. It's free alpha, but the wisdom is, are you going to execute? Knowledge is power. That's garbage. Applied knowledge. I can tell you the truth. I can tell you all the secrets. I'm not worried because I know that in blockchain, especially Hex, talk is cheap. You got to press the button. You got to do the stake. Because if you don't, it's like you came here and then you went here. Anybody? Comments?
Yeah. I think, again, if people are playing short-term games, if they're gambling, right? And then gamblers often make excuses, right? When we're on this show and the price is 0.7 of a cent on episode 1, and we say that the price could go to $10, right? And everybody agrees that we're crazy. And then boom, right? We're already above 40 cents. We're already above 7 cents, right? Mm-hmm. Like the people who believed helped make the reality possible. The price of Hex goes up when people stake because staking makes Hex more rare, right? And then it attracts more people to the system. So it's very easy to blame others, right? When you don't have a plan that's long enough. And what we're talking about here on the show is often having much longer plans than we started with, right?
And Matt, you know what's even more crazy? Just do a little quick math based on what you just said. It's like, since we started the show, the price went up 60x. And it's insane. Like just low key, 60x. Quick math, those don't know. 6,000%, literally. Because at 10x, that was 720, right? At 42 cents, it's roughly about that 68. I mean, our all-time high went to like 50 cents, but we're literally on our way to very, very soon, when we cross the $7 mark, we'll be literally 100x. We'll be 100x move since we started the show. We'll probably celebrate that. That's going to be a thumbnail.
And what did the exactly? What did the number of stakers do in that time?
That's before staking.
What did the number of stakers do in that time? Right? Maybe only doubled, right? And so if y'all want the price to go higher, guess what? Go onboard 2 people. Pretty easy, right?
Yeah. Last time we doubled, because I tracked it every when we went from 25K stakers to about 50, 52, we did a 13x move. The price did a 13x. So when we double again, about 100Ks, we're on our way. We're doing 800 a day or whatever. But by the end of the year, I can see easily 100K plus. And a 13x from where we started, from that 50K, will literally get us about a $3 to $5 hex. Yeah. So literally, we are on trajectory, And since the arcing is getting stronger, we might even get there faster.
Most people in finance, most accountants, right? They would say you haven't actually lost until you sell, right? So what you're talking about is paper gains and paper losses, right? But the difference is when you time lock in hex, you're going to hold on to it for that long, probably, if you don't emergency end stake, right? And so the math works out in your favor in that case, to where it's not just a paper gain. Maybe you don't know exactly the percentage of hex that's going to be paid out every day, but look at the incentives for the origin address. Look at the incentives for the system as a whole. The incentives say that if you have the majority of the supply of hex, which one person may, right, then it actually works out in your favor if you don't stake 100% and you leave the interest rate higher for yourself and everybody else. So that's why I do expect to see, 35%, 30%, somewhere in there, APY going forward, as long as you're staked an average length. Right now, that's 5 or 6 years, which means that you triple the amount of hex that you have in that 6 years. Because of the rule of 72, you're roughly doubling every 2 years. So, welcome to the winning side of history if you're staked. And if not, then I would say strongly consider it, because it's those who have financial plans usually that do the best. And the way that you can create a plan and stick to it is by staking. Now, for a lot of people, including myself, we don't stake 100%. I am 98% staked, right? And that really sucked early on, right, when the price was low compared to my buy-in. But just wait until you get your first 100x, then that 2% goes a lot farther.
What did I tell you right there?
Yeah.
Right? Because what people don't realize, it's important, right? Because what people don't realize is that also the T-share price will also 100x. So what I was telling Maddie and people back then is the reason why it was like, less than 1%, again, you don't have to do what I do, is because I do my math. I have absolute certainty it's going to happen. I have absolute certainty a T-share will be more expensive than a Bitcoin. I've said this like literally more than a year ago. People call us crazy. We're on our way. I have absolute certainty that we will
totally agree.
We will do all the multiples that Bitcoin has done, 6.5 million X plus more, because it is a superior product. I have all those absolute certainty, and we're going to do it in less time, which then derives very important, because saying this thing is one thing, but level 3 understanding is internalizing, knowing all those things to be true, which is my premise in my mathematical equation. That means I can derive future price. I can derive future T-share price. So in my mind, I'm like, wait a minute. One T-share is $1 million plus. Why am I not going to try to stack as many as I can when I know what they will be, and all I have to do is delay gratification? This is what it means when I say applied knowledge is the power. The Dream account started with $27 a day. Today, it's doing 5 fucking digits every fucking day. While some people are crying about price, it's stupid money. But the math was done years in advance with absolute certainty. A hex is going to do more than $1. When I look at my hex and I look at my daily payout, I'm like, yes, we're on our way to 6 figures. We're going to get 6 figures every day. It's going to blow people's fucking minds. It's going to be so stupid. Matt is going to have to create a new show. We're going to call it Super Wealth Syndrome, because the regular one is not going to work. It's going to happen. But this is why you got to take the action now. This is how you play chess, not checkers. Because when you do the math, you can derive future price, and you can make those assumptions a reality which then allows you to plan ahead so that when it happens, you don't be like, oh my God, surprise. No, you can say, hey, I expected this shit to happen. So when a T share is $1 million and everybody else is going to start talking about M shares because maybe B share is going to be too expensive, you're going to be like, hey, I got a bunch of those because I planned ahead accordingly. This is what it means. So I need you guys to drill that into your brain. It's very, very important. Don't just be kumbaya. You heard it. Oh, it sounds great. Yeah, price is going to go up. But are you properly planned? Are you properly staked? Are you going to be wealthy? Or you just going to make a bunch of money and you're going to be a millionaire and that's cute. And then you're going to disappear after 2-3 years when some of us going to be billionaires and trillionaires because this money devaluation is not stopping anytime soon, okay? Millionaires are already literally the middle class right now in the United States. I know it sounds crazy for some people, but where we live, you could be a millionaire, you're still broke, okay? 10 years from now, millionaire will be poor. Millionaire will be actually poor. And people who are not, they're probably going to be literally borderline on the street, or they're going to be like the people that need help. That's how bad it's going to get.
Arrival syndrome, I call it.
So in New York,
I have arrived. No, you haven't.
In New York, you can make, right, $500K a year, and you're still living like, you got to still watch your spending.
Paycheck to paycheck.
$500K.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still living paycheck to paycheck. Because people don't know how to manage their funds, right? They're just going to piss it all away because it's all about spend, spend, spend. People don't learn how to strategize what they should be doing with their money, unfortunately. So this is what we try to pretty much harp on week after week.
Absolutely.
Help people understand, you know, why it's important to be thoughtful with your finances and just think about things in a quantitative way. Because if you're not, you're just going to get left behind, man. It is what it is.
Please,
you know?
I'm begging you. You need to listen. It's very important. Because the problem is a lot of you guys find out after the fact and it's too late because now you're like, oh, I really understand the value of the system now. Next thing you know, well, oh, Karim, a T-shirt is too expensive.
T-shirt is
like,
$100K.
I fucking told you, but you didn't listen. You know
I'm already in that boat. Karim's, he's like, I don't know, 27, 28 or something or other. And I'm 51. I think you're in your 30s actually, aren't you,
yes,
Karim?
31.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't that far off. I'm 51. And for the younger people out there, if you're worried about how long you have to wait, let me know how you feel when you had to wait again and then again before you finally figured out, man, I got to do this right.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I can share a story, right? Because my bad, you good. Go ahead, Karim.
The quick part is, I said, guys, this is why I use analogy because I want you guys to visualize. When I said Hex is the new advanced 401k, for those who are here long enough to remember that. When I say, hey, technically, you got to wait until you're 65. That's if they not change the fucking rule again. Because long time ago, I remember, I have a great memory. It used to be 55, then it was 60, and then it's 65. Let's take FutureUs here really for a good example. Perfect. He's 51 years old, right? He has almost 20 years ahead of me, right?
Happy birthday.
But technically speaking, no, listen to this. Technically speaking, his 15-year stake is going to end before he can touch his retirement money.
Yep. That's a fact.
I need you guys to understand that. That's how fucked up it is. And why I use this, the average fucking American and most people, country that are like quote unquote first world, they have those plans. People do this shit every fucking day.
Yep.
Garbage rates. Every couple often, the 401k turns to a 201k. They lose the fucking money. They gamble that shit left and right. You have no fucking control. There's no staking ladder that you can engineer and this and that. They say, hey, all the fucking money is staked for 15 years and you can't touch that shit. Some of you guys like me or younger, it's like a 30-year stake. Me's 35 years old. I can't touch the money. So what did I fucking do? I borrow against myself. I took that shit out and I bought a shit ton of Hex with it. So I need you guys to understand. That's when you realize 15 years is not that long because you're already waiting for the regular shit for way fucking longer, for garbage rates. Like, meaning there's no incentive to wait because you don't even see the shit keep up with inflation. But Hex is different. Hex really shows you what he has done just in 2 years. People already talk about retirement, this and that. Some people have retired. It's just like, what are we even talking about?
Not some. A lot.
Yeah, a lot.
No,
and for all the staker class, every single day, you're getting wealthier.
We're well over 10x what our 401k equivalent here in New Zealand would have been already in less than 2 years. And
so here's a fact. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought
No. Go Wales. No.
Well, what I was going to say,
like the third time. You go.
No. So it's okay. What I was going to say is, interestingly enough, we've already surpassed the best trade in history, which was The Big Short a long time ago.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I guess I don't talk about that enough, but yeah, we passed that a long time ago. So Hex is infinitely superior than everything that has ever existed, hands down. This isn't even a discussion; it's a fact.
Fact.
Look at the chart.
Look at the chart. And why Wells chart? That's very good. One thing, FutureUs, real quick, is that chart that shows about all the halving. Because if we readjust to time spent since inception, we're already number one. We already passed Bitcoin. I need you guys to understand that. Which means probabilistically and mathematically, we will reach the 6.5 million. We're on trajectory to hit the 6.5 million X. Let me say it again. 6.5 million X return that Bitcoin has done in probably half the time. That's insane. What took it almost 12 years to do, we can do it.
I was thinking a third.
I'm being conservative.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, like 5 or 6 years.
That Well has shows, and Gerardo's too, when you can see the tracking, because we passed Bitcoin, we passed Ethereum, and we'll continue to go parabolic, which means if you have to delay gratification just for another 2-3 years, you got another minimum return stream, 2000x to go. That's insane.
Wait a second. I want 6.5 million X now.
Right.
Now.
When?
It is now. It is now.
I don't want to wait.
It is now, just not this now.
6.5 million%. 6.5 million%. 6.5.
You're gonna get it, and you're gonna realize that the state is still state, and you're gonna realize you want to buy more.
I'm just impersonating all the people in the chat. All the people in the chat that are like, it didn't go up from like, but you know, I mean, yeah, we get these sideways moves, and then you get to decide, right? What is it that Richard says? Every raindrop doesn't think they're the storm or something. You know, you're deciding the price by dumping it. So
shout out to
stop selling.
In the chat. Good to see. He has a good point. He says, yeah, when Hex does the 6.5 million Hex, we'll be at 369. Guys, can't make this shit up. 369. It's like,
oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Think about it. 369.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Can you imagine, man? 306. Damn. I'm not even gonna say nothing.
So perfect.
I don't even got that much
in here
for some of you guys, but
there's people in the chat that will not believe $10.
Yeah.
And just hold tight. It ain't gonna be very long. It ain't gonna be very long. You know.
How many people sold the penny? Oh my God, this is it, guys. This is the top. Let me get my Rolex. Let me get my.
Every time somebody keeps selling, it's funny, man, because they're just morons.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
Yeah, it's cute.
Please
it's cute. Every time people sell, it's funny.
Friday is my payday. Yeah. I need to buy.
Yeah. Hey, I got paid today. I bought some more Hex today. I'm ready to buy some more tomorrow. I can't buy any more now because I'm on a freaking airport and I don't keep access to my damn.
I'm gonna show again with how cool the chart looks. Literally, the DMI is perfectly. Like I'm almost giving away the alpha. You guys are gonna front run me. You know. I know. It always happens. It's almost like they know when I get paid. The Friday when I get paid always is a big pump the day before. The other Friday, it's no big deal. Everybody gets a discount, but it's like almost like somebody put it in the calendar. It's so funny.
Yeah.
When you buy to stake, you never lose. Again, it's about.
So check it out, guys, because I wanted to share a story earlier about what Karim is talking about because it's so important, right? As you guys know, I've been on Wall Street and trading for all this time and all that stuff, and the fact of the matter is, I'm not retired yet, right? I'm still working, right? And I know how to trade. I know what I'm looking at when I look at charts. I know how to make money. I know how to, guess what? Lose money too. Because the fact of the matter is that when you are an investor, trader, whatever, the reality is that you have to learn how to lose, because every series of trades, investments, whatever have you, are not going to be the same. They're not always going to be a positive outcome. They're not always going to yield a positive outcome. That's a fact of life in the legacy side. And people don't understand that because crypto has lied to them so much, the promise coin space has lied to people so much that they think that they can literally just buy something and it just goes up. And that's just not reality. That's why all these people in these promise coins stay getting wrecked. period. Right? So when I found myself making 6 figures and losing 6 figures over and over and over, I had to sit there and think, like, what the fuck am I missing? Because clearly I can make the money. So what am I missing? Right? And then it just hit me one day, and it was just my time frame. Because the thing about it is when you're trading and you think you're doing shit in a slick fashion because you're making this fast money, the reality is that you're not doing anything smart. You're just playing yourself. All you're doing is giving yourself enough rope to hang yourself the next time around. That's the reality of trading. Period. Because at the end of the day, all of the successful traders do not trade short term. And if they do, they have very selective strategies that they deploy from which they will actually take short-term trades. Okay? So this is what's important to understand. So what's the other side of that? Well, if they're being very selective on the short term in order to ascertain some gains and not get wrecked, well, the only opposite of that is just letting the time do the work for you. Yes, I figured this out before I found Hex. That's key, because that's why I can explain all this shit and make it sound easy. Right? Because you have to understand that if you're not letting the market do the work, you're going to be the one doing the work.
Absolutely.
And that's why Hex is superior. Hex removes that issue for you. With Hex, you literally own time. If you don't want to own time, then don't buy and stake Hex. Go trade some pleb shit elsewhere. I had to work my way out of wanting to trade, because even after I found Hex, it was just that natural inclination to want to go back to slinging fiat. You know, and the fact of the matter is that the only place you need to sling that thing is right over here. Because the fact of the matter is if you're buying Hex, whether you're staking it or not, keeping a little liquid back, I got a little liquid back, because guess what? I realized that's better than keeping fiat in a bank account. Because guess what it does? Look at the chart. So all that Hex I'm continuously buying is doing one thing and one thing only. Not getting me wrecked. In fact, it's helping me survive. It's helping me take care of shit that I didn't even anticipate I was going to take care of, because guess what? That shit did a fucking 60x while I was not looking. And it's just like Maddie said, that little 2% back then is probably like 6-8% now. Because you weren't thinking about it, because it didn't actually matter. Delayed gratification is a beautiful thing, folks. Letting time do the work is the key. You acting like you have to be clicking a button is going to get you wrecked. Fact, not opinion. So if you don't understand that, well, hell, check this out. Check this out. I got another good one for you guys. Remember last time that Hex bottomed? What happened at 12 cents? Some schmuck sold all his Hex for Bitcoin. Now, I didn't check this guy's wallet. I haven't checked this guy's wallet because I just been busy. But there was some person, some individual, some entity that sold 450,000 Hex, which is a shit ton of money today, for some fucking shit coin. I don't want to say it because it's even worse than Bitcoin. It's an ERC20 that's supposed to be better than the joke coin. And Karim, if you remember correctly, we had a meme from your outstanding statement because it was so powerful. So if you remember that meme, you know what coin I'm talking about. But this coin is supposed to be an improvement on that shit. And everybody talks about it. It's one of those constantly pitched coins nowadays. And it's even easily accessible via Coinbase.
They're trying to do the same thing the other shit did. It's the same bullshit, rinse, repeat, man. So obviously.
Yeah. So, but check it, right? Because here's the thing. Last time we were at 12 cents, somebody swapped for Bitcoin. Now at 39 cents, they swapped for this bullshit coin. You guys know what's coming next, right?
Man, you know what's coming next. Repeat. They're gonna learn today.
They're gonna learn, baby. They're gonna learn like a motherfucker.
You know what's more hilarious?
Yo, but check it. Hold on. I got the cherry on the cake on this one. The cherry on the top. The cherry on the top is as soon as they swapped it, they lost 20K.
Of course. They don't even know how to do limit order. I bet they did a market.
It's
that
just so shit was fucking funny.
It's like they literally purposely want to lose money when we're trying to help them. That's how sad it is. It's just like you don't even understand. Like it blows my mind because you're trying to best tell people, but then some people, they just never learn. And this is when you know they're like almost addicted.
Had to mute myself.
That's fun. It becomes an addiction. And this is why the wisdom is so powerful, because a lot of people today are addicted like that. It's like that instant gratification. And this is the reason why building wealth is so powerful yet so rare, because so few people do it. It's almost like a scarcity thing, and this is why it's so powerful. So when people say, "Oh, what does he do?" and this and that, I'm like, bitch, not doing anything and standing still. It's so fucking rare. I should turn that shit to an NFT. You know what I'm saying? Like it just understand that's the value. Not getting wrecked, not swinging around for no reason. The product is paying you every single day. Having the wisdom to understand what is happening. This is how the wealthy people become wealthy. Those who own it, land, buildings, whatever, they just let it grow because they understand the value of delayed gratification. And like Wells said perfectly, it's a matter of time frame. Because another thing that I want to add, with because he's being generous, is that we also had to lose a lot of money to learn that lesson. Because make no mistake, look at me. I'm very driven. I can be very stubborn too. I had to learn the hard way too. I was like, I'm better. No, I'm this. I'm smart. I had to learn how to be wise and remove myself. It's like Karim, it doesn't make you less of a man. Understand and just learn from the very highly successful people. So I literally cut off 90 to 95% of the people that are like, rich, whatever. No. What is the super top people do, right? The Jeff Bezos, the Elon Musk, and you start to see the similarity. Oh, wow. They believe in themselves so much, blah, blah, blah. I had to believe myself too.
Yeah,
but they stick to one thing. And then they really, really, not only they hold it, but they spend their whole time. This is the key. This is why Hex, this is why Stick Around. They spend their whole life almost working on their own bag, so to speak, and the thing that they believe to be true. So not only they can watch it happen, they have the time frame, and they can work towards accelerating the transition of the thing winning. This is why it's so powerful. Elon Musk today, one of the most powerful things that he has, most people miss. He has a lot of money and he's highly concentrated. And most of it is company that he owns, that he really believes in, who are very successful. He doesn't know any other shit going in the stock market. You know what I mean? It's literally Tesla, right? SpaceX, and then Solar City / which is not part of Tesla at the time. That's it. So he doesn't have to be over diversified and increase his risk. He knows what he owns because he works there every day and he wants it to be successful, blah, blah, blah. And they have good use case, value proposition, whatever you want to call it. But that's it. Jeff Bezos, same thing. And then it makes it super easier for you. It demystifies this whole game. Like, oh, you got to do this, you got to get past. No. The people that promote that is the people that want you to get wrecked because they get the fees, they get the cut, they get the affiliate link. They want you to bounce around.
That reminds me of I was just gonna say that reminds me of what you were talking about earlier when you were speaking to the young lady that you were onboarding, and she was complaining about how they would go from one coin to the other every week, and she would ask, like, what's the point of that? She couldn't understand, because it's like, you're not buying a house every fucking week. Why are you buying a fucking promise coin every week? Makes no sense. You got to realize, man.
You disconnect
everything that people. Yeah. Because everything that people learn and think makes sense comes from media. That's a big part of the problem. It's one of the reasons why I shit on Full Rules daily, because it's like, it's the problem. It's literally the problem, right? If we don't shit on Full Rules and make them people understand that they are the problem, then we're just the part of the problem ourselves, and we can't fucking have that, because we're fucking first class over here. Period.
Because when we don't call them out, they get even more bold.
Bang, bang.
And they want to steal people more money because they realize, oh, that shit works. My bullshit lie. People are buying. Let me double down. And then more people get wrecked. So that's what we have to speak up to help those people, because they are also degen themselves. And some of them, as we find out with the Alex guy, they're deeply in debt. People don't understand. They make a lot of money, but they're getting wrecked themselves. So the exchange is actually the one really market, and the market makers, because it's just a game of musical chair. The plebs gets wrecked. The community that they have gets wrecked, and then they're themselves getting wrecked too. So the money just keeps switching hands all the way to the market makers and the exchange, literally. And the influencer is still broke. And then you be like, what the hell?
They get paid off fucking ref links and clicks and shit. How corny is that,
my
bro?
favorite quote, man, from that song, Having My Way with Drake, man. Like, oh, you guys got more followers than dollars. That's why I cannot relate. Man, that line is so fucking dope. When Drake dropped that, I was like, yeah. Talk that shit, man. It's so important. It's yet misunderstood. And this is why we're here. This is why we spend 4 hours stream, and we have the community, and step by step. Some people learn the hard way. Some people hopefully catch the wisdom, be like, you know what? I don't want to get wrecked. Those guys seem that they know what they're doing, and our heart is in the right place. And we have the receipts. So it's not like it's not an opinion. It's a fact.
Yeah, in New York, we call that being outside. You know what I'm saying? A lot of cats be trying to live that online life. That shit ain't real. You know, they're trying to acting like they're doing shit on the gram or whatever they call it, right? Reality is, if you living off of clicks, you ain't getting shit.
Yep. That doesn't pay you
because
rent.
it doesn't do anything. I mean, think about it. You have to sit there and find ways to want to click.
Yeah.
I mean, everything
by
on
people
the
that
internet.
literally hire psychologists, and Maddie can talk about this, literally to make
Yes, 100%.
It's so
I was talking about this today.
I constantly remind myself, Karim, master, slave, not the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
Always,
Correct.
I repeat that to myself. Like,
100%. It's important.
Especially on mobile,
it's so important.
Careful. There's certain important tasks I can do on the computer. So when I close the computer, I feel like I'm not gonna touch it until I get to the computer.
Done. I don't have any access to my crypto whatsoever right now. None. That's important. Because that provides you a level of security, right? It's all about maintaining security, OPSEC, right? Maintaining that proper posture so that when you are ready to do anything, it is in the right environment, in the right mode. You have the right frame of mind. I literally used to walk around and trade off my phone, bro.
You see? They do that on purpose because they know how easy it is. Now they got the computer like this big now, and it's on your bucket wherever you go. It's so dangerous. And listen to this. The worst part is, if you're not careful, the more money you have, the more amplified it gets, the worse it gets. That's why I tell people, like, the most temptational thing, demonic thing, it's not like what you see on the movies and the ugly stuff. No, sometimes it could be the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your life. But you got to understand, like, is this thing going to help me or is it going to hurt me long term? You have to penetrate and have that wisdom. Because even with the frus and the fake people, the more money you have, the more they'll kiss your ass, the more they will outbound message you. You get what I'm saying? Because you got the money. So if you don't have the diamond hands, if you don't go to the proper training, and you can barely keep your fucking hand checked at tens and thousands of dollars, what do you think you're going to do at 6-figure plus, million, 10 million? You're going to be gone. You're going to last 6 months. I know people that make 30 grand a month and spend 31,000 a month.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yo,
it's like it blows my mind.
Can we talk about that for? Let's talk about that for a little bit now. Why does this happen? This happens because of what we were just talking about earlier, right? People not preparing themselves financially, not even thinking about things in a strategic fashion. They just spend because they have it.
Exactly. And you ask him, what you say? I don't know. Literally, he has to go to his bank account. He doesn't even know the last time what he spent. Like, somebody could scam him or like take his card and swipe from whatever. He won't even know. He won't even know. Because he just buy a bunch of random stuff.
Damn, I love that comment. Look at that. That thank you for that comment, UBOG. That's amazing. I onboarded my CPA and convinced her to cancel her subscription to an investment newsletter. She now appreciates the calm in capital letters here, not trading.
It's beautiful.
Welcome to the good life.
Yeah, wow. And this right there, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why we're so heavily gatekept, because we are literally a threat to the system.
100%.
I need you guys to understand. This is literally one thing like we'll talk about all the time. We are literally a threat to the system because we're teaching people how to build wealth. They don't want you to do that because when you build wealth, you realize, number one, you got to keep your money. Don't give it away. We're teaching people how to stand still and not overtrade, which they don't want to do because they need to bounce around trading fees, right? And feel the motion when they bring the FUD article and the bullish article, like right now, oh yeah, we're going back up, new all-time high. And then I won't be surprised, I'm just saying, around 53K again, maybe another spank comes in. I won't be surprised, but hey, you heard it from me. So and then the ultimate worst is you stop watching the garbage and they'll stop monetizing you for views, which is another thing that they do. It's so bad that they have to do multiple streams per day to get multiple 30,000, 40,000 because they want to squeeze you like a fucking lemon juice to the last drop. This is how bad it is. And this is why they have to gatekeep, because we are a threat to the system, because we could literally just make them all obsolete overnight, just like that. And not for personal gain, just so that everybody can just chill. All make fucking money, we all become wealthy, and then we go live our fucking best life. That's it. And literally the streams become, hey, how was life?
100%.
Stuff, and then maybe 30 minutes we talk about charts and then market, and then we just move on. And then we just celebrate everybody's win.
That's it. Yeah.
Who was like literally last week I was so proud.
Keep it moving.
Baby's born, super happy. Wife got the husband back. He can spend time with his kid, keep it moving. Like we talk about trips, we talk about Vegas, we talk about who we're gonna visit, we talk about the onboarding trips, how we're gonna be joining more. And I watched this short clip today or yesterday. There was this little girl that won the 5,555 hex from the Abbott. They do like a little lottery at the end.
I posted it on the channel.
Yeah, it was so good. I think she was like 10 years old. But like that thing can set her whole future. Like we talk about wins like that. Not some
if you
bullshit.
see her face when she gets it, because at first it's kind of scary for her. Because everybody's cheering really loud and then all the attention's on her. And then you just see her like looking at the phone and she's like, yeah. She's like, jackpot.
Damn. Shout out to Marco in the chat. He just got an interview. That's awesome. Richard.
Congrats.
Nice. He's always doing some great shit for us, man. Shout out to Marcos.
Bang, bang.
Man, I got some really cool stuff I want to say that I forgot because you guys are saying all this cool stuff. And I'm just like, yeah, man. Just thought I'd throw that in there.
That's so good, man.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody in the chat.
I mean, this is what's so cool. This is what's so cool about like the hexing community, right? We can sit here and just like Karim said, have all these general conversations about things that matter, even though people think they don't, and then they come to realize that they do. You know, even when I first started getting involved in hex, I didn't realize that trading was actually the problem. I knew my time frame was a problem. You see, it's two distinct things, because all that time you're still looking for that next attractive opportunity to allocate capital to. You're not just relaxing and understanding that you found that opportunity. So it was through our due diligence on Quant Gang streams that I came to that realization. Never, you know. And until then, you know, it just didn't make sense, right? But now that we're sitting here, we've dissected, bisected, you know, resected, put together, you know, everything. We've taken it apart, put it back together again.
It's alive.
And
it's like,
everything, right? Everything, right? We've done everything to this system to make sure we understand it. And even yet and still, we're still discovering new aspects of it through time, right? Because it just keeps surprising us with all the things that it does. And I mean, let me just give you guys an example of my first trading experience with Hex. It came right after Big Payday. Usually when a market makes a bottom, and I've talked about this before, the market retests that bottom or heads a little lower. Guess what I'm doing? I'm still waiting for that retest, and that was November 2020.
I remember you were talking about saying, Wells, no wait.
Yeah.
You remember that, right?
I remember.
And here we are, still waiting. I learned to stop waiting fully probably by the time I was already streaming, or a little after. It was right around there. But even that first experience was like, damn, that's kind of crazy. But it didn't really hit. But it taught me not to really wait. But I didn't understand that that wasn't just a thing of the moment. That's a consistent reality in Hex. Okay.
And that's weird. That's weird. When you first come across it, it was weird for me. I was like, no, come on, hang on.
Yes,
There's got to be manipulation and shit going on here.
Yes,
and what I finally come to realize is, it's not that manipulation's going on in Hex to make it do this thing. It's that it doesn't have the manipulation that everything else has got. That's why it's textbook perfect bloody technical analysis. It literally is. You can get a book on technical analysis from the 70s, and everything in there works just like the Hex chart, and it doesn't make no sense at all with the rest of the markets. They are batshit crazy.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Just say,
No, it's funny.
it's so important. Real quick, it's so important. There's so much wisdom what you just said, because those are the reason why I keep saying and doing what I do all the time. This is why, Hexagon, I told you repetition is truly the mother of all skills, because I knew exactly what Wells were going through, because I've been through that before, but just when I was younger at an accelerated pace. And I always ask myself, how can I build system? How can I not make the same mistake twice? Right? I always say this all the time. It's okay even to start at the bottom. It's not okay to stay there. I'm not upset if I make a mistake. I only become upset if I repeat the same thing over and over. Then I'd be like, bitch, you're not learning. What the fuck's going on? Like, put a system in place. Because even if somebody cross you wrong, as long as you can just write them off and move on, you're fine, because you protect yourself from them next time. But if you keep coming back, that's really when you lose, because you're creating more opportunity costs. So that's number one. And then the other thing, what's very important to that is when you understand that trading is bad because of the emotional thing that's related to that. You're a human being. Until that change, emotion will always try to sway. This is why all those technical analysis and all this other stuff, which are based on emotion, works on every other shit, but not with Hex, because Hex has a mechanism to help you protect yourself from yourself. There's many people, even in the chat, that can talk about it right now, that they know if they were not staked, when the emotion kicks off, they would have pressed the button. They would have
see it all the time.
But because the penalty, which is the tool, a feature, not a bug, is a greater pain force than the pain of the price fluctuation, this is why they don't press the button. And this is actually how they save themselves. And when this thing happens over and over and over, they get enough training, muscle memory to remember, relax. I've felt this before. No big deal. Close the app. Come tomorrow. No big deal. Relax. You're worried about this. And then 2 days later, it's like, what dip? It disappeared. And then that's when you realize that, wow, the staking is actually training me to control my own emotions. And then it's
changing your behavior.
Yes.
Here's how it goes. Here's how it actually plays out.
And the chart ends up doing its own thing, because we're getting less and less affected by our emotion thanks to the staking behavior.
So here's how that actually plays out in practice, right? So I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, I think I'll sell. Because I think this is a top. Okay, so I sold. Okay, cool. Oh, I hope we did the right thing. Hope we did the right thing. Yeah, we're dipping. Looks like we've hit a bottom. Oh, I got this one right. Okay, I'm gonna buy. Hope we did the right thing. Hope it doesn't dip anymore. Oh, no, I can't handle it. Oh, no, I don't know. I've got to sleep for 6 hours. What's the market gonna do while I'm asleep? Oh, fuck. I think I'll stake it.
There you go.
Oh, that feels better. No, I'm not joking. That's I've been through that exact emotional roller coaster so many times, just with that 2% or so of liquid, because it's sort of fun, and it's just like every time I'm over it now. I think I'm over it now. I'm like, it's just the same every time. And yeah, I made 3%, 4%, because I'm not the worst trader in the world, but. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. In 20 minutes, but it's just not worth it.
Just for 3%. And by the way,
that's a great way of putting it. That was a great analogy.
Yeah.
It's not an analogy. That's what actually happens.
Yeah, it is.
Well, what's funny? While you were saying it, it reminded me of what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, do you want a quickie or do you want long time? Personally, I like long time. So that's why my duration is 14.6.
I'll be sitting there stressing just as much over whether I should stake or not, because I'm in this trading mode, as what I would whether I should buy or sell. The difference is that after I hit the button and confirm the stake, suddenly the world is good again. Whereas with the trading, you just go from one frying pan to another frying pan to another frying pan.
Yeah.
And it's going to catch up with you and you're just going to lose in the end, right? It's just a quick fix thing. And you always trade. People say, sorry?
I said, you want to know something else that's even powerful about the time frame thing, which is insane, people don't realize, is that, remember that you mentioned that 3%? Number one, again, that's best case scenario, because worst case scenario, you miss your timing, you sell too early, then you think it's gonna dump, it doesn't dump, then it pumps, then you buy back in, so you lose because you get less coin. Then it does a little down move, and you're like, oh my god, I was right. So then you sell again, and then your fees going down, and it goes again, and like right now, the chopping, and you being diluted, you don't even realize, and the share rate is moving every day that you're not restaked, so you're getting left behind even more and more and more. all that extra stress for 3% in the best case scenario or worst case scenario, you can lose half your portfolio. I have fucking seen it. People literally perfectly, you can't make this shit up, literally buying tops and selling bottom. Like literally, this meme is so real because I have seen it and losing money left and right. Instead of just chilling, getting the stress-free experience, getting the daily payout, which looks like, oh, Karim, it's nothing. And then watch this. The longer you wait, then the price doubled. Then it doubled again. Which again, I told you, Hexagon, it's not linear, it's compounding. So when you go from 1 to 2, it's a double. When you go from 2 to 4, it's not just a double, it's a quadruple. Because your entry and with a 3x bonus, 300%. Because your entry point was at 1. So from 1 to 4, it's actually 3x. See, people miss that. And then from 4 to 8, it's not a double, it's a 7x because you were still started at 1.
Yeah, and the other thing.
And then wind up happening, like right now in the Dream account, every day, the daily payout is the equivalent of like some of the entire money that I put in the very beginning. It's like literally paying 50%.
It's almost the GDP of a nation state, probably in a couple of years here.
Like let that sink in. That's a hex clip, right? Your original big 6-figure that I put in, right, to build the Dream account before I added more on other stuff, right, on the other wallets, and then stake your app, whatever it might be. Today, it's like it's paying 50% of the entire portfolio value in USD. That's insane.
Every day, not each year. Every day.
Every day. So the ROI is like...
And you know why that doesn't shock me? You know why that doesn't shock me? And I can go, yeah, sure. Because it's happening to me too, buddy.
Exactly.
There you go.
So people are like saying, oh, it's 0.1%.
Me
oh,
three.
I went on the go.hex.com. They don't understand. It's paid in hex.
I mean, there's a few less zeros in my case, but the ratios are the same, of course.
It really is. It really is. And this is the experience I want people to have and experience as well, because it's going to change their psyche. They will be less stress-free. They will see the power of staking, the power of the daily payout. And the higher the price go, the wealthier they get, the less they get triggered by price, because they realize they don't need to be desperate, because their entry point is so above where they are now that flash string is irrelevant. They will literally, like our friend last week that was here, like he literally said he hasn't opened the app like for a month because he's just out there living his best life.
That's baller.
Damn.
It's the opposite of trading.
It's
Shout
like-
out to Jay-Z Hexing for the $55.55 super chat. Matty ALLin, perfect. Love you, bro. Can't wait to meet you at a future meetup. Hex is so amazing, and the Hexagon community is so amazing.
You're amazing.
It's true.
Jay-Z.
Likewise.
And
So-
it's Matty all
That's a
in.
fact.
Yeah.
Matty
That's
Allen.
right.
So
Just so
Hexagon, we want all of you guys
Thank
to experience that, especially if you knew you just got in. Like, relax. You're going to experience that too. But you need to build the strong hands now, the diamond hands. So when it happens, number one, you don't panic because you stake, you're protected from yourself. And number two, very important, having the wisdom to understand that it's going to come, especially in a year or two, is going to be even more insane, so that you understand the value of the t-shirt that you hold now. So you can have that story that your original money that you put in before you added more, it's like you're getting that money back every 2 days. That's insane.
I just gotta.
Of course.
We get Hicks. Why is Hicks hemorrhaging? I don't know what chart you're looking at, and I mean this kindly. Hicks is all the way down to where it was on September 7th or something or other, which was like 600% up from where it was a month before that. That's not a hemorrhage. It's just a little swing. Now, if we get back down to, I don't
The
know.
paper cut.
No, seriously, it's not. It's just if you actually look at the chart, even the daily chart, you can see it's just swinging in a range. Now, if we break that range to the bottom, which we haven't yet, in I don't know what, 2 weeks or something or other, then yeah, maybe I'll be looking at buying some, because that'll be cool. But even if we drop to what, I don't know, 25 cents or something at a guess, we're still, I don't know, 3x or something of what we were a month and a half ago. That's not my idea of hemorrhaging. And in addition to that, what I see is accumulation, consolidation with accumulation mixed in there, the likes of which I've never seen. And if this isn't bullish, I don't know what is. So chill. We're okay at the moment.
The hidden bullish diversion. Again, when we get to the chart section, we'll show, because while the price is going sideways,
a big
it's
one
just
is built.
resetting.
It's
They
so
don't
bullish.
understand.
You've
So
no
those
idea
are the
how
few
bullish
people
that
that's
is.
going to be left behind.
To be trading sideways like that with such a large swing, I mean, the first time I saw that was in the 2017 run up near the beginning in Bitcoin, and I was like, "What is going on?"
We have.
And that
Bro.
was
I
as
remember
bullish
that.
as all hell.
If you go back to the mid-July to end of July to beginning of August, we have done the same. It's just because it looks
Oh, we've done it in
everybody
Hex
is-
since, yeah. But the first
Yeah.
time was back in 2017, and I was like, "What is going on?" I only just bought it. It's down 20%, up 20% down, and then 6 months later, I was like, "Oh, that's cool," because now I'm up like however far it went, at the top, early 2018.
And sadly,
that's-
this is how some people get chopped. 20% move like that in and out. You miss 3-4 of those moves, you lose your portfolio. It's done. Because literally, you lose the first 20%, then it becomes more expensive, and then you buy that, then you drop, and then you sell, so you realize the loss, and then you buy back higher, and then it drops again.
Buy
It's
the
just
top,
like-
sell the bottom. Buy the top, sell the bottom, and then it's all over.
it doesn't take too many of those to lose everything. Literally.
No,
I was going to
It's
say
happened to me
before, people say if you're going to trade, make sure you only trade what you can afford to lose. Yeah. Make sure you can only trade what you can afford to lose, right? And so you might think, okay, I'm good. This is just some discretionary money. But then that happens. And then you're like, damn, now I don't have my discretionary money. And then you dip into, and then the addiction thing, right? So I just need to get back to where I was. So then you dip into your money that you really can't afford to lose. And then it's all downhill from
That's
there.
the problem. Even their definition that they're using is wrong. What they call discretionary income in crypto means a lot of money. $100, as we have shown many times, let alone $1,000 in crypto, is a lot of money because of the power of the price appreciation. Again, one of my friends, right, $127 in less than 2 years turned into $2.8 million. This is no fucking joke. So when they say, "Oh, it's only this, it's only that," you don't understanding that you're chipping away from your future wealth. This is an opportunity cost because that money could have turned into something else. That money could have buy you a lot of t-shirt, and then you get the opportunity cost of loss of time. Every day you're missing out. It's a daily payout you could have had that you're not getting. See, it's an emergency end stake you could have got when somebody goes crazy that you missed. All of those opportunity costs matters. All this thing is compound. And to top it off, you're missing the power of accumulation in terms of building wealth and also dollar cost averaging, as you just putting a little bit away every paycheck, whatever, to make your money printer gets bigger and bigger, adding to your t-shirt stack. So it becomes what it is, today, or what it could be in the future. So all those things matter. So casually thinking, "Oh, it's only this, it's only that," that's the wrong way to think, because that little money can turn into a lot of money. This is why I tell people, get staked. You should be staked 100%.
But here's the thing, though, right? That's true now that Hex exists. It's always been true philosophically, but in the crypto promise coin space prior to Hex existing, that was kind of, if you were in the game, that's all you could do, was that kind of trading. And there's hodling and whatnot, but you still got to have some timing to make it work, and that was par for the course, right? It was the Wild West we'd talk about and all the rest of that. And I think a lot of the resistance we get with Hex is because it is an ERC20 token. I think a lot of the old school people must see that and go, yet another ERC20 token, without actually looking at how the thing's programmed. And it's just another one of the same old thing they've seen 1,000 times.
I got something
before,
to add to that.
Go.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's to basically piggyback off what you just said, because that's exactly the one thing that I was supremely bearish about with respect to Hex as soon as I found it. I was like, why is this damn thing on fucking Ethereum? It's so much better than Ethereum. It didn't make sense to me. I struggled with that for the longest fucking time, to the point that I had to just forget it and just leave it alone, because it didn't matter. I realized it just didn't matter. And that's the most important thing. What matters is what you actually own.
Yeah.
Not where it's situated, not where it's co-located, not anything else.
Only leave a little bit just for the trading and the gas fee. That's it. And what convinced me even more is because I know it was a staking coin, and I know as people really understand how valuable it is, they will trade less, rightfully so, because the math stands by itself behind it, which is going to alleviate a little bit of these high trading fees that we're dealing with, because it really only bothers the people that trade a lot, the day traders, because they need to pay all these fees versus the stake. But it's a fee, but you only pay once, and if you stake for long or sufficient, it's not really relevant because the extra money that you make is just so insane. That the fee is gonna be literally negligible.
Yeah.
If you've made money in Hex, you need to thank your lucky stars that other people didn't figure it out sooner, right? Because that left more Hex on the table for cheaper, right?
For you,
and
hell yeah, for longer.
And I love this question because no, I will not ask the expert panel because this sounds like a trading question to me, right?
Yeah.
So we might do an end of the year prediction. We've already done it. Go back and spend 300 hours watching our episodes.
I can
and
answer
then come
that.
back and tell us what the price is going to.
Oh, Maddie, don't be a wuss. Let me answer it. He's addressing the expert panel. Moi. Not you guys.
No, Maddie knows we can answer it. It's just.
Yeah, but
I want to give my prediction. Let me do it.
But that's the thing. Listen, we already had somebody earlier today come in here and say, "Oh, you guys said by the end of the month it was gonna be this price. I lost $20,000. Blah blah blah." Like, I don't need that, y'all. Like, I'll kick these people out. We have.
Wait a minute. That's not even possible. That's not possible. No one could possibly have lost any money in Hex over the last month, unless they sold. But who would do that?
There you go.
Who bought that coin, right?
Well,
pretty much.
I mean,
we can see who sold.
Last week,
they're short-term thinkers.
Actually hit target, and then
this is
for October,
too
the month
short-term.
just started. That's
Too
exactly
short-term.
But there's a better question here in the chat.
So I predict that by the end of the month. Wait. It's gone. I had a prediction.
How about this?
You all made me forget it.
Then it left.
By the end of the month, Bitcoin will be a year older and it will be scraggly and all wrinkled, and you won't want it anymore. How about that? That's my prediction.
That's hilarious.
My prediction is that the price isn't going to be where it's at now. I'll tell you that much.
Yep.
Up and to the right.
100%.
That's not for a prediction.
It only goes sideways, but for so long.
Oh man, I'd love to retest that. 16 cents was it or something? Yeah, 20 cents. I'd love to retest 20 cents, man. That'd be just awesome.
Yeah, good luck with that. He says, Karim, how is your daily payout sustainable? That's a great question. So you must be a little bit new.
What?
But again, it's also a functionizing of how the system works, right? First of all,
I love to answer this
we have less than 10% of the people stake, which then, help the staker class, because the less people stake, the less T-shares are in the pool. And because the less T-shares are in the pool, when the daily payout is paid every day, and it's only paid to the staker, that's why APY is greater. Now, on top of that, which is very important, my average staking length is over 13 years. It's like 13.5 years over all my accounts, So that allows me to be technically and statistically more than double, almost 3x what the staking average is. So even in the staker class, there's levels to this, right? So because of that, that's why my daily payout is that sustainable, because I simply have a stronger diamond hand. It's not just about how long it is, it's also how big it is. There's people that was earlier than me, because I missed the first 100x of Hex, which is a powerful story to let you know that it's never too late, because you can come late, but if you have stronger hands with high capital too, you can catch 100%. Up. So somebody can have a longer stake than me, or have stake earlier at a cheaper T-share rate, but maybe he only has, couple tens of thousands, I don't know, 100,000, whatever it may be. Me, I have millions. So, and they all stake for the longer because I deliver.
And here's the thing for new people, just to go back to basics again. Whatever doesn't make sense in Hex and has you worried about sustainability and that, just remember one thing on your learning journey. All of this income and these gains that we're talking about, all of it, is paid from 3.69% maximum inflation per year. That is the only place it comes from. We don't take money from the new people getting in. There's nothing like that. And you think, well, hang on, how can that possibly be? You guys have been talking about 40%, blah, blah, blah. There is only 3.69%. Your learning journey begins. If you want to know how it works, start learning.
You'll be around.
Watch our streams.
That's why it's sustainable.
Yeah, but the main thing here to really hit on the word sustainability, because I think you kind of know where it comes from. The sustainability, that's the key. This is what the truth engine really is, just that important. Because money talk, bullshit walk. Action talk louder than words. Because my hands are stronger than most people, that's why I get more at a sustainable rate. That's it. Because I stake more and I stake for longer than most. And because of those two things, as people go in and out and get diluted out of the pool, I stay in the pool and I start to eat the pool from the inside, which is why it's not only just sustainable, it's also actually accelerating and getting bigger over time.
And the crazy thing is that if there's another Karim out there who starts the same strategy right now today, you're not going to catch number one Karim here, but you are going to be in the same position or better over the same time period.
That's a great point. And that really is the key. Say that again, because some people have missed that. Because you will be able to accrue the similar wealth in the same time frame. That's what Wells tells you all the time. It's not when you come in, it's how long you're in the market. Yes. So if you spend the same amount of time in the market with the same economic energy, you will achieve the same level of success. This is the reason why somebody can come in right now, irrespective of the price, with $1 million, and if the price double, they will double their money, period. Or if the price period. And then if they stake with that same long term, like everybody else that's right now getting 37% or whatever it might be, they will start to make 37% on their $1 million. This is why Hex is a product and not a project. The mechanism works for anybody at any time, but the key caveat, repetition, is time in the market, time in the staking. For you to get that full 37%, which is an annualized calculation, you have to do the 365-day stake to receive the Hex, and that's before price appreciation. Because if the price goes higher, then those Hex also, let's say, doubles, then you will get 37 times 2. If it 10x, you get 370%. And this is how $27 daily payout turns into 5-figure plus. It's the same thing. So Isaac, great question. Hope this helps. And welcome. You must be new. I've never seen your name before. So
yeah, no, it's quite magical. The more you learn, you go, oh wow. Hey, that's actually pretty cool.
Oh, I like this quote. Hex is time and truth. Shout out to Grant. Grant? Is it Grant or Grant? Something like that. That's a good quote. I like that.
You still at the airport, Wales?
Yeah. I missed
what time
flights. I'm gonna be here for a while, bro.
Oh, really?
Y'all don't really want to know.
Okay.
I do, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here for a while.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be here for a while.
Good. Hey, at least you have like the artist, like the lady yelling in your ear.
Delayed gratification.
Like I was.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Yeah, Vegas. Fuck that Vegas airport, bro. Yeah. So check this out. I want to talk about a little bit. About why what's happening now is so good. Think about it like this. It's like a spring that's being pulled back and just being held. Literally. That's it.
The chart, you mean?
Once that spring is let go. What?
You mean the chart?
What's what?
The market, the chart.
The price action.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the price action, right? But the price action is what did I say? Did I say something else?
No.
This is a time delay. I think FutureUs.
I must have hiccuped.
Yeah. Nah, no worries. My internet isn't the best one, so it's cool. So what's happening when Hex is going sideways, while the price is going down, in the background, what you're not seeing is what the T-shares are doing. Right? That's what you're not seeing. And maybe we'll look at my charts. They're not updated because I haven't been able to update them since like the 20th of September. But long story short, the information remains the same. Because the reality is that while price is going down, the system is accruing value. And what people do not comprehend when it comes to Hex is that it's not everything else. It is an actual cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
It's an
Let's
economic
start
system.
dropping some Easter eggs. I'm in the mood now.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Cutting
So there's,
out. I think I was cutting out.
there's product.
No,
market
we heard
fit
you. We
here.
heard you.
There's product market fit here, right? And I don't see any problem with having new users. If 10 people want to buy my car, that's not a pyramid scheme. That's me having a great car, right? So even though we do get value from maximum 3.69 inflation, we also get value through the network effect, right? Why do you think all these stupid companies like Facebook, have such a high valuation? Because they're selling you this narrative that they have new users, right? They're selling you future attention of people's attention span, and they're selling you advertisements. We're selling you financial freedom, and you're lucky that we're even selling it all, right? If we do.
Yeah. I'm gonna trick you into becoming wealthy, and you don't have a choice. I'm gonna force you. That's it. And I like this quote here.
If the price stayed right here, or even dropped 100% tonight, and nobody else came in, and it was just our little click, but we managed to somehow or other just hold roughly even for the next 15 years, I'm still making 40% per year. I do not give a crap.
Easily.
But I want other easily, right?
It's a beautiful thing.
But I want other people in. I want other people to enjoy this ride, and that's why we're here. It's the only reason we're here. We do not need.
Yeah.
And I stress this just about every time I come on, because there's so many other coins and promise coins out there that literally do rely on new money coming in order to pay the people that are already.
We don't actually want you guys.
They have
we
don't actually want you guys.
Just rest assured that Hex does not do that, period. Now, when we get a larger community and we get more people and more entities investing in Hex, then sure, the US dollar value of Hex is bound to go up because more people want it and there's less of it available to buy. But the Hex gains, the 40% interest and everything we talk about, that has got absolutely nada to do with new people coming in. That will happen for the people that are in Hex terms, regardless of what happens in the greater market, because that's how it's designed.
Why it's a product and not a project. And again, Hexagon, this is very, very important. Once you understand and fully master that, again, price becomes truly irrelevant because it's mathematical. Because the moment you're earning that yield that you got from the free inflation, it's literally free money. So no matter what the price is, it's literally free cash flow, free money.
Well, you have to pay in time, right? You have to pay with your time.
That's
your delayed gratification.
But Matty, I was going to pay that time anyways, so
exactly, because time doesn't stop for anybody. So that is a net.
How much does Bitcoin pay if you wait?
Yes, it becomes an opportunity cost if you're not monetizing that time. That's when you lose.
Exactly.
So, and now when we're talking about Easter eggs, to piggyback what Wells was talking about, what's going on in the background. Let's talk about the plumbing for a second, right? So not only, like you said, price action, coin like a spring, ready to explode, which you can see on the charts when we will start breaking those down, when we're talking about sideway action, RSI resetting. I'm going to talk about the DMI. Somebody mentioned that into the chat. Definitely, we're going to have that. It's going to kick some little FOMO here. We're getting almost ready. It's almost like clockwork. But more importantly, I want to talk about the stakes again. Not only the T-share rate is accelerating, because we're about to cross 19,000 very soon, but you guys did not pay attention to all the massive 5555 stakes, Dollar King. People are listening, thank God, right? And they're building their wealth. They're building. I love it, Will. Do it again. I never heard you on this voice before.
Thanks, Sandy.
We're back and forth.
Oh my God. Yo, we've been talking about this for 9 months, Kareem. We've been talking about exactly this for 9 months, yo. For 9 months.
So
and I was seeing 8-figure, 9-figure, 10, 7-figure stakes for the max. Easy.
Be in position.
No sweat.
People are locking in. I'm gonna say just this. The one important wisdom, especially now before PulseChain. This is before T-share acceleration. It's about to be more insane. Be in position. Build for the copy. Build for the copy. Build for the copy. Build for the copy. It's going to be on PulseChain. Put yourself in
We
position.
are not viral. We
Yes.
are not
Boom.
viral.
Some of the
We-
dolphins being creating right now, because Super Shot might be a little hard because you have to commit a little bit longer and a little bit bigger economic mass. But some of the dolphins are being creating right now. Those who play games, you might never be able to beat those people ever again, because they play no joke. They're positioning themselves and they're going 5-5-5. So they're basically saying, "Hey, I put my foot in the ground. I'm here. This is my position. This
They
is my
did the
crown."
math.
They did exactly. They did the math. Hey, I don't want to be poor anymore. I want to be wealthy. I don't want to be rich. I want to be with the cool clubs, the cool kids, live in a nice neighborhood. And for that, I'm willing to pay the price now so I can pay any price later. This is a cool quote. I learned that from Grant Cardone. It's so catchy. Pay the price now. So you
I
can
love
pay
that.
any
I love
price
that quote, actually.
Powerful.
And that
quote.
is who I heard it from before. Yeah, it's his quote. I don't remember hearing anybody
Oh,
else say
my
it.
Uncle
That's a
G,
great
we go
quote.
way
That's a
back
great
maybe because
quote.
of himself, but like it's just so much powerful. And another one that I like, which is related to that, it says, "Don't go."
Yeah,
for the
we'll get him.
rich
We'll get him one day. Don't
We'll
worry.
get him, right? Dude,
We'll get
I'm
him to
so busy.
divest all his
I'm
real
so
estate
busy,
for
I'm
Hex.
trying to-
Don't
yeah,
worry.
Definitely. I know it's not, man. Another quote that I love from him, it's so natural, just regular talk, right? And he just talk, I just catch the gem, and I just remember it just resonates with me. He says, "Don't go for the get rich quick scheme. Go for the get rich for sure. The for sure part.
Rich for sure, but
But literally, that's what he
Yeah,
does with the real
yeah. I've
estate.
heard him say that
He literally
before
buys the
too.
property,
Yeah.
all the thing that he does, the books, the sales, the whatever, he generates the money, selling a bunch of stuff. Then he shove it up to the property, whatever. He buys the real estate, which is like in Hex term, that's his T-shirts. So he gets the money, working hard, get paid every month, buys the T-shirt, shove it up for 15 years, 10, 15 years, whatever. And then he just let the fucking thing just ROI by itself. And he also get price appreciation. It's the same shit. He gets the cash flow, monthly, yearly, whatever. It's like an annuity, pays back the investor and himself so he can fund the next deal. And then he hold it for 10, 15 years and then watch the fucking complex 3-5x in price or whatever it might be. And then turn around and sell it to Blackstone or whoever else or bigger portfolio or go to dump it on Wall Street somewhere. But Hex does that on fucking steroid. And here's the caviar. You don't need to be as good as Uncle G about sales. All you have to do is double click. I'm like whispering to you, like, what? We talked about this weeks ago. Okay, we're being real. Some of you guys, no offense, and you know this. You never build a business in your life. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying that like this is literally your ticket. All you gotta do is double click. Let the T-shirt do the work for you. It's the best employee in the world. It's so smart. It's
So a T-shirt is a
productive.
business.
It pays you. It's a business. It's everything. It's like
it's the
5
ultimate
super smart
franchise,
guys
really.
combined, plus a team of hundreds of employees.
Yeah, you meant a T-shirt. You've just mentioned the ultimate franchise.
Yes. And compared to that real estate analogy, you're not getting like 8% to 10% annualized, which by the way is still insane because traditional market, you can't even get that to beat inflation, which is like 4 or 5%.
Yeah, you can't get that anymore. You can't get that anymore.
Yeah, and over there, like Uncle G,
And even if you
talked
could.
about 3 to 5x on the total value of the portfolio over 10 to 15 years. Dude, we do 5x in a year. Like it's a zero. Like, what are we talking about? For Hex, you can just add a zero everywhere. 4 or 5% becomes 60% or 50% if you go the long distance. And then 3 to 5x over 10, 15 years, you can add another zero beyond that. So it'd be like 50x, 60x. What are we talking about?
So, Karim, you know what? That reminds me of,
Go ahead.
can you guys hear me? I think I got cut off for a second there.
Yeah, go ahead. You say it remembers what?
Yeah, it reminds me of something you said earlier, how you got in 100x later. You know, I didn't get in until the price was 5.5 cents. So I don't know. That was like what, 1,000x later from where the low was.
Wait, you say 5.5 cents? No.
No. Half a penny. Sorry.
Yeah.
Half a penny. That's when I got in.
I made the top at 6,000 of a penny. Because the Hex low was about all time. It was like 30 and a 5,
like
6,
4.
5, right?
No, it's 4 zeros and a 5. 6, 5,
Exactly.
5.
So I got in after God.
I came in 2 zeros later. That's a lot, bro.
No, that's me. We're the same. 6,000 of a penny because I made that top. I started buying at like around 4,000 of a penny, all the way to 6,000 of a penny. Right after that big pump, that's me. And then because I just cash flow every month, I just dollar cost average in. And then the big payday dump. Oh man, that's when I had a field day. I had a field day.
That was glorious. Yeah.
Off the wazoo. I got my double
same.
on the big payday because I go 15 years, of course. And when it was like 3,000 a penny after the dump, when I was telling you, yo, I wait, right? This is the difference. You waited. I didn't. I was just loading that shit. I was like, you want to give it to me at 2,000 per penny? I will fucking take it. I will run.
Man, I wish.
Part of the problem with people really thinking of hex staking as a business is that it doesn't require any more work, right? And so psychologically, this messes with your head, and that's part of the sudden wealth syndrome, kind of, but it's also just, it's part of the hex syndrome that you get because you want to feel like you earned it, right? And so that's why you're really tempted to be trading back and forth, because then you're getting that emotional, right, that gambling feeling, but you're also getting this feeling like you earned it. So at the end of the day, you really have to work through that. You have to come to Hex Therapy on Thursdays.
There you go.
Or you don't believe you deserve it, and that's why you're trading, so you can lose it all.
Correct.
You don't get left behind.
Hey, guys, I'm sorry. I have to go. I'm actually over time on a no, not that kind of promise, unfortunately, but I have to go.
No worries.
It's been awesome, guys.
Yeah.
No worries, brother.
Coming on.
Keep it rocking, and I interrupted Maddie, so you. Yeah.
Take care.
Back to Maddie. See you guys.
Bang. Man, that was awesome. But Maddie, what you said is very important, and there's a wisdom there, because people who actually build businesses like myself, it's actually the opposite, because we know how hard it is to build a business, to talk to the people, handle the employee, whatever it might be. And in here, all you got to do is shove the money in, double click, and walk away. Are you fucking kidding me? You're not, Chris. Are you fucking kidding me? What are we talking about? And then you add the ability to delay gratification, and my favorite, attitude of gratitude. When I was as happy, real talk, when I was getting $27 a day, just as happy as now when it's 5 figures, because to me, it's like, wow, money while I sleep. That's crazy. So I start thinking about, wow, the more t-shirt I buy, I can increase this number. And that was my goal. I didn't care about price. My number game was, what do I need to buy to get to 3 digits? And then when I got to 3 digits, how many can I buy to get to 4 digits? You know what I mean? It became more expensive over time, but thank God the price appreciation make the daily payout more. And because I never sold, everything that was $27 when I calculate back then is now doing the 5 figures. So this is literally where the mindset has to shift. And this is why the only difference between me and Wells, and why there's that little shift, it's because I had a little bit more time and I did the math quicker. Because as soon as I came in, I already felt the FOMO in a good way, because I knew there was something there, and then knowing Richard and blah, blah, blah. But I want to make sure I do the full research right away, because I'm not one of those guys. I don't go half in, like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I fucking hate that thing. I'm either out or I'm all in. That's just who I am. Because when
no half measures.
Exactly. Because, you know, like if I commit, I commit. I'm a man of my word. If I say I'm going to do something, I do it. Which is why it forced me to do the due diligence all the way. This is why literally after a week, I go 555. People call me crazy. Then I go on shows and I start breaking it down for everybody to understand. So, and that's the only thing. And then by the time Wells was able to do his math, he realized, oh shit, this is real. And boom, he turned the switch.
Yeah.
Now,
it's
some
crazy.
of you guys watching, you're very lucky because you don't have to do the math, because we already fucking did the math. You literally gotta watch the fucking thing. But then again, that's the wisdom too.
Yeah.
That is your homework. That is what makes you the money.
100%.
You don't watch the fucking stream. You don't get it. Then you ask stupid questions, which are not stupid because they are good, valid questions, but you're not getting the answer, which is why you're getting stuck. And then you don't understand.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you never built a business before, so you don't understand some of those notions, which means your learning curve is greater than the average person that knows business, because you have to learn all those terminology and all this other thing to understand what cash flow is and blah, blah, blah. So the sooner you learn, the better you will be. And we have people in this chat, that's the thing I'm the most proud about, that knew nothing about business, nothing about trading, nothing about whatever. And now they're like expert. All they did is they literally sticked around. They worked hard. They watched the stream. Some of them watch our streams 4 or 5 times. We're talking 5-hour streams. That's how committed they are. But now they're millionaires. So one way or another, the tuition will be paid, right? in losing money, for those who understand and lost money, now they want to just chill because they know the power is taking, or in sweat equity, people that just like, hey, thank God I haven't been rec trading, but I still don't understand. So let me go learn and pay in nature, sweat equity instead of paying in dollars. But one way or another, you must pay the price in one way or another. Just choose the currency. Be smart. Sweat equity is cheaper. Trust me.
Hell yeah. Sure is. And sometimes it's actually better because it better positions you for when you do obtain actual capital, from being involved in something that does yield an equitable benefit, right? Because that's what it's about. And it's the funny thing, right? Like exactly what Karim was saying. It took me a while to figure it out because to me, I was just looking for the next Bitcoin trade. So when I found Hex, I didn't really understand the state. Like to me, staking was new. I wasn't a part of the EOS movement like he was. Like he already had a leg up on me in terms of understanding Hex. I had to figure that shit out from scratch. So that's why it took me a couple months to really wrap my head around what I needed to do in order to achieve my target, right? And for me, my target was becoming a billionaire. So that's why my staking duration is what it is. I have no worries. Exactly. I know what the mission is. My mission is to build generational wealth, nothing more. That's it, right? So once I figured that out, that's it. Once I figured that out, man, that little short stake I had, that shit went straight all the way out. 15 years, no questions asked. No questions asked. But here's a cool thing. And then I'll let you go, Karim, because it's so powerful. It's hard to not want to talk. Like because this shit is beautiful, man. It's beautiful because we've found a way to replicate what we've been trying to find for so long and not have to bust our back doing it like our parents did. It's crazy. Powerful. It's powerful.
And then you add the gratitude on top of that. When you see this thing, you're like, it makes no sense. Like it does. It's like I'm at the point where it's like I look at it like when I was 21 and I first started to 19, when I started to do like my door-to-door work. What I'm getting paid every day today is what took me 2 years to get. Just let that sink in. Damn. Well, let me preface for the people to understand. And by the way, I was still very grateful back then. I was just so happy to be there. Like the story.
Be able to get it, right?
I was just here, man. I finally became a permanent resident. I can work, I can help my dad pay some bills, whatever. I'll never forget. First year I made like anywhere between 19 with my bonus, maybe like $23,000, something like that. Whole year. And I was so happy because I was door to door. Like imagine waking up super early, no cars, you have to take public transportation.
Been there, bro.
Then you got to be with somebody else because they put you in a group. Then you're getting dropped off in the middle of a street. Then you got to knock doors for 8 hours straight. 8 hours, no rest, no nothing, no whatever. Just walking average of probably 10 miles per day, knocking 300 to 350 doors. You're going to probably talk to about 30 to 50 people if you're lucky. You're going to have conversation maybe with like 10. And then 3 to 5 is going to give you a shot. And then you'll be lucky if you close one. And
I hated that
home, shit. You're so tired, you barely just eat and then you just fall asleep. But I was just so happy to be there, right? And I practiced my English too. But the point of the matter is, I did what I had to do. It paid the bills at the time. I was a student, so to me, I felt I was rich, right? Never made that kind of money before. And by the way, 10 years ago, that $20,000 like felt like you were something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because some of my other bills were paid thanks to the school. Thank God, my dad. But my point is, I was just grateful to be there. But the hours, the dedication, the work, and then now, today, I look at it and I look back, and every day I'm getting that like times 2 year plus. That's insane. That's the level of gratitude. I mean, people here sitting talking about price, not understanding that it's all about the stake and the reward that you're getting for just being a man or woman of your word, standing still, allowed to delay gratification. It feels weird because you never fucking done it before. It feels weird because you were broke before. That's why it's something you cannot experience or feels unusual because you never were in that category to begin with. That's why you see wealthy people, they don't stress. They don't so rush to go get a job. They look at businesses. They look at ideas because they know the money will come. It's just different, like chill, relax. It's like even when you want to talk to the ladies, like relax, like, you know, abundant mindset. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to be rude, but just chill. Like, just have a conversation. Understand what's going on. Because that's what's going to separate you from everybody else. That's what's going to make you realize the opportunity that you have. Then you add the business mindset, you add the gratitude of being here and all the daily PR, whatever. That's why I cannot buy anything else. I'm just adding to my stack, building more wealth, and having my freedom back so I can just hang out with my friends, travel the world, meet more people, and help other people get themselves free. It's literally that simple. But you got to spend the time to learn and understand what you own. So once you do it,
That's the hard part.
ultimately, like Wells figured out too, is you have absolute certainty. And when you take that 15-year stake, it's like a no-brainer to you. And you feel at peace, at ease. You're not stressed out because you've done the math and you understand what you own.
Thank you for the
100%.
100 hex super chat, Mr. Sojourner. Yankees
There you
about to
go.
lose, and I'm about to buy more hex. Jackpot, Whales.
Yeah, I was talking shit to him on Twitter earlier. You know that never-ending Yankees Boston beef, right?
Yeah, right. As you should.
Oh, man.
Keeping the fun going. You know, I mean, they need some
That's
stimulation to win the games.
That's
you know
it.
what I mean? If there's no beef, everybody's friend, and it's like, all right, why are we even here playing?
Who cares?
As long as it's civil, you know what I mean?
That's it. That's it. Yeah, it's always civil, but civil from a New York and Boston perspective is a little different for everybody else.
Especially if you throw some alcohol in the mix, then you know.
Yeah, it's a whole
might get a little hazy out there, you know.
Yeah. So, you know, when you sit here and you hear everything we've been saying, you know, it's important to understand that all of this information that we're, you know, relaying to you guys it's been proven throughout time to be true. You know, none of this stuff is opinionated. This is what works. And then on top of that, when you look at when we're talking about Hex itself, the information is again relayed upon data, verifiable information, anything that you can replicate and prove to be true as well. So this is important to realize. Nobody here is giving their opinion. They're actually giving you what's true. So please understand that. And let's see what this question is here so we can talk about that.
Yeah, let's still do some questions.
If P-Hex's main trading pair is PLS, as in PX, PLS, and PLS goes up by a lot, it should mean that the price of P-Hex will benefit as they are tied together. Yep, pretty much.
Hud's law, you name it right. Yeah, which we also call bounding liquidity.
Yeah, it's just bounded by liquidity. I mean, I don't know about this whole law scenario because that's like basic market shit. You know, that's always been the case, regardless.
If you recall from the reference, that's why I go with your
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
it's just how markets work.
It's like Wells, it's basic market stuff, but for the average person,
yeah, it's just basic market stuff.
But to stay Quant gang efficient, it's the role of bounding liquidity because the price of one thing is delimited in the price of the other thing, which is a ratio. This is why we're telling people from the beginning, ditch that fucking Ethereum because as it goes up, you will automatically benefit from it on the Hex pair because if Hex goes up and our ratio to Ethereum stays the same, this is why it's going to pump. That's why right now, this sideways action, don't get it twisted because it's literally ready to explode. Because as it goes sideways, RSR, sort of stuff are cooling off, but also the Hex ETH pair is trending back down to that long-term support, ready to pop. And when it pops again, once you hit that low value to go again, and the price stays where it is, we can easily, literally double because it moves as a function of a square. So if they get a 10%, we get a 20%. If they get a 20%, we get a 40%. So that's why I never stress. Hex can do one candle, 10%. Bitcoin takes a fucking week or a month, narrative, bullshit, lies, all kinds of streamers talking shit to barely get a 5% move. How funny is that? We get that in a candle. This is why you should not be trying to pick up pennies from a freight train for the 5-10% because literally one green candle can leave you behind. And you're being so dangerous right now, gambling, because at any point you could end up being that guy that literally buy the top and sell the bottom because the emotion it only takes literally a candle. It only takes an hour or so. You sold, you thought the price was doing whatever, and it does the opposite of what you thought. And then that's it. You get left behind.
Those last two comments, Bach, this comment and the one from Kyler, powerful, important.
Yeah.
Please digest them.
Work smarter, not harder.
100%. 100%. That's the only way I live. I think lazy. Now,
Absolutely.
this is coming from me, right?
No, you're
this
right.
is
Hey,
important.
listen. They're some of the laziest people, the smartest people, because it's called being efficient. I'm actually
Thinking lazy. Correct.
And because I'm secretly lazy, that's why I work so hard. Let me say it again.
Correct. But that's it. That's the whole thing, right? You're finding ways to maximize your time. That's what thinking lazy is. So it's not actually being lazy. It's
my
thinking
optimization
lazy.
is at the next level.
Correct.
Even when, for example, when we were in Ukraine, right? Oh yeah, people say all the fun, the this, that, lifestyle. Yeah, that's cool. But I was actually optimizing time. I met a bunch of billionaires. I met a bunch of other investors. I learned about the place. I learned about the real estate. And at the same time, building network. I was having fun with my friend, having the time of my life in a new place that I've never been because I love to travel. I love to go to new places. And I managed to do all of that literally in symbiosis. That's what optimization is. Not be like, oh, this is just work, or oh, this is just fun and I can't mix the two. Says who? You create your own roles. That's the beauty
We
of
do.
being
All of us just did, and we weren't even financially free when we did it. So you choose the life you want and you go ahead and live it. That's what Hex gives you the ability to do, is just finding it. You know, you have to look for it.
And this is
you got to
what
be willing to look for it
effectively is about, because you begin with the end in mind. This is why my staking strategy was done based on, I was already expecting the price to be $1 plus. And by the way, that was literally hundreds of X's before it happened, because I knew it will happen. I did not have to worry about timing the market because I'm not a trader. I just knew in this time frame, which was my 15-year stake, I know for a fact with absolute certainty in my gut that the price will be $1 plus. Therefore, when I make the strategy and I make the delayed gratification, I'm already calculating based on future valuation. And at the next level, I can calculate what the daily payout is going to be, what the T-share rate is going to be. We can derive all of that. And you can go back to one of the earliest stream of Coin Gang. Me, Wells, and Maddie were joking about future daily payout, future price of T-shares. Just when it gets this, it's going to be this and that. And you can go see all of that. So when it happens, we're not shocked, we're not surprised, because we literally expected it to happen because we did the calculation based on that. This is why the wealth syndrome doesn't kind of really hit us so hard, because we expect it to get there to the point where if it doesn't, we'll be disappointed, because we're like, dude, that's why next we get a 2x move. We just like, all right, yeah, we knew it will happen.
Another one.
Exactly. DG Khaled, another one. By December, if we 2x again, I'll be like, yeah, another one. Of course, we knew it would be there. Like, it just, that's where the no-brainer comes in, which is why it's very important. I want to answer this question in the chat here that was before, because there's a couple of good questions.
Oh, I was gonna say something. So it's like, yeah, I wasn't financially free, right, when I started buying Hex, and I had to work for it too. I mean, I had to delay gratification on another level, right? Because I was working in a community mental health clinic, purposefully not making as much as I could, but putting in more hours than anybody else, not even taking a lunch break, right? Because
I do the same.
It gave me energy. It gave me energy to help other people. And at the same time, I did want to make as much money as I could so I could invest into crypto. I delayed a trip around the world, and I ended up, compromising with myself, taking a trip to Brazil with like credit card miles, right? And staying in a hostel for $30 a night, right? And just saving every penny I could, right? Not eating out, right? All these things that we do. And so now I can be financially free thanks to Hex, but also thanks to my past self. So thank you, past Maddie. You rock. Good job. Good job waiting. Good job being patient. Good job saving. Future/present me, we're way better off. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well said. And this goes back to one of my favorite quotes. Hexagon, I told you all the time. Stay broke, not poor. Very important.
Boom.
Richard said it all the time too. You know what I mean? The hater lose their money. We just enjoy watching the video and the flex, so we don't have to spend our money, and then we can just continue to build wealth. Because this is also a message to tell you, if you delay gratification long enough, you can get that too. The idea is get the thing that you want without sacrificing the money printer. This is why the bigger purchase should be at least bare minimum, less than 10% of your net worth. If you can even get it to be 5% or less, it's awesome. If you can be in that quadrant, like I said about earlier, or the person that invests 90% and only spend the rest, which is 10% or whatever, you will always build wealth and you will always be financially free. So you can afford more things that you thought were even possible. And Hex allow you to even accelerate that process. But this is literally what it is in life, which is very, very important. So I need you guys to constantly remember that. So it's possible. We're living proof of it. You can do it too, but you got to spend the time in the market, which is why it's very, very important. So shout out to Maddie, Wells, and everybody else that does gratifications like we do. Crypto journeyman.
Yeah, I want to talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah, the Pulse thing, Richard said it perfectly. We're going to forcefully start at zero. Again, there's tax reason application for that, for the for Pulse, for Hex as well, because, you know, it's like an airdrop. You got to get something that's valueless. And then after that, for it's going to start, you know, catching price. Whoever first did that transaction, the first swap's going to create the price, and the price is going to go from there. But it's going to start at zero. Now, there's a couple, you know, suspicions, which to me makes sense, suggestions. It could just launch and you don't even know about it. I'm like, hey, kind of like, I mean, it's going to be very rare because there's all people eyeballing codes left and right, like kind of the test net. As soon as somebody heard something or see a repo move, they're going to be like, hey, it's on. But ideally, it's going to start at zero. Probably let it trade at zero for free or just swapping the coins around. And then the liquidity gets added to create the pair. And then we're off to the races. But it's going to start at zero for legal reasons. So that answers that questions. And then what else?
Check it out. Let's talk about Richard's delayed gratification. I got to harp on this because I'm tired of hearing people say Richard is spending Hex or ETH or whatever the fuck. All right, let's go back to when he was mining Bitcoin blocks at 50 a clip for the reward. Okay, let's talk about some math. Okay, because it's time to educate people with respect to what delayed gratification is all about. Now, let's assume that he was only getting 150 BTC reward a day. Clearly, that's probably not true because back then it was
30 minutes
free for all, and nobody was doing this shit.
That's only 30 minutes worth of rewards.
Because I got some math. Yeah. All right. And I got some math for you. So hold on. Because we're just going to operate based on the assumption that he only did 150 BTC block a day. Just one. And we're only going to assume he did it for 1 year. Okay? Because we got to remember, he was already rich when he started doing this. He didn't.
Broke. Which is not true.
Correct.
Making a joke. That he broke, but he never bought any, right? That he just mined.
Correct. He just mined it. That's right. He only mined it, right? So let's assume. Yeah. So we're assuming he only mined 150 BTC block in rewards a day. And let's assume he only did it for 1 day. That yields 18,500 or 18,250 BTC in one. Okay, that's 50 times 165 days because no stopping Bitcoin market. It's 24/7. So now let's multiply it by the current hex price at $50,000. Would you guys like to know how many dollars that is? That's 912. That's $912.5 million. So that's $1 billion. So he can fucking buy a Ferrari and slap a fucking sticker on that bitch if he wants to. He's earned it.
He's delayed fucking gratification.
And this was over 10 years ago. And this was over 10 years ago. So there's the answer to where all this money is coming from as far as him buying whatever he wants. He earned it because he fucking mined it. So if you don't know what you're talking about, this is when you got to just shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. Right. And when we see all these haters talking about, well, where'd the ETH go? Where'd the Bitcoin go? Where'd he fucking get all this crap to buy all this shit that he's buying from? Well, that's from where? That's from where? So you're welcome. Dumbasses. Maybe you'll do some math next time.
And a lot of those people, once again, they're just projecting because if the row were reversed, oh my fucking God, they'll be the first one to dump the fucking 100%. Price. They don't even know.
That shit would have never got. They would have never saw 10,000 with a single Bitcoin.
What do we see? Hexicans are burning money trying to buy the latest cars and buying bullshit clothing and stuff like that. I mean, which is great for them, right? Because we literally in Hex we can celebrate people sacrificing their Hex at 40 cents, right? you are sacrificing your hex if you sell hex at 40 cents. And then the next guy gets to get in and do his 1000x, right? So literally,
true. So true.
You know, people who are mimicking Richard, right? People who are spending lots of money buying $1,000 pants, $1,000 shirts, like we can celebrate them, but at the same time, that's the next guy's opportunity. So
correct.
Just remember that.
Yeah. And again, it's a function of timing system and delay gratification. Because also, to be fair, some of those hexicans, they've been following Richard for 3, 4, 5 years. They also paid the tuition. They were day one. They deal with the bullshit. They deal with the FUD. They were in the chat answering questions, blah, blah, and blah. So when you see them flex, you got to understand. They call OG for a reason. Some people are true OG pre-launch. And they have, make no fucking mistake, they got their fucking t-shirt preservation set, okay? Let me remind you guys, if you don't know.
They're not spending anything.
99 super sharks out there, okay? Maybe, again, it's not bots, okay? Like, I'm only one person. So even in the high level dolphin, listen, if you delay gratification long enough, if you also have work, have retirement account, and you were semi-wealthy even before outside crypto, and you know how to manage money, you have good credit, I mean, shit, you can buy a nice car. I have a nice car that I bought before fucking crypto. You know what I mean? The secret is, like Well's been saying, is how you acquire it, how you delay gratification. My secret was when I could afford it, my definition of affording was I had to wait 3 more years because I could buy it. Because they'll put you in a car, dude. If you have decent enough credit, shit, they'll put you in a car for almost no money down. You can buy a $150,000 car and then only put 10 grand down. In some crazy cases, they'll literally almost give you no money down because they don't care. They'll just get you with the monthly payment and the higher interest. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to have at least 50+% down, lower the stuff, so I can just pay the monthly thing and not have to worry about it. Now the car's almost paid off, literally on its way out, probably at the end of the year. So it's just a matter of how you acquire the asset and how you do the thing. The problem is when people barely got in here like a month or two, maybe you got your first 3 to 5x, which is good, don't get me wrong, and then you start to floss like you've been here since day one. No, that's
just
dumb.
a start.
Because you're sacrificing yourself. You're not understanding that you think you're playing, but you're the one getting played. Because some of the OGs or people that really delay gratification, make no mistake, they're doing the 90-10, like I said. It's just you need to understand that their 10% is massive. Like I can buy niggas, it's gonna be like a fraction of percentage of my portfolio. It's nothing.
And how many 70% dips in hex have you been through, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
How much FUD waves have you been
Yeah.
So it's a combination of all those things combined. So keep that in mind. And
so be thankful that Richard is spending money getting OGs to do the same so you can get hex at cheaper prices and to repel people who don't get it yet.
And
if you're talking about Richard spending, spending money, rug pulling, whatever you want to call it, like if you're talking about that, you don't deserve to be in hex.
Because you don't understand it. Yeah. And here's a funny thing. I can almost guarantee that most of if he sells crypto, it's not going to be hex because he has so much more of the other stuff, which he will easily
That's exactly why I went over that.
He knows it's going to 10K.
Exactly.
I mean,
he doesn't sell any hex.
And by the way, if you freaking loaded,
it doesn't have to sell anything.
Listen, if you're freaking loaded and you understand chart the way Richard does, the way we understand chart too, listen, if you don't day trade, you just do a nice swing trade, you dump that shit at 60+K and you just buy it back at 29K, like we have experienced, like we literally told people to do, right? Well, we literally fucking told them to do it, and you already have millions of dollars. You understand that in one swing trade, not day trade, you literally make millions of dollars. Millions! So you can buy back the same amount of coin that you had at 65 fucking K and double your stack and then blow the whole half and still be good. That's another skill too. And he builds a coin that's all about delay gratification. You think that's the coin he's gonna sell? Like, how stupid are you? Like, seriously.
He has tens of billions of dollars.
Seriously.
The man has tens of billions of dollars, and he spent only $1 million on watches, which is literally a symbol for time.
Yeah, exactly.
He's signaling about hex. Thank you to Hex.
He's trolling everybody, and they don't even realize.
Exactly. Thank you. That's the term I was looking for.
And those
Hexkoshi,
watch,
thank
by the
you
way-
for the $369 super chat. Thanks so
Yes.
much, Quant Gang, for all you do. And then he's linking to the Twitter. I've reposted it.
Respect
That
for that.
says, does
Nice.
Hex have the best of everything? Best chart, best founder,
Yeah, I saw that. I
best
liked it.
memes,
Great
and
fun.
best community. Bang, bang.
Yeah, that was a great
Bang.
tweet, man.
Shout out to
That's
Hexkoshi.
everything. And shout out to
Great
Freddie
dude.
Quotes too on that new FutureUs eulogy.
Yo,
That shit is so
we're in
hard,
the
man.
video. We're in the video. It's so
That
good.
shit is so hard. If you haven't seen it, yo, we should do the outro for that. Or let's play it.
see
Yeah,
it?
we should.
Yeah.
can
We should play
now.
it, man. Yeah, we can
I've
play.
got
Let's
it
play it.
queued
Fuck it.
already. I
Play
got
Let's
it,
do it,
yeah.
then.
Oh,
You were
can
ready.
do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'll be
It's
vibing
awesome. I
again.
love that song. I don't even like
I
that.
got to play in my car
but
since I got
it's
back
appropriate.
today. Like we did it again when I
It's
was
a very
chilling with
good song.
when we were in DC. We're doing pregame like that with Super Hex and Maddie in the car, and it was awesome.
But
Man,
Vegas is gonna be so great.
Mhm.
Great.
it is.
Rolling.
Really, Hex is having a negative impact on is confidence. And this confirms your scam. That this is a
So
this
if people
is
exchange their
mind, pump and dump bullshit that I thought were. The only thing I'm amazed about, and the thing I'll give you a bit of credit for, that is if you found enough morons.
The rise of smart contracts has actually led to a variety of much more sophisticated looking Ponzi and pyramid schemes.
Scam is called
Back.
percent interest. I've been seeing a ton of comments asking my thoughts on Hex, and I do agree. It is bullshit. It is trash. It is a scam.
Sorry, Rich, this is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, I'm through with waiting. I lost my fucking patience. Excuse my language, these FutureUs have got me nauseated. While they continue hating, their ignorance is blatant. We keep setting record highs cause we ain't fucking playing. I could name names, but they'll remain nameless. Why give shine to a bunch of dudes that made arrangements to boost views and followers through their paid engagement? 200,000 fans with 5 likes, they're fake famous. You think you sound smart? We're fucking sick of you. Keep on using big words, pretending that you're critical. Pay attention and be careful what they feeding you. Fake gurus keep feeding you shit on social media. You know you telling lies, but you still do it. Afraid to go against the grain because you'll lose affluence. The truth is, all you care about is views, and while you're YouTubing, your viewers will listen because they're too stupid. And the ones who made you, expecting you to stay true and do what's in their best interest because they join your paid group. They do whatever you say just to make gains, but it's too big a risk to pick up pennies from the freight trains. We ain't gonna listen, so fuck your kook opinion. A bunch of villains getting murdered from the old dominion. I told you motherfuckers pay attention, we was winning, but now your time is up. For me, this is just the beginning. And now my only mission, to break the algorithm and take control and show the rest of crypto what they're missing. Already made my riches, so now the rest should listen. Sit down, bitches, it's time to review your definitions. You missed the boat, you shit the bed. You fucking retarded comparing Hex to Bitcoin. Didn't do your homework and now you're awestruck. One was vaporware, but Hex is a finished product. Stop it, drop it, just admit that you flop, bitch. Freddie Quotes is back on my shut him down, open up shop shit. Don't give a fuck about your feelings if you got hit. I'm going all in, I'm thinking you should go to nomics. Why don't you step down, make way for the new kids? We on the block, Richard Hawks on some new shit. Bought my mom a new car, you riding in your mom's whip. $1 million crib, I can show you how to floss, bitch. Before I even started, already knew we won. You get the unfiltered truth, cause I don't need the front. Subscribe below because I need to buy food for my son. I don't need to rap, bitch, I do this for fun. We be setting record highs, you gon' run and hide, promoting lies, completely miss the magic carpet ride. Mad that you broke and we all got rich. I done cashed out mega millions, jackpot, bitch. We follow Richard to the promised land, you still follow promise coins, buying earmuffs to block out all the noise. Pulse about to blow, you should sit tight. Only Richard, you likes getting crammed down your windpipe. Never been hacked, never down for a second. No matter how hard these furu clowns try to affect it. Never have to question if I said it, just respect it. We're effective, Hex is here to stay, I think you get the message. And CMC can gatekeep, we don't give a fuck. And goes to Hex hating bitch, they can lick our nuts. And to the rest of these bitch hoes that tiptoe, I'ma continue to rip throats. Freddie Quotes, the best rapper in crypto.
That shit goes so hard, boy. That's a wake up song, by the way. That's a wake up song right there, bro.
Oh my goodness! And then if you're turning up that in your car with a good bass sound system,
forget about it. You're shutting the block down.
Hey, I might get another video for you guys. I got inspired. Get ready. One of the Tesla videos. Get ready. Oh, really?
I love the ending. No furus were harmed during the filming.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish it wasn't true, but it is.
Oh, he attacked us. Yeah, no, we'll put the disclaimer so you know.
Shout out to Freddie. He's in the chat.
Fuck yeah.
Word. Shout out to Freddie. Shit go hard, bro.
The best rapper.
One next rap.
That's a fact.
One next rap, bro.
I love how the worst thing people can say about this is like, oh, like, you know, the sound isn't right or something. Like, you're missing the point. First of all, the sound is perfect. Second of all, you're missing the point. Third of all, that's all you can say. We're attacking the entire crypto industry, and all you can focus on is like some sound engineering shit. Like, yo, listen to the lyrics, share the song, and like start looking at the bigger picture is all I can really say to that.
Fix your headphones. Watch it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Or that.
We literally posting the link right here. So you can see 20,000 views in 3 days. So that's lit, especially for crypto.
Out of nowhere. He don't stream. He doesn't do anything. So clearly the song is catching on.
Real views, no paid.
Pay attention, guys.
You understand.
And that's another thing, Karim. You're right. Like,
real people.
These are not paid views.
Mm-hmm. None of it is fake. We all just.
We don't need it.
Yeah, we don't need it.
People don't get that.
Real engagement, no fake
and we don't want it.
And we don't we don't want it. We don't want to spend our money. It's money wasted, not well spent. I'll rather.
The price of Hex, of Hex went up 60x when we doubled the amount of people from 25,000 to 50,000. Okay, so it doesn't take much, right? Hex is pre-viral. Thank your lucky stars. That's all I can say.
But yeah, it was 13x. But yeah, but on the next one will be
13x.
Yeah, for the doubling from the 25k to 50k, 13x. The 60x is from when we started Quant Gang, 7,000 for penny to where we are now. But literally on the next doubling, it's tracking to be $3 to $5 Hex right on cue, which is 65,000 plus right now. So.
I would love to know how many people FOMO'd on day one. That's a stat I don't know.
I know it was over 21,000 each. So
I might be. Yeah, I know you kind of asked me that. I think I have that count. I just got to go into my data to check. So tomorrow I'll try to get that number for you, Maddie.
That'd be really cool. Yeah, because that's a number that will like go down in history. Like that's the starting point of adoption, and then it's all
as we were talking about the doubling and all, and like the amount of stakers that came in, holders. Like I'm gonna do some math to kind of give us a little future view of what it could look like. I got some ideas working in the brain now.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
At the same time, I think that the Furus will be harmed by this.
That's the goal. I mean, if not by Freddie, then better be harmed by me, but they better be harmed by somebody.
They hurt themselves.
Maddie, you reap what you sow. That's it.
100%.
The truth catch up to you. You can't just get people back over and over and
you guys want to know something? Let me tell you guys why I came up with this term Furu. You know, I don't know if I made it up or not, but I've been saying it for years. And the reason why is because people are so fucking hell-bent on these fucking fake-ass, faggot-ass experts. There is no such thing. All these motherfuckers you see on TV, they're actors. They're paid to sit there and tell you some bullshit.
That fucking good. Why would they have to pay for a service? Why they don't see like us and give the content for free? Huh? Why?
Period.
Like, no.
I don't see any billionaires just giving away information that's valuable. But you know what's funny? At the same time, the people that don't value it are the ones that get left behind. So it actually works out just fine. That's the reality.
Because it's another thing when it's like, hey, again, I'm gonna use the Uncle G analogy, right? You got the channel, you got the thing for awareness, getting people, you give them a little nugget, whatever, and then you got the little I don't know, paid course section, whatever, like when you go above and beyond extra value, seminar, this, that, I get it. But those fucking furus, man, they just fucking wake up and they just shield the next coin that they probably even heard about last week. Somebody just mentioned it, or this shit.
If not last night.
They're gonna come up they're gonna come up with a fake ass analysis that doesn't even last fucking couple hours, doesn't even stand the test of time.
Or that, yeah.
And when you really think about it, it has no real base, just all speculation, nonsense, no math behind it, no fundamental value, just he said, she said. And then on the next week, they got amnesia and they're talking to the next fucking thing. So it's like, wait a minute, what happened to that one coin? Like literally, the lady that onboarded in Ukraine that's new to crypto, even she picked up on that because she lives in the real world. Like, wait a minute, why is there so many coins? Why is there you bounce here for that? Like, they were all just great. And you can see the genuine in her eyes asking the question because it doesn't make sense. And I smile and I laugh. I say, you're right. It doesn't make sense. That's why I'm going to avoid you, all this garbage. And you're going to focus over here so you can build wealth. It makes it less stressful for you. You know what to buy. You know what's going on. And you know what you're building. So you can build to last. And you're not going to like be paranoid like, oh, I don't have enough money or this or that. You can literally just, buy your own rhythm. Every week, every couple weeks, I might give her a little boost, but the point of the matter is she understood the value of daily gratification. That's the key.
Oh man, too funny, man. I mean, look, I know when I came on the scene, it was like, who the fuck is this guy? Who cares, right? And it's time, right? Just like time proved to us that Hex is everything. You guys gave me the time to show you that what I was saying was valid. Right. And it's like, how often can you take a real scientific method and replicate it? And the fact of the matter is that you can do it every day. The question is, do you recognize it? Right. This is why we can sit up here and talk about everything, not just Hex, as it, whether it's true or not. Right. Everything. And you guys know I go all kind of places with what I talk about because everything is relevant. Everything is relevant. And I speak with authority. It's all tied together. There's a reason crypto exists. Oh, you want to play it again? Oh, I don't mind hearing it again.
I just want to look at their faces. The liars.
The furrows.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of them. There's a whole lot of them out there. I mean, we still see them, right? I mean, unfortunately, RH went on a Furu show last week. I mean, this clown didn't even know Hex was an ERC20.
Yeah,
literally did not know.
Yeah, right. She's such a liar.
Yeah, and that's a lie.
She gave herself away. She gave herself away.
Dude, I have the communication. I no, you don't go play that game with me. Fuck that. Nope.
So I'm sorry, I got cut out. So I thought she was telling the truth. To me, she don't know shit. So not a surprise.
Well, and that's a lie.
But maybe she is lying.
Then it doesn't
maybe
matter
she is lying. I don't know.
Because if she doesn't know that the number 3 cryptocurrency is an ERC20, then she can get out too, right?
Yeah. No, it's Maddie.
It doesn't make any sense.
Opinion. That's a fact. It's a straight up
lie.
It does. I talked to her before specifically. Somebody was even trying to.
Oh, well, she's gonna work her way out. Don't worry.
Because Richard was busy, and
she was on the show with Nerd Girl.
Time of day, even for Richard acting like this, that.
Good boy show.
And then she played the controversy game where it's like, all my cool friends are not saying good thing about it, so I can't think for myself. And more importantly, you're talking shit about something you don't even understand. And you're trying to call it a scam when you're the one promoting scams out there, like the audacities.
Yeah.
Boom.
And now, because the narrative is shifting and your face wasn't on the Furu video, so you think you're going to dodge the bullet and play stupid and act like you didn't know, oh, is it a this, is it a that? No, fuck that. I have the fucking thing here.
Yeah, she just wasn't important enough of a Furu to talk about. That's all.
Be petty,
we forget
but
nothing.
If you're trying to play amnesia,
everything is cataloged.
We're going to bring the receipts real fast.
It's not about being petty, bro. It's about the facts. It's about the facts. And the fact of the matter is she's been getting people wrecked ever since she came on the scene. Period. That's why she's still trying to find the next fucking good coin. She's a fucking lame, just like the rest of the Furus, bro. Period.
I called her out
not
on
even a
Hex
debate.
Therapy.
That's a fact.
I called her out on Hex Therapy this last week.
Yeah.
She also.
I mean, look.
She uses.
I did a whole stream calling out. Oh, what?
She always does that.
No, go ahead.
Oh,
I didn't know.
I'm a mother, like blah blah. Like that's the same thing that dude did. That Richard called out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he was using his kids as like a human shield, and it makes me sick when people do that. That's so scummy.
It's disgusting. That's disgusting. You either have integrity or you don't.
My point is this: you're entitled to do whatever you want and say whatever you want, but understand that the moment you say whatever you want, about either,
Consequences.
let's say, me or my, what I believe or what I focus on or my crypto or whatever it might be, the moment you do that, which is fine, you need to understand that you're also entitled to the consequence that comes with that. Because once you do that, now I'm also allowed to say whatever I want and to
100%.
check you out. And I will bring my receipts too. So we can do the back and forth and we'll see who looks stupid in the end. See, because that's the thing. That's what ultimate free speech is about. You can say whatever you want, but understand that it comes with consequences too. And if you want to look stupid, we're going to help you get there.
100%.
You understand that you brought that on yourself. We were just chilling, passive, cool. Again, my favorite term, right? We're not nice, we're kind. We got the love. There's many people that came in, had no clue, but they came correct. And today they're millionaire. They're chilling. I onboard those people every week. Like, we're just having a great time. They ask their tough question, but you can see the genuine, like, I want to know, this is bothering me. Please help me understand so I can put this to bed and move on. So you see, there's no, like, we're not playing games here. There's no, like, egotistical situation. There's no passive aggression. There's no all this bullshit that we have to deal with, because our time is also valuable. We could be helping somebody else. We're choosing to help you. The least you could do is to come correct. The least you could do is have your question handy so we can have a productive conversation. It's like when you speak to people and then you watch them taking notes.
Yo, the least you can do is be professional.
Well,
that's the least you can do.
That's exactly
right. Like, how do you claim to be a professional? Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
No, because if not, then my what I said, my boiling start to go up, my room temperature start to rise, because now we're going into the disrespect zone. Because, like, so wait a minute, am I wasting my time here? Is my time not valuable? Are you gonna be disrespectful like this and act like this didn't happen? Like, no. This is where it's important, because again, you command respect, you know what I mean? Because some people, they'll just walk
100%.
over you. They'll just be like, hey, whatever. No. You get what you give, and you give what you get. That's how it goes. Two-way street. I give you respect. I expect respect in return. That said, the moment you do the opposite and you're being disrespectful, then you're going to get checked. Because maybe
we have a challenge.
You learn that, but hey.
Hex19, thank you for the $100 super chat. And the challenge. I'm challenging any furus, non-hexicans, hedge funders, HFC traders, traditional multi-billionaires to put in new money and replace any top 50 positions of the Staker Leagues. Lots of luck. Thanks, guys, for the great stream. You know the reason that challenge is so strong? Because you can't buy your way to being a shark because there's not enough liquidity. So you're going to have to try to fund the price. It's going to be pretty hard with so many people who believe.
They're
it's going to be pretty hard
anytime soon.
With the Staker Leagues. The average Staker user, how long are they staking? Longer than average.
Oh, dude, it's like 10 plus years. If we remove that, if we just focus on Staker, it's gangster. I've seen the data. It's savage. It's something that it's like it's not normal. That's why the chart is doing things that the average person or the trader cannot comprehend, because he's still in that degen mindset, drug addiction, trading this to trading that, and what's up with signal. Like Bitcoin goes sideways for like a week or two, they start to call it a stable coin, and they start trolling hard on Twitter because they have nothing else to do with their life. You know what I mean? Because they don't have any life. They're looking for the next dopamine hit. And this is why also Wells' last stream was so important, because there's some people that don't know how to live without the internet. Me, I'm laughing because, like, I grew up without internet in the beginning, and I have a real life. I have hobbies. I got friends. I got things that I can do. There's so much shit that I can do outside the internet.
I read
but some
shit.
people, sadly, they don't have. So if this thing were to be cut off, man, they'll freak out.
They'll be fucked.
It's
in a major way. Psychologically, right? Because this is why Hex is so important. It teaches you that you have time. And when you have time, you have variability, optionality. It gives you the ability to determine what, it's very hard for people to naturally determine what. It's very easy to just be told what. And, that's what Hexicans don't want. We don't want you telling us shit. In fact, we want to own time. And this is why we own Hex. With Hex, you own time through T-shares. Simple.
Yep. And that's the beauty of the code and the long-term stake. Let's say there will be a blackout, this or that, and the third. Number one, we're unaffected. And number two, technically speaking, you only need that electricity, that connectivity the day the stake ends. Like real talk. You can be like a gas for like years, and it comes back.
Matter.
Oh, right on cue for the end state. That's it. By the time I end state, my biggest thing, I'm telling you, crypto is going to be so mainstream, we won't be going back to fiat. I'm telling you that right now. And by the way, that was in my calculation too. So it would just be crypto.
What are
100%.
What are people even like? I hear these like rumblings because I haven't listened to the news in like months and months and months, and then I hear shit, and it literally like it blows my mind. Like, what are you talking about? They're gonna do non-realized capital gains. What are you talking about? They're gonna turn off the power. Like, what the? It sounds so ridiculous, right?
Right? Until it happens.
Clearly.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
But that's the funny thing.
Happen?
This is why. Yeah, but this is the thing, man. It sounds implausible, right? It sounds implausible, and the thing about it is that people are so used to sitting by the wayside and letting shit happen that if people don't talk about it and they don't scream out loud like I do, it's gonna fucking happen. And that's why it's so imperative that people are made aware of what the hell is going on outside, because people, and even in the Hexagon community, we got a bunch of duds, right, that think that what's going on makes sense or is plausible or makes sense.
Why would the overlords turn off the power? Then all the people working for them wouldn't have power. Like, I don't get it. What are the incentives?
Shut it off yesterday.
Yeah,
show me the incentives.
Information control.
Power goes out normally. Electrical grids are complex.
No, but hold on. No, but they have connectivity. Again, I do electricity all the time. It's all connected. You know, like in the United States, for example, there's about 2-3 major massive power plants that if they shut down, the whole East Coast could just be turned off or whatever. There's certain There's a serious thing. Everything together. There's a lot of the substation, but the main thing is remote control. But the point we're trying to make is this: it's all going to be kind of like temporarily create panic, crash the market. Here's your new Fed coin. Switch over here. You don't have a choice. Here's the life event. You understand? So it's
that's the goal.
They want to reset. It's like a video game. It's called reset for a reason.
We already have a Fed coin. It's called the digital dollar.
Well, yeah.
Like,
so you turn on
the old. You another one.
You turn on the new. That's
it's
how
just
you do it.
new bullshit that gets people excited about selling out of the only good thing that they have.
And they need to create enough panic
it's just
to make
manipulation
you motivated to switch to do.
It's
because
fear
if there is
porn.
no incentive,
that's all it is.
You're not going to do it. So that's why they have to do it like that, to create the panic, create a narrative, just like the Black Swan event, just like the mini COVID dip, you know what I mean? So they have to create that, because if not, here's the scary part. It's going to crumble by itself either way. They need a narrative, a reason, so that they don't get blamed for the thing going down, because they've been trying to keep it up, even though it's slow decay. It's like a very, very old bridge that cannot be repaired, but you're trying to play facade. And then at some point, you're just going to put some explosive and you're going to do control demolition.
There's two parts that matter, right? There's the reality of not being sheep, right? And like standing up for what we believe and like keeping the system accountable. And then there's like the constant fear that people live in, worsening their mental health. And like, so both of these things are important. The problem that we get into in society, in my opinion, is we get into gridlock. And there are people at the top who benefit from the gridlock, right? And so it becomes really convenient to, to really, I think, to be able to even discern the signal from the noise, right? And so our job, right, is like, as people who are free, I think, is to talk about these things, is to criticize the system and to make it better. But at the end of the day, the way that we're really going to make things better is by taking away power from people who print money and putting it in the hands of people who delay gratification.
Absolutely. Because you want to create 100%. A fair system. You see, the reason why Hex is also so powerful is because if money printing becomes a feature and not a bug, meaning, you need some type of inflation, because you don't want people to have dormant capital to sit on it, and then the rich only stays richer, and then the nobody else has an opportunity to grow. That's when it becomes a problem. Now, the question becomes, how do you fairly reallocate that new capital, aka inflation? And this is where one of the best way, the staking mechanism, is the most fair, because time doesn't stop for anybody. Whether you're poor, rich, middle class, it doesn't matter. Whether you're young or whether you're old, the flow is the same. So that's one of the most fairest way to divide the new capital. And those who are willing to, quote unquote, spend that time to delay the gratification, to earn and monetize time, are the one receiving that inflation. It's the most fairest way to do it. So this is why this system is better than the old system. So we don't have to play politics. We don't have to kiss ass. You don't have to compromise what you believe, what you want to say, have no voice. Basically, lose your freedom because you're afraid that you might not get your share of the money printer this year because you said things you were not supposed to say. Like, no, that's garbage. And the reason we talk about those harsh reality, it's not to scare. It's for you to become comfortable being uncomfortable. So if/when it happens, it's not going to sound so crazy because you are prepared. I still remember days because I grew up in where when there was no internet. I grew up kind of without. We had it, but it was just like very expensive and only certain people. So I couldn't really connect with my friends because I was the only one that has internet when I was back home in Africa because it was very expensive. I mean, you had to pay by the minute. It's crazy. So I have more friends outside. And again, I developed all the hobbies and stuff like that. I have very close friends that I know where they live. Like literally, grid shut down right now. Obviously, it sucks for my Hexicans and my friends around the world. I cannot talk to them, but they're still close friends that I have nearby that I can drive to, that I can talk to. It's for my own sanity, right? Because as a human being, we're social creatures. If you can't socialize and all your friends are just virtual and you don't have anybody else to talk to, that can shook you to the core. And all they need to do is create enough panic temporarily to make you do crazy things, lose it all, hit the reset button, and say, hey, don't worry, guys, we fix it. Now you're on FedCoin. It's too late. They only needed to just unplug, replug the new thing, upload the new thing, done. It will look the same.
I don't think people really
look the same, but you're on FedCoin. You don't even know. You don't even know.
Yeah.
Reset.
Yeah, and it's not to keep talking about this, but people got to understand they literally have no power over what's going on. The people that do are the ones psyching you out and lying to you all day on TV, and you think that shit is real. It's a fucking show.
Yeah.
It's an entire fucking show. That's why when I talk about these things, I sound crazy. But what you don't understand is that they're the crazy ones, and they're letting you know exactly what they're going to do, and you don't give a fuck. And that's why, while it seems outlandish, what can happen is that they can shut the whole fucking electrical grid down and them not be unplugged because they have all the fucking power. They're the ones that control because you gave them the control. And you don't even realize that because you're over here laughing at me, but you're really the fucking moron that doesn't know you got to stick up your ass. Exactly. So why don't you bend over and enjoy that while you're fucking laughing?
Because the tactic is so in your face that you don't believe, because like, why would they give away the plan? But you don't understand that's the trick. That's the wisdom. It's just the same.
That's exactly what they do.
Yeah. It's like, Karim, you mean I stand
How the hell
still
else would I know?
And they think it's a trick. I stand still, I don't do nothing, and I get paid. I say, yeah. But I tell them that's the trick. That's the wisdom. Most people can't fucking stand still for 2 minutes. Trying to stand okay, let's do a test in the chat right now. Who actually meditate? Number one, put a 1 in the chat if you actually meditate regularly. And number 2, for how many minutes? And try to be honest. So number 1 in the chat, if you actually meditate regularly, and then say for how long do you meditate? And when I say regularly, I'm talking at least every day or at least every other day. Let's see. Hey, how many people we have right now in the chat? Maddie, 400, 450, how many? Let's see how many comment comes out. 3 minutes a day. Okay, hey, it's better than what's 0.05?
Yeah, I do like 5. I don't do it every day either.
Exactly.
I don't do it every day. I'm not even gonna lie.
But the funniest part is one of the things, the most important you should do in the day. Slow down your brain and stop being on everybody else's fucking agendas and notifications and this and that, and just relax the fuck down. At least you should do it for at least 15 minutes. I do 15 minutes minimum every day, no matter how busy I get, because I'm trying to determine what is a successful day for Karim today. What are the 3 major roadblocks or things that I want to achieve so I can feel like today is a good day? And I make a promise to myself that no matter what happens, I will be in control of my emotion and I will have a blessed day. And I will go leave my best side. That's why I'm always in a good mood, no matter what happens, because I remember that I'm always in control. It's very important.
Boom. Critical. If you're not in control, somebody else is, and that's what people don't understand. When you're out here not educating yourself, not reading, not doing anything productive to better your brain and the way you look at the world, all you're doing is giving somebody else the power. This is why I don't sleep, or at least it seems like I don't, because I'm always involved with becoming a better version of myself. Because if I'm not, then what the fuck is the point?
Yep.
something
and
to think
that's
about.
the true
I'll be right back,
power
guys.
of-
I gotta make a quick call. I'll be right back.
Gotcha. And that's the true power.
Sleep
Hexagons,
is not
of
meditation.
Yeah, yeah. Sleep is not
Like
meditation.
like lots of people commented that. No, that's not meditating.
Yeah. The real power of meditation that people don't realize is you're learning how to slow down your thoughts. That's the key. Not control your thoughts, slowing down, watch it flow so you can learn how to observe them. What you think is what you think. Just learn how to observe and then trying to study why am I thinking what I'm thinking right now? What's going on into my brain? And once you're able to slow it down, kind of like in the Matrix, you start to understand who's in control. Why am I feeling the way I feel? You start to actually learn about yourself. You slightly listen about yourself. Oh man, I know why you're laughing. Oh my God, Ross, you're funny. Sure, that works. Dream like 3,000. Oh, I have a chant too. I do it in a shower. You guys are ready? Free alpha, hex clip. I said this. I learned that from some cell on my team. We were the #1 team, and it was a powerful chant that I do all the time, every day. I'm alive, I'm alert, and I feel great. Say it with me. I'm alive, I'm alert, and I feel great. And sometimes in the wintertime, cold shower for the first 5 minutes to wake me up. Woo! And I'm very loud. I'm alive, I'm alert, and I feel great. When you say that, those are powerful word affirmation. It will make you feel great. I challenge anybody in the chat right now. Try this tomorrow. Ask me again next week on Quant Gang, the results. Let's do this every day. Every day. Ideally, when you wake up and when you're about to take your shower. If you take shower in the morning, as you should. If you don't, it's okay. Say it when you're in the bed in your meditation. I'm alive, I'm alert, and I feel great. Say it 5 times if you have to until you get a smile. It's a powerful, powerful a group of words you can say, affirmations and stuff like that. So I'm alive.
I'm being told that sleep is meditation.
Yeah,
correction.
I love it, Ash. Even though I won't do it. This is what you do, Ash. This is the trick. This is the cool, lazy trick, okay? You start the shower regular, okay? Regular. And when you're about to be done, it's probably steaming everywhere, all this other crazy stuff, so hot, whatever, you have a sleep set. You prepare yourself. You do what's called a prep period. We do that in door-to-door sales too. Before you go knock on doors, you prepare yourself mentally when you're about to go into action. It's kind of like a game when you're like an actor. So you're like, okay, you're done. Shower's still on you. You say, okay, in the next 30 seconds, you already plan this consciously in your head. In the next 30 seconds, I'm going to switch it all the way to cold for at least 10 seconds. And I'm going to switch it back after. And then as you do it over and over, every day you change. Okay, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. And you go cold, and then the little hypothermia comes, you just breathe loud, and then you chant, I'm alive, I'm alert, and I feel great. You do that for 15 seconds, and then you can switch back to regular temperature, calm down the temperature, and then exit the shower. I am telling you, try this tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. The problem is people just walk into the shower and they turn it cold. No, you're going to get hypothermia. You're going to get in trouble. That's not how you do it. You get into the shower first, get the water on you, you finish whatever you need to do, and it's on the way out. You switch it off for 30 seconds. You prepare yourself. It's kind of like when you play a contact sport. You brace for impact. You don't just like, ha, you're laughing, and then somebody just, boop, and then you're like, no. You prepare yourself, and then you turn it off. 15 seconds. Try it tomorrow. I'm telling you. Karim always give you the good tips. You already know. Try it out. You're going to get so much energy. It's going to boost you up, and it's good for your skin too. Too much hot shower, it's not good for your skin. That's why some of you guys are pumping lotion left and right, because it's actually bad for your skin. You need that regular room temperature / cold water to get to you, because it's going to give you so much natural energy. I'm telling you.
It depends how smelly you are. If you're smelly, use hot water. Rango says taking my fish oil every day due to Maddie. That's not a joke. Omega 369 improves your prefrontal cortex. I take 1,000 milligrams of Omega 369 or just Omega 3 each day. Makes a difference. $5 a month. It's worth it.
Yeah. And then, hey, listen to this comment too from Nathan. It's true for all my mans out there. Cold shower increase your testosterone. True. And more importantly, it increase your courage. You see, all you wimps out there, okay? Build some courage. It does that because you realize that you can overcome, and you realize after a while, oh, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. I can do it. And it gets better, and then it gets better. Next thing you know, you'll be doing it for 30 seconds. You have back going for a while. Wait, what? What did he say? Go take a shot real quick. Oh, yeah, Marco. Go and come back. Let us know. Oh, man, this is hilarious. You guys are awesome. Ristology, you stupid, man. Oh, my God. You guys are cracking me up. I love you guys. Awesome. Yeah, you see? Listen to Hex 19. He said it. I'm alive, I'm alert, and I feel great. You see? Old guy who never learned to meditate. See? Even he can do it. Oh, man. This is great. Perfect. Yeah. And then when Wells comes back, we'll probably go start hitting the chart. But all right, anybody in the comment until Wells comes back, any question, shoot. Ask questions if you have any before we start going to the other section, and probably wrap it up after that. But ask your question now, forever hold your peace. Wake it up, app as well. This is awesome. Mega 369, yeah.
Any fish oil is fine. Yeah.
Okay, first question came in. Pulse plan day one. All right, very simple, congruent. I've been saying many, many times. I'm setting up all the money printers, and when PulseChain comes in, same thing. It goes into the staking buckets, never to be seen for a very long time. This is going to be the next better version of Ethereum. If you want to trade that and get wrecked, that's on you. Cream shampoo. What? Is that the question? Head and shoulder works just fine. And you see, I keep my hair nice and lean. I got my cut today when I came back, so it's awesome. When Karim's scarf for sale? Never. That's my mom's scarf. It's never for sale. You crazy? She's not with me. She's 10,000 miles away. So wherever I go, she comes with me. So that's why you see me always with that scarf. It's for a reason. It's my talisman. Oh, cool stuff. I was about to do a reveal later. I got my new set of Shimbalas today. So happy. I was waiting for that before the trip, but yeah, come. I'll show you guys a little bit. They look amazing. Can't wait to start rocking them. Just want to show you guys briefly. I got many. I got. Oh, come on. Green screen. Damn it. Oh, let's see. Oh, hold on. Let me crack one. They're like, for those who don't know, Shambhala, they're like kind of like fancy, cool bracelets, because you guys see me, I have a bunch of those. So this is one. Oh, can't see because of the green screen. No, show it. Oh, anyway, I'll do a reveal. For those of you watching me on the Instagram, I'll post it in there. But yeah,
there you
got
go.
A bunch of them. Huh?
Yeah, why, as long as we have, I don't know, 7,000 people watching weekly, why don't you all go follow Karim and I on Instagram?
Oh my God. Yeah, sure. I mean, this is where
What's
the
your
fun stuff goes.
Do you know what your Instagram is?
It's very cool. It's just my name. It's Karim Majito, one and only. Bang, freaking bang. Oh, those who want to catch some of the fun stuff in Ukraine? Yeah, I have literally created some sections out there so you can see what we've been up to on the fun side the last 2 weeks, which is pretty cool. So bang, bang. Are you still in Europe? No, we're not. Well, I guess Ukraine is Eastern Europe. You could say that. So boom. Somebody say, is it true Hexicans don't get COVID? Maybe because of all the love we get from one another and all of our stakes, we have a joy, a willingness to live that's so strong. Maybe that's why. But yeah, I got a bunch of things in testing. I always test negative, so that's cool. Wait, did I miss any questions? Shabbat Cream trip, how did it go? Yeah, if you go to the Instagram, that's where I have a bunch of stories there. It's literally just my name, Karim Majito. Same name on Twitter. It's the Instagram.
I'm dropping it now. I'll add it to our show notes from now on because
Karim Rug.
We're about to blow up.
Oh my God, Maddie, don't get me in trouble.
Up on Instagram. What?
Nothing.
Shit.
Trying to be low key fun. Instagram is about the fun stuff. It's it's pretty useful also when you're traveling a lot, because your phone may or may not work where you are. You may need a new SIM cards, all the bullshit. With Instagram, it's kind of like WhatsApp. All you need is just internet connection, and it's cool because you can do the text, you can do the video, whatever. It's really like Telegram, but a little bit more functionality. So kind of like it.
And mine is Matty ALLin Hex, MATI ALLin Hex on Instagram. I think I also have Matty ALLin only, and then I lost the password or something. So whatever. Follow us on Instagram, Karim and Matty. You'll see all of our adventures and more. Oh,
festival still. I feel bad, but I got your comment now. He said I got muted for chanting. I'm loving awareness. Well, the video topic is on it. Yeah, definitely. We love awareness too. It's one of the key. When you delay gratification, when you build wealth, you can only do it when you're self-aware. It's just one of the single most important skills you want to learn. So, again, learning how to learn too fast. Let me see if I miss any other question here before Wells comes back. Just got back from the shower. Question: when Lambo? That's funny. Smart code. We're already. Me, it's all electric cars. I don't do Lambos.
Yeah.
Electric.
You know what? If you wanna play around with $10 and $10 isn't that much to you, and you're willing to give up the opportunity cost of $10 turning into $10,000 later on in Hex, then go ahead and play around with it, right? Mm-hmm. People sacrificing their life savings to Pulse right now is obviously kind of a strange thing. So, we've covered that in a previous stream. We've given reasons to not sacrifice. We've also, looked at what the numbers are. Go back to the Gerardo stream, go to lookintohex.com. You can judge the numbers yourself, and you can decide if Pulse does, an 85% drop, or if it does 100x right out the gate. You can decide whether what you did with your money was good or not. And make a plan, stick to it.
Yeah, exactly. Stick a point, stick to it. The most analytical data that you can do is trying to look at similar launch, right? You can look at the ETH launch. You can look at Matic launch. You can look at BSV or certain things that are similar that kind of give you an idea. But remember, Hexican, what I always told you, right? Don't try to be too smart. Be wise. If you know where the price eventually has a tendency to trend towards and you don't want to take a chance, just take that shit. I told you many times, it's a third money printer. Just take that shit, earn reward. That's it. Easy peasy. And then if the price dip, you buy more and then you stake more. That's just another money printer. And then if it dipped, it's good because you're going to need Pulse, the token, to transact on the blockchain, to do all your other Hex stuff. And whatever else finished product keyword shows up, because I'm not buying garbage, that's for sure. So no matter what, you win. So stop having paralysis by over-analysis, anxiety, all this other bullshit. Get your money printer set up. And then if you already sacrificed for Pulse, just wait for that. If you didn't, when it starts, and if it dips, then you'll be able to buy more for cheap. And then turn into a money printer and chill. It's not going to pay as much as Hex, that's for sure, because the fees are going to be low, because again, it's a low transaction fee blockchain, which is good. But the volume might be insane, because I've seen that on EOS when the fees are very low, transaction volume could be very, very high. And in monetary value, it's going to be less than Hex, of course. But here's a caveat. It's worth almost nothing until you realize, once again, the yield, Easter egg, the yield on PulseChain is also like Hex. It's paid in the token. It's not paying fucking USD. So the yield on the Pulse will be garbage at first until the fucking price do a 10,000x. And all of a sudden, that garbage yield can turn into something very valuable. And once again, the wisdom, Quant game 37. Are you going to have the balls to hold that shit delay gratification. Fight your future self, because I know some of you guys can't resist. It's gonna launch. You're gonna get trigger happy. You're gonna start trading like a fucking idiot, and then you're gonna lose your back. It's just going to happen. Statistically and probability, the more you trade, the more likely you're gonna get wrecked. And then the price is gonna do a 10x, and you're gonna think smart, and you're gonna sell, and it's gonna go another 10x. And then for somebody, you're gonna sell again, and it's gonna do another 10x. And then every time, just like before, because it's gonna repeat itself, more and more people are gonna get left behind, failing to understand that this is the better version of Ethereum, failing to understand that this is deflationary from the start. The maximum number of tokens, that's it. Once we launch, we got the sample size set, and this is the final number of tokens, that's it. No more. It's that scarce. It's not going to yield like Hex, but that doesn't mean it's not going to do heavy price appreciation. And this might be the first, obviously it will be, the first out of the 2 tokens that Richard created that could probably be listed on an exchange day one, because those motherfuckers are liking it now because they can be in on day one, right? So they can play the, hey, we like you now, and, because they fill up their bags too. So understand that, but the true valuation, no matter what it is, to bring a conclusion, because Wells is back, the true valuation can only be shown years from now. This is the same thing you're going to see. People are going to delay gratification, and 2-3 years from now, they're going to be driving nice things again and do all sorts of stuff when everybody else is going to be crying, oh, I wish I didn't sell, blah, 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 blah. Same bullshit. But I'm warning you now. You have been warned. So do the right thing and be smart. Stake that shit. Don't think your hand is so strong, because it's not. Because you might hold that thing liquid, then you 10x, then you sell, and then you do another 20x. And you're going to wish you were staked. Because if you're staked and you don't need the money, who cares? My only pulse that will ever be liquid, this is my free alpha, is only going to be the tiny bit of pulse I need just to do my stake on the PulseChain for Hex when I put new money in or whatever it might be. That's it. Everything else is going to be staked because I don't fucking need it. It's just building wealth. And although that yield is going to be small, I don't care. I'm a money printer collector. The more the merrier. PX, Pulse, let's go. Pay me, pay me, pay me. That's it. And I go live my best life. And I can't wait for Wells' new sets of charts, PulseChain related. The copy of Hex, EX, and PX. We're going to get double T-share calculations because they're going to start doing their own thing. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. We're going to get a rainbow chart. I'm calling the name right now. It was the rainbow chart. No, kind of like the everybody gets paid chart. Everybody gets paid chart. We add PulseChain and EX, and we're gonna just come up with we're gonna call it the wealth. Another chart we're gonna call the wealth chart. You're gonna add all. If you had Hex before the snapshot, and then you had some Pulse,
that's a great comment,
right? And then we're gonna just combine. This is how much you would have had if you hold it and you didn't sold and you staked it. And we're gonna track all the APY of Pulse too, the cumulative accumulation, and we're gonna track the price appreciation too. It's gonna be beautiful. We're gonna show the ROI, the guy that staked Pulse on day one, and what it's gonna look like 6 months, a year from now versus the trader. It's gonna blow people's mind again.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the delegation details are going to be, because that's going to definitely give us a better idea of what it's going to look like here in the near future. And, we can expect to receive Pulse in turn with respect to yield instead of, fake money. So it's going to be a good look, and the thing about it is you guys kind of got to understand, people are still sacrificing. I honestly don't know why, because it's pretty moronic. And the reason I say it's moronic is because people think that they're buying something. They don't realize that they're not buying anything. Mm-hmm. All they're doing is literally diluting the size of they're making it worse. Like they're increasing the supply, actually. So they're actually going to make it harder for the price to go up. They're not making it easier. That's a mathematical
How big are
fact.
these buys?
But there was a $300,000 or $400,000 sacrifice 2 days ago.
Yeah,
like these
into
people are
14
dumb,
billion. That's not that much.
That's not quite how markets work.
No, man.
Understand what the implication is.
Yeah, because what
understand the implications.
Yeah, you're increasing
total supply. Go ahead. Yeah, you're increasing total supply. This isn't Hex. This is not Hex. Period. So people got to get that shit out of their heads. This is not Hex.
Yeah, there's no T-share. There's no, you know, because there's not going to be like somebody could literally stake and then just end stake a day later and dump. It's going to be like Ethereum staking bullshit. You know what I mean? It's all like in EOS, but there was like 2-3 days. So it's not Hex. There's no T-share that's here to
people got to understand that. That's critical.
If you exit, you're not going to be able to come back at this position. So the more token in circulation, the more you get to supply. But what I like about the low price is it's going to increase the burning because there's going to be a lot of transaction volume, and I'm expecting the burning to be cool. Now, here's an assumption.
So you guys want them to buy Hex right now and pump the price so that you guys get a worse price for Hex.
Oh my goodness, you're getting a better value. You're getting less diluted, and you're making.
I'm talking about you personally.
Huh? No, I'm answering your question. It's better for everybody. It doesn't have to be me personally.
It's better for everybody for them to buy Hex and raise the price of Hex so that people get more expensive Hex now.
But not just that, they're doing what's best in their own favor too, because they're getting more value.
I hear that. I hear that. I'm just like, I'm just messing.
I'm making sure because I want people to understand. I'm not saying that because upon my back, this and that. No, I'm getting paid every day, no matter what.
You're still buying. You're still accumulating. That's what I'm
always. I got so many trend words out there. One of them, true accumulation never ends. Remember that?
Exactly.
Every day.
So this is how you move up the rank, right? If I say I'm a well in training, I want to cash the well. That means I got a lot of buying more to go, right? Because God well is in a different world right now. But it's okay. I got time on my side.
That's it.
The chat is swimming with turtles here.
There you go. That's why it's so important that they understand that, because you're doing what's actually in your best favor, and then long term it's going to be even better because the total supply is not increasing, and then it's going to be able to increase the acceleration. Now, here's the thing. It could be a wallet that already sacrificed before somewhere else, and they're just increasing their position. It could also be that, just so that they can kind of guarantee that they're going to be able to be a validator. Because there's a lot, again, that's a different game, Hexagon.
But they're not even increasing their position because it's like the price is so much higher now.
That is true. But Maddie, I'm saying if somebody already has millions of Pulse and is just trying to make sure they get a little bit more, I'm talking about somebody that 300K is nothing for them. You understand? They already did like a 10, because we don't know if those people don't have multiple wallets. They're just adding to the position.
Maybe they're just watching an old stream and they like don't realize.
Yeah, like this dumb. I'm sorry. I don't care what the reasoning is behind staking.
I was the first one to
say
phase
is stupid, mathematically redundant. Yeah.
Remember, Maddie almost fight with me to that too. I said, Maddie, it's mathematically doesn't.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no.
I'm flip.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I'm trying to make sense of what doesn't make sense, but yeah, for me, day one, when it ended,
I'm with you guys.
After day 5, I told people, this is when you get it. I was
I mean, look, here's the problem I have with it. Go ahead.
So you guys only have 2 choices. Would you tell somebody to buy SHIB coin or to sacrifice for Pulse?
Come on, you know what the answer is going to be. Maddie, that's not even fair, bro. That's not even fair. Now you're going to make me contradict myself on stream? How fucked up is this?
No.
Maddie, never. I would never do like this. Nah.
Which one?
Never. I'm a value investor. I know what you're trying to do.
Exactly.
Because guess what? You can buy that shit coin, and then 2 weeks later, it crashed. And then you're gonna wish you bought the other one.
If you buy the shitcoin, at least you can get it and sell it for Hex before Pulse goes live.
Yeah, but you don't know. You don't know another key factor. You don't know if it's not gonna crash before Pulse goes live. And Pulse could go live, and that's my speculation. It could go live, and then literally first day after he does the trade at 0 and then get started and whatever it might be. First real trading day, it could go up 10x. It could happen. That original massive candle buying, sucking in, and then retrace 50%. But if it 10x first and then retrace 50%, look the upside.
Yeah, that was a fuck job, Maddie. I hate that question.
Oh, man.
Thank you very much. I want to show you guys my new necklace.
Ooh,
nice.
fancy.
You got a Pulse flag. Okay.
Very nice.
Optimize. Gotta
Okay. You guys are like really pushing out the bling here, man. Jeez.
I mean, yeah, this was like $40 or $50. Like,
yeah, but
I've been thinking about doing some crazy shit, but I'm gonna keep that one to myself. I'm not even gonna say nothing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna fuck all y'all up. I'm gonna
put me. So give me
I'm gonna pump some New York shit on y'all when I do a little bling. I'm gonna show y'all how it's done. I'm gonna show y'all how it's done.
You gotta come with a gold necklace.
Oh, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is that on this dude's neck?
Hell yeah. Is it gonna be a whale?
Yeah. Oh, let me catch up on this question here. On the guy. For T-shirt and the mule said, does CPIP the best time to end stake and avoid high ETH fee? We have something on Kibana, which is basically kind of like Hexstat Vision. And we're tracking historically when is the best time to start or end a stake. And we have literally down in the trading chat too. You can track that out. That's why weekends and late nights are good, because that's when the gas fee are the lowest. So we have a Firebond Builder tracker that tells you historically when the fees are the lowest, which is awesome. And hopefully on PulseChain.
It is. That's a great website. Hex.vision. Hex.vision.
It's going to lower the fee on both sides. And then drop a little Easter egg for you guys. Another power sticker app is, if everything goes according to plan, this is my goal, we're going to be able to lower fees on both sides so that we can get you cheap fees and on EX and on PX, both sides. And then, it depends of how well the fork and the fee lower, because if it's cool, we're going to start to, maybe subsidize a little bit and help a user. So look forward to it. It's gonna be really cool. So right now we just need to make sure all the test nets are going well, no issue. So that's why we're super busy right now. Everybody just focused. But no matter what, the moment this thing launched successfully, we're gonna win on both sides. We're getting copies and we're getting a cheaper fee, because I know there's gonna be some migration that's gonna allow the ETH fee to go down. So look forward to that. So that was a good question. What else? YOLO, no, we're not in Europe. Oh, I think we caught up. Yeah, Wells, if you want, we can start with the charts. So
I can't share the screen, but yeah, we can. If you guys want to throw it up, I'll go over them. I mean, I haven't updated in a week, but it's all going to be the same, because price is probably around the same anyway.
No, it's Emmanuel, that's the question. Yeah, Emmanuel, we're not saying not to buy Pulse. We're saying not to sacrifice right now because the ratio is bad against you. You're better off buying Hex, getting your copy, free money. And then when Pulse is live, you can use that to get rolling.
Yeah, you cannot buy Pulse. Okay.
Exactly.
People
First of all,
understand that you are not buying anything when you sacrifice.
Yep.
It's a sacrifice. And what you're doing is you're saying that you're willing to receive X points for the fiat you just sacrificed. And the problem is that people are now getting 19x less Pulse than they would have at the end of the damn thing. At the end. So the present day rate is appalling. Stop it.
Yeah. It's
you're getting
going
exponentially compounded, and
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, okay, so the rate at the end of the SAC phase was 1.98. 2-3 days ago it was 38. So you take the inverse of that, and that's what you're getting. Okay, 1 over 1.98 versus 1 over 38. You're welcome.
Yep. Doesn't make sense.
I think I've got it
Please.
I'm looking.
Just learn how to do some math, guys. I can't do it all for you. Jesus Christ.
I got one.
Fuck.
Well, like I said, some people are gonna watch old streams. They're gonna get excited. They're not gonna understand, right? But here, I'll show the graph.
No, this ain't thank you in the chat.
Did Whales just like?
No, it's just bad connection. And they're saying thank you in the chat. The guy probably just didn't know. That's why.
Here, let's back it up with some charts. So see this line that's going straight up?
Oh my God. Yep. That's the price.
This is Pulse sacrifice, right? So this is the rate or whatever.
Some people need visual aid, so that definitely helps.
Where are we at now? We're at what month is it? I don't know, October 5th. So we're somewhere around here.
More than a month.
You are here, right? Which is exponentially higher than where we started. And by the end of the year, look at where that line is.
Yeah. But even where we are now compared to before, when Wells says 1/38, it's no joke because again, it's 5% compounding from the day before.
So the end of the year is 18 cents per hex, or sorry, per pulse.
Yeah, but that's insane because at the very
that's
beginning,
theoretical.
Yeah,
that's not realistic.
Yeah, but Maddie, just to put in perspective, even let's just pretend that was true. At some point in the very beginning, you were getting 10,000 for one. You understand? So now you're getting 18 for one. Do you know how disgusting that is? Doesn't make any sense. So you're better off again on the other side, because on the other side, at the very least, let's pretend the price pumps a lot in the beginning. You get about a similar ratio. At the very least, by buying the hex instead, you get the copy, which is free, which chances are, as PulseChain pump, we're going to pump too. And you can use that liquidity to buy more Pulse. So you literally don't lose. You're getting a minimum 2x and possibly more, because make no mistake, there will be a FOMO event the moment we announce when the snapshot is going to be, because it's going to be like a last minute thing, and then maybe you're lucky if you have a day or two to make it to the snapshot. This is why we tell people be fucking smart and don't deal with the roller coaster. Buy that shit now, set up your ladder, get prepared for your copies, because literally it could even happen this week. Richard could just send a tweet, hey, snapshot is this block, like we have done it before. The hex launch, somebody tweet about it.
That's true.
People use the game. They would say, this is our hex launch. Richard just tweeted, hey, this is when we're doing the snapshot. This is the block number. That's it. Bye. Right now, they're doing the testing, but at any time, they can say, all right, we tested enough. We're ready to go.
Just understand that anytime you're thinking about price of Pulse is theoretical, it's not real, because there is no market to buy Pulse in. That's critical. You're giving money away. I don't give a fuck what your excuse is. You're literally giving money. No. I'm not even talking about sacrificing. I'm saying if you're sacrificing, you're literally giving money away. Because
I'm literally backing you up.
Here. How about we put it this way? We've covered this topic so many times. If people have the question, go to t.me/PulseChain.com and ask it there.
No, don't. I had to go in the PulseChain chat and tell them to shut the fuck up about that. I literally went in there and had to tell them to shut the fuck up about that.
But the reason why our show is different, right, is because we do cover more advanced topics than the same question over and over again. There are places you can go for the same question over again. This is not going to be one of them.
Yes.
How about that?
No, you're right. And actually, it's good. I'm going to address Connor's question here, because this is what we did at Sticker App, because we didn't want to deal with it. When he said, will sacrificing work from Sticker App? The question is, yes, we had the phase. It was great. People sacrificed directly from the Sticker App. I did that. And guess what? When the phase ended, we fucking ended the shit too. We didn't allow people to sacrifice because we did the math. It doesn't make sense.
Nope.
So people sacrificing right now, we know they're not doing from the Sticker App, because that functionality has been removed.
If you're asking a question that's a repeat or is obvious, then just stop watching Quant Gang until you've like watched all the shit before. You know, it's like this is for advanced users. I don't care if we have 10,000 views versus 7,000 views, as long as the 7,000 people watching don't get their time wasted. Okay.
Exactly.
Period.
We don't want to be wrecked. We don't want to promote people getting wrecked. So
I don't care.
The Quant Gang, we did the math.
We're not selling for advertisers, okay? We don't need double the views. We need people to have their time respected.
Yep. We understand you want some Pulse, you're excited, that's cool. We're actually telling you the best way to go about it. That's why buying the hex instead, and you're welcome. Buying the hex instead, getting the copy and using some of that volume and value to switch back to hex to Pulse is a smarter move versus getting fucking diluted, because you lose 5% compounded, and then let's say you sacrifice again and you lose another 5%. It just gets worse and worse and worse. Like, no, it makes no fucking sense. Don't fucking do it.
So ask better questions. You'll notice that the questions that I typically answer and light up for are the really smart questions that people are asking because they've studied, and you know, it's a question that's never been asked.
Yeah.
So if you're asking a question that's never been asked, you're on the right road.
Yeah.
For Quant
And
Gang.
Nathan, good question. So again, software is hard. Nobody knows exactly when it's going to launch. You know, it could be this month, could be next month. Nobody knows. But this is the beauty about Hex.
Yeah.
About how Richard
That's
do
what they
things. When
said.
it's ready, you're gonna be notified and you're gonna be ready to roll. So in the meanwhile, if you're smart and you understand the value of delayed gratification and everything we talked about, plus the share rate accelerating, you just want to build your staking ladder and chill. That's it. And then when the time comes with Pulse, then you hear us talk more about Pulse. You know, right now, let's just move on.
Also, because we mainly cater to advanced users, y'all can prove that by answering new people's questions in the chat, so we don't have to cover it, right? So if somebody's asking a basic question, I expect them to get an answer from people in the chat, not from us. Right? We're taking this to the next level, and we're going to stop wasting people's time out of respect. Out of respect.
Get behind that one all the way.
So answer basic questions in the chat, so by the time we get to it, it's already been answered, and that way new people can work their way in and become experts and help the next group, right?
Yeah. Crypto Journeyman, good question. Again, this is what the V2 is going to be. So that's when some of the new tools, Taker apps, going to come in. Right now, again, we're focusing on PulseChain, testnet to make sure we're ready. Because, again, it's unpredictable, right? If Richard said next week, hey, we're going live, we got to be ready for that too, right? Same thing. So, but it will come in the right time. Right now, everybody just relax.
What's that, bro? Mother get Manny to take you out.
Marco too is funny. So I respect my time.
We've had.
I told you, Marco. I drive electric. Don't ask me Lambos. I don't know about those. Oh man, yeah.
Oh man.
Let's hit the charts.
Yeah, we can go over the charts I have from a few days ago. That's fine because the price is probably lower now, if I remember correctly. So the only thing that's not going to be the same is the APY and the payout per T-share and the payout per T-share sums and the averages and all that stuff. But you know, the theme is going to remain the same. The fact of the matter is that the system still continues to build value, and that's why the price going down is just, you know, fuel for the rocket that's about to take off. And I mean, I've been calling Hex a tornado lately because that's ultimately what's going to happen. Just go to the Hex, just go where it says Hex, and you'll see emergency end staking up at the top right hand. Go where it says Hex next to blog. There you go. Go to charts. The wrong one.
Makes sense. Yeah. I was about to say, if you want, I can go first.
Yeah, so that's.
Oh, you got it perfect.
Yeah, because I haven't updated anything, so we could just go right to it. And as always, the first chart, you gotta go to the right. Yeah, the first chart is just what happens to the sellers. And if you're not familiar with what I mean, you will learn here within the next week exactly what that means. So we can go on to the next one. And this is just any economy, and any economy is, of course, 100% of the value is being created by the private sector, while the public sector is there to supposedly facilitate civilization. But as we know, they take more than 30% of what we make or what we create in terms of value, and they definitely do not put it back into civilization. So they're stealing the money, basically, if you don't get it yet. So we can move on to the next chart. This is just market cap dominance. You can skip these because I don't even know. Those aren't even up to date. This has been too long, so we can just skip all these.
We're trending upward.
But, yeah,
doubling more and more.
Yeah, I mean, we're trending up, right? I mean, it's we're trending up. But I mean, this chart is great, right? Because it just shows how much better Hex is than everything else since inception. Because this chart is highlighting on the performance of Hex, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and T-shares since inception, right? And as you guys can see, as of last week, Hex and T-shares were whipping everybody's ass. So long story short, nothing's changed. We can move on to the next chart.
Bang, bang.
Now, this is the one we were talking about earlier, the Pulse Big Payday chart, where it shows Hex outperforming all of the Bitcoin halvings. And it's already been outperforming all the Bitcoin halvings since basically, I want to say May, June, I don't even remember, but it was, oh no, wait, this is 315, and that was what, day 180 something. So that's almost 200 days ago. Wow. That's almost 8 months ago, right? That's a long time ago. 7-8 months ago, we've already been outperforming Bitcoin full stop, like full throttle, right? Just look at that chart. That's the first Bitcoin halving. That was the biggest pump Bitcoin has ever had. The biggest. And it's not going to get any bigger. So good luck to you all if you think Bitcoin is something to hold. Next chart, please. T-shares versus Ethereum and Bitcoin. I mean, just look at this. It's not even fair. It's not even fair. T-shares are just eating everybody's lunch. And still doing so today. So we can keep moving. All right. Hex of T-shares market cap. That's probably a little bit bigger today than it is back then. Because there's probably more T-shares in the system because my staker league ranking has gone down. So I'm pretty sure there's more T-shares in the system now. So
it's funny.
yeah. So there you go. Not I. Because I'm in the lower levels. So
and then the contract room that got popped out. So that's why he helped out.
Yeah. That's the thing. It depends where your position is, right? If you're like a low-level squid.
I'm just very excited because it's very rare. It's very rare. So we celebrate that.
Right, but that's the point. Yeah. But that's exactly what I was going to explain. Yeah, if you're a low-level squid like me, yeah, if you're a low-level squid, high-level turtle or turtle, crab, whatever, it's going to be easy for your position to move around. If you're a dolphin and up, it's not going to be as easy because there's less bodies in that bracket. It costs to get into those brackets now. It's not a freebie like it was back in the day. And this chart lets you know that. I mean, look at this.
It's a ratio of
2.5 billion.
Exactly. So as you get up by a percentage factor of 10 as a ratio, right? 1%, 0.1, 0.1, whatever, it gets harder and harder to get to that next one. So that's why.
100%. 100%. That's the whole point. We can go on to the next chart.
Nice.
All right, this is a Hex Octa Flow Tracker, and here what we're looking at is just the T-share rate, the dollar cost of a T-share, the dollar cost of 10,000 Hex, and the APY. Now, if you don't know, a T-share rate is literally the dollar cost of a T-share divided by the dollar cost of 10,000 Hex. And ultimately, that number is going to yield a singular value or a single-digit value with a decimal. So it's a transcendental number. And what happens is, since the base T-share rate is 10,000 Hex, you multiply that number by 10,000. And if you do that math, you're going to get that 1.8, whatever that number is, and you're going to multiply it by 10,000, and that's where you're going to get that 18,800, whatever from. But right now, it's 18,895 Hex per T-share. So it's jumped up quite a bit since the last time I updated this chart. The APYs are around the same place because, again, we're very near to the 10% 10% staked for the system, and that means we're going to be close to that 36.9% because, again, 100% is 3.69. You get it? So it's a function of the coin supply and how much of it is actually staked, not the circulating supply, but the total coin supply. Correct.
Makes so much
that
sense.
Is the stock to the flow. Correct. And I saw your brain kind of click when you kind of realized that. Yeah, because that's exactly why I have all these parameters on this chart, because they're related. And we can go on to the next chart.
Makes more sense than Bitcoin.
So here, 100%, because it's mathematically verifiable. It's not just some random number that is in some spaghetti code that might or might not work one day, as we've already seen. So here we have the forward T-share rate chart. Now, what this chart is detailing is what the dollar cost or what the Hex cost is at the present point in time, right? So the reality is that the T-share rate that you're seeing at 18,807 on this chart is with respect to what the system itself is charging you. It's not what you're actually paying when you're buying Hex and staking it. Very important to realize that very clear distinction, right? Because that blue line is letting you know that that's the actual T-share rate that you just paid for when you bought and staked Hex at that 8 o'clock price, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which is a crossover for us on the East Coast as of now. But the important thing to realize is with that blue line, until we really breached out and left inflation behind, you could see the value in the system with all the volatility that was being present in the forward T-share rate. And that's very important to understand, because now the system is no longer doing that. Now the system is solidified with respect to how it functions and how it operates, right? And this is a function of the bonding curve design. Now, what is a bonding curve? What is a bonding curve token design? Well, the bonding curve token design is a coin that's designed to literally create and burn coins, but it's coded to do it in a certain way, right? And when we talk about Hex, that's the most important thing to understand, because this is why we understand that the T-share rate is what drives the whole system. Now, this is the analogy I've come up with most recently to help people understand what the hell the system actually does in very simplistic terms. Now, let's consider a doorway. We all know what a doorway looks like. It's like a tall rectangle. Now, you cut that tall rectangle diagonally from bottom left to upper right. That is your T-share rate. And that is what your price is going to do as well. You're welcome. Now, if you can't fathom how high that could be, well, I can't do anything for you, because it's literally infinity, because the system is designed to last at least 150 years. Hex has only been, Bitcoin has only been around for 12 years, and it's already gone to 65,000. Hex has only been around for 22 months, 21 months. Well, we're going on 22 months this month. We just hit 22 months, actually, a few days ago, October 2nd. So we're 2 months away from hitting the 2-year mark, and we've already dusted every single thing in the promise coin space. Keep thinking you're late. You're going to stay late. We can go on to the next chart.
And hold on. I want to talk about this chart because it's literally,
go.
Shout out to Wells, one of basically my new favorite chart, because Hex clip is very important. This is literally the chart that shows mathematically that the staker class, my people, I love you, are in full control. I repeat, we are in full control of the system. Do not get it fucking twisted. Again, there's no more launch phase. There's no more billion tokens per day. The blue turned into a line to literally tell you that the precision is so clear that we can already start to get game over. We can tell you already the forward T-share rate price, the forward move of the T-share. And we all know how exponential look like. We have charted it. We have seen it. You can Google it right now. Exponential growth, exponential chart. We know where it ends. This is your confirmation that the system is doing what it said it's going to do. And this is a function of people using the system the way it's designed to be used, which is why that volatility has tamed itself over time. And you can see some of the early traders, especially even after big payday, because we still got a little bit of volatility, they learned that, okay, the game has changed. And the moment it became a line, you see how the acceleration and the violence of the pump started to become up and to the right. So this is a memo to make you realize this is not a joke, like Wells would say, that we're doing what the system is designed to do. All this little sideway action, all this other stuff, that's just noise. The main people that are in the driver's seat controlling and understanding is like the money switching from the impatient to the patient. Obviously, big money that hasn't gotten wants to accumulate at lower prices. That's why they're waiting for dips, and then they wick the thing back up. They're not just going to pump the price for free. But it's going to get to a point where, just like in the past, we're going to run out of sellers. The liquidity is going to get shorter again, and big money still want to get in. And then they will have to push the price up again to incentivize the weak hands, so to speak, or those who think they got diamond hands, to become weak again, to let go of their hex. You know what I mean? It's like every level. There's people that were letting go at 1 cent. Some people got let go at 5 cents, some at 10 cents. Everybody got a number. Mine, because I understand the system, I don't care. I don't have a number. My number is called delayed gratification. I'll see you when my stake ends. And whatever the price is, I'm going to sell my interest. I'm going to restake the principal. That's it. Period.
Some people measure their wealth in dollars. Some people measure their wealth in hex. Some people measure their wealth in time, right? And in T-share years.
Yes, sir.
Bang, bang.
That's the key. So understand how powerful this chart is. It tells you the big wallets and the true Hexicans and those who understand what they own are in full position right now. And this is why the blue line is so beautiful to see, because you can start to see you're getting forward price. And that was from what, Dale? 2 days ago, right? You say, Wells? So by the end of the week or a couple of days, we'll be at 19, we'll cross 19,000 probably tomorrow. And then it says 19,021. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get there within 2 days, because this is a 2-3 day old chart, right? So by a day or two, we'll hit.
It's about a week old. I think we'll be there by the next time we stream. We'll definitely be at 19, if not above, 100%.
Yeah, I can see happening within the next 2 days. 1921. It's just 40 points. We're at 18.
We got big stakes coming out.
Yep. Are we? Is it 18? What is the T-shirt rate right now? Is it 18,895 or is it 18,995?
Yeah.
Listed it earlier.
No, it's 18,890.
8 now. Okay. So we got 105 left to go.
100 jump.
Yeah. We average usually about 25 to 45 points a day. So I wouldn't be surprised if by Friday, 19K.
Yep.
So, but yeah,
definitely about the next time we stream, 100%.
Yep. This is why it's my new favorite chart, because it really shows, and it's a compliment to the community, the hard work, the education, the discipline, because we can prove it mathematically that we're utilizing the system the way it's designed. Because when you do that, the forward T-share rate becomes obvious. That's why it turns into a line. It becomes predictable. Be so dangerous, so good at what you do that it becomes predictable, right? When you're really busy, when you're productive, people don't call you a certain time of the day because they already assume you're working. They already assume you're busy. You're out there doing the work, right? That's the power of repetition. It's like Kobe Bryant, right? People who knew at this time he's at the gym. They don't need to question. They know this is this routine, and this is what we're doing with the T-share. We know the routine. We know what we're here to do, and that's what we're going to continue to maximize the system that way. So, yeah. So thank you, Wells. I just wanted to point that out because it's very powerful.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, it is. It is. I'm glad you went into detail because, I mean, to me, this is very simple. Because I've had this chart in the background for a long time, just waiting to be ready to come out, because I knew that until it looked like this, it wasn't going to make sense to people, you know, because it's like, what the hell are these squiggly lines saying? So it had to situate itself before we could actually sit here and be able to talk about it. You know what I mean? And that's why understanding that the proof is in the chain is important for people to realize that. The proof is not in the bullshit that they want to sell you on a fucking YouTube channel. It's in the fucking blockchain. That's critical to understand. And excuse me because I'm walking through the airport, but you guys got to bear with me. But that's
critical.
Speak about these things.
Did we lost well? So important. You'll be back. But yeah, he's right. It is critical. That blue line is the key. This is why the pumps are becoming more and more violent, because we're maximizing the system. When you maximize the system, it do what it's going to do faster. That's what up and to the right is. We're maximizing the pumpamental of the system. Because if share rate becomes predictable, that means we're staking at a faster pace, faster than normal, to the point where even Richard was shocked because we start educating people about the value of the system. And if you stake at a faster rate for longer, you increase the low liquidity, which then allows the price to go higher faster because the hex are being staked. Wells, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back, man. Sorry.
No, that's fine. You walk to the airport. Been there, done that. Trust me. At least you have internet. Some places, shit, you're in the airport, you get nothing. Unless you get nothing. You get 2 days if you like.
So before we lose this question, I asked for better questions. So I'm gonna just go on a side note really quick to give people some alpha here. So,
knock yourself out, brother.
I've been wondering what role Overwatch partners are trying to play. Do you guys know?
Oh, I thought you were about to take the question. I mean, I can tell you my speculation. At the end of the day, it's just speculation.
I've got the receipts.
Go ahead, Maddie. Drop it.
So they're selling shares on the stock market under OBTIX.
OBITX.
Okay. OBTX, whatever. Yeah, their numbers are looking pretty good. I wonder why. Maybe they hold Hex and Pulse.
Yeah, duh. Of course.
Anyway,
well, I mean,
that's
the
end
name
of that
blockchain
story.
alone is gonna. The name blockchain alone is gonna make their shares, their fiat shares, attractive, right? And if you've paid
But it's not
attention
real
to how
Hex.
those people roll, correct. But if you pay attention to how those people roll, this shouldn't even be surprising to you.
Yes. Are they trying to play like a Michael Stella move where it's like, you know, proxy
Correct.
mini grayscale?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, not all that, but something like it, like a weak version, right?
Yeah.
Because they don't have the ability to make the moves that are being made elsewhere.
Yes.
So yeah, they just playing the name.
If they can sell the share price high enough and get enough capital, then they can pump the bag to increase the asset, to increase the valuation, and continue the loop. You know, it's the same thing what I was telling Maddie day one, where if people are BlockFi, Celsius, if they're smart, right, they buy Hex, they stake it, they get the higher yield, and then they pay back the shitty yield to their users, like they've been doing. It's like make sure.
Yeah, but they're not smart, bro. So it's cool.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. I
Moving
preface
on.
this. I say it was an if statement, you know. Maybe as a
Yeah,
company,
we
they're
go
not
to the
gonna
next
do it,
chart.
but at an individual level, they definitely have some.
Yeah. Oh, you would definitely. I mean, it wouldn't even be surprising.
When that
So this is a close-up
with the
view.
number one ERC20, I already knew, and the top 4,000 wallets owns a bunch of Hex. I was like, all right, game over, because we know who they are.
Yeah. Oh, did you guys know that they gate kept us on that site, wellstats.com also?
Yeah, because we'll tell the truth. That's the ultimate receipt, bro. Top 4,000 wallets, number one coin they own is Hex.
Sure is.
And that's why we're gate kept. Get out of here. We know what time
Correct.
it is. We know what time it is.
Anyway, so moving right along, while the haters keep hating and we keep winning, onto this closer view of the forward T-share rate. So now you guys can see the T-share rate versus the forward T-share rate, which is the present price that the market is giving you, versus the actual T-share rate that the system is giving you. And then the difference, I just call it the T-share basis. Now I just call it the T-share basis because I'm taking the forward rate or the present T-share rate and subtracting it from the forward T-share rate. So that's going to yield a negative value when the forward T-share rate is more expensive than the actual T-share rate. Yeah, and that means you're going to pay a premium for that T-share. That's all that means.
Absolutely.
Correct. Because people already understand it.
What is the time lapse?
They need to get it now and not wait.
Gotcha. And the forward usually happens.
Yeah, because again,
3 days, right? 3 to a week.
The forward rate is the present price when I record it. So it's the dollar cost of a T-shirt at 8 o'clock divided by the dollar cost of 10,000 Hex at 8 o'clock. Yeah, it's a real T-shirt rate, a real time T-shirt rate. It's just not the system giving it to you; it's the market giving it to you.
Yes, and I
so that's the difference. That's why it's so powerful. You know what it is. You just didn't know the calculation.
Yeah, and you know what's so powerful to see too is that it has
because it's obvious, right?
Get to that number usually within like a week or two, which is powerful. And then it prints a new future.
Nah, they're gonna be hiring us to talk about T-shirts in the future. They're not gonna understand it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't understand
Trust
it when it's
me,
6
they're not smart enough, brother.
or more.
Not even. They're not. They're gonna be paying us because they're not smart enough. Trust me, I already work on Wall Street. They're not smart.
Okay. Damn. Okay. Lucky
if they were, we wouldn't be talking about it. They would.
You know what I like about that statement though is I can onboard as many people before that, honestly, and train so many people become wealthy. Before
yeah. To hell with them. I mean, here's the thing.
Wells, where are you? Oh. Okay, until Wells comes back. Are you back?
Am I there?
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, it's just the internet. It's choppy, bro. I'm sorry, man. It's just crazy. But yeah, look, you guys got to understand. We don't need Wall Street pumping our backs, period. We don't need VC. We don't need none of that shit.
Correct.
Hex doesn't need it.
We don't need billionaires.
God damn it.
I'd rather help the little guy become financially wealthy before those guys come in and push the price so high that those people can't.
We're going to be the next billions.
Yes.
Amen.
Correct.
Still choppy.
If you're a billionaire and you're watching now, get out.
We can go on to the next chart, though.
I'm hitting the dislike button on you.
You're funny. Let's go. Next chart.
You don't hear them
Yeah, we
say
can go to
that
the
in
next chart, man.
Bitcoin. You don't hear them say that.
Sure don't. No. In fact, they get on their knees over there.
That's right.
Sure the fuck do. They like wearing knee pads over there. We don't wear knee pads over here. That's a fact.
That's right.
Shit, you hear the talk. This talk is real. We can talk like this because it's real. You gotta understand. Nobody over here gotta kiss anybody's ass.
Yeah.
Period. Motherfucker wants to talk to me and he's a millionaire or billionaire, he can fucking reach out directly. Out of here.
Talk your shit, boy. Let's go.
So we can go to the next chart.
Is this one? Next one?
Total value, yep.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, 'cause I'm not even seeing this shit. Oh no, the value proposition chart. I'm sorry. No. Go to the previous one. Sorry, the screen went out on me. Yeah, sorry. All right. So the value proposition chart. This chart, the orange line is the payout per T-share sum line, and what this line is detailing is every single payout per T-share in cumulative form, meaning it's added every single day over time through present day up to a week ago. So as you can see, price is literally tracking all of the payout per T-shares that the system is generating. So if you're waiting for a dip, good luck, because the system isn't designed to not pay out.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Next chart.
Ain't gonna give you no dip.
No dip. Good luck. So this is the percentage form of that payout per T-share sum line in percentage terms, right? So that's what, 255,000. I mean, that's just a ridiculous number. The payout per T-share index is giving us a read of 5x since inception. And the important thing to realize with the payout per T-share index and the daily payout index is that those metrics are showing us that the volatility in the system is strictly to the upside, never to the downside. Now that's powerful. Why? Why is it powerful, Whales? Well, let me fucking tell you guys. It's powerful because people that like allocating shit tons of money, those guys that people are usually bending over for or getting on their knees for, which we don't even give a fuck about, guess what? This is what they're looking for. That's why we don't have to give a fuck about them. They need to give a fuck about us. You're welcome. Because that, what you're looking at right there, doesn't exist anywhere on the planet. Period. And that's why we can talk this talk, because it's real. That there is math. They can't deny that. Period. And that's why this system is so superior. You go show me a yield farming system, a liquidity pool that provides this kind of yield consistently. Next chart. And you won't be able to, so don't worry about it. So Hex payout metrics. This is just showing the daily payout in aggregate terms, right? Which is what the system is paying out. And on this date, a week ago, was 63.4 million Hex. And the T-share count at the time was 11.038 million trillion shares. And then that yielded a payout per T-share, right? We're dividing the total payout by the T-share count, 5.742 per T-share. And that's just what the system does. We can go on to the next chart. These are just expiring shares. We can go to the last one. I mean, it's already October. I don't even know if I got any October ones on here. So you can just go through these. Nah, this is gonna be 928. Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit. This one? Yeah. So yeah, nah, it's fine. Yeah, we can just keep moving.
I like this chart,
Go ahead.
but it doesn't change that much. Like the far out part that I like the second half of this chart. This showing me the future market supply of when I'm staked for, right? So
right.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I'm all the way out at that little ridge all the way out in the end.
And so all of the area under the curve before you is going to have to fill in the gaps after you. Remember that.
Period. Yep. That's why being staked out long is the winning strategy.
That's right. Because all that purchasing power has to move its way into the future through the mechanism of the T-share price only goes up, right? So we like
Correct.
that. We like that a lot.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. Now this is the all-time ETH versus Hex correlation charts, and then the next one is versus Bitcoin. But we'll just go over this one or that one. That's fine. both of them are showing the same thing, is that the asset strictly outperforms both of them, Bitcoin and Bitcoin and Ethereum. Let me rephrase. Hex outperforms Bitcoin and Ethereum, and that's what this chart is showing. Now, on both charts, Hex is on the x-axis. That is the bottom. So the returns are being displayed versus the bottom of the chart. So if you're looking at any dot on that chart and you're crossing it with the x-axis, that is a return point for Hex in that point in time. Now, if you're doing it from a y-axis perspective, you are then looking at the returns of Bitcoin and Ethereum, respectively, okay, on their respective charts. Now, the most important thing to realize is that the majority of these dots for Hex are primarily to the right side, right, of zero, whereas the dots for Ethereum and Bitcoin are all over the place. They're not to the up, they're not above the zero or below. They're all over, okay, all over. So that's the most important thing to understand. When a professional individual that knows what they're doing looks at a chart like this, there is no debate. There is no further question. If I sit down an institutional investor and show them two charts, they don't have to look at anything else. Period. Fact. That's it. Now, on top of the fact that R over there, that R squared says zero, I mean, they just looking at the dots alone and then looking at that zero, that's it. They don't even need to see anything else. They don't even need to know about the staking. They're not going to care. They'll figure that shit out later. Fact. That should scare the shit out of everybody because it's not hard to come up with this chart. Excel does it in a couple clicks. Next charts. All right. This is the big daddy. This is the rolling correlation, T-shares versus Hex in dollar terms. Now, this is me tracking the price every day of both the T-share and the cost of Hex, the respective coin. And what I've done is I've created rolling correlations from 21 days period to all the way out to 55, and in between we're doing 34. So as you guys can see, ever since what looks like the end of May, or the beginning of May, sorry, the correlations have been 99% to 100% between the 21-day, 34-day, and the 55-day rolling correlation. Now, if you don't understand what that means, well, let me explain. What that means is that as long as the dollar cost of a T-share goes up, which it does every single time that the T-share rate itself goes up, which means that you need more Hex to get a T-share, well, then that's going to automatically drag the price of Hex up by default, mathematically. Mathematically. It's not my opinion. It's a mathematical fact, and that is the proof. Next chart. And that's for all of those of you waiting on dips. So good luck. All right. This is the dollar term chart. Basically, this is Hex in dollar terms, the payout per T-share in dollar terms, and then the sum of both, which I just call the adjusted Hex value, in yellow. Now, the pink and the yellow lines are just future, basically leading indicators. As you can see, the orange line basically tracks them. So this is what I'm talking about. No matter how you break this data down, it's clear to see that the Hex price is going to track what the system is doing. It's not going to track anything else. So for those of you thinking that entrants matter and all this shit, it doesn't. The only thing that matters is that there's already a subset of human beings that understand how the system works, and they're using it as it's intended. As long as that happens, it doesn't matter what anybody else does. Hex is going to do what it's supposed to do. So I know it sounds crazy to you guys, but yeah, we don't actually need new people. Sorry. Because the system is going to go up and to the right regardless. The only thing that's going to change is at the rate at which it happens. And the fact is that the more people that are in the system, the less the payout for T-share. So that's actually going to slow the doubling rate down. So we actually don't want you. I know I don't, because I understand the math. But that's just me being greedy, right? Because I can do math. And I'll show you what I mean in the next chart. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah. Quick little comment here. My way of doing it, like Will's absolutely right. But my thing is just more like abundance mindset. How can I get the people in because I feel good about myself and make the pie bigger? So even if my ratio in the pie gets smaller, the pie gets bigger, I still get paid more. That's the way.
But that's the thing. You win either way.
But you're But you're absolutely right.
That's the point. I need people to understand that we don't need you. We don't.
We want you to come and have fun with us.
Hey, hold on.
But we don't
It's
need
there
you.
for the taking. That's why we're going through 4.5 hours of this shit. Clearly.
I know.
It's there for the taking, baby. But I'm gonna let you know. I don't give a fuck. We don't need you. It's just the facts. It's just the facts. Because the system is going to do what it does. The question is, do you want to participate or not? It doesn't matter what I want. I don't need you here. It's irrelevant. It is your own decision to make.
This is why we double every 47
That's
days.
the reality. I don't need to.
1.17. Yep.
I don't need to want you. You know, that's the key. That's the key. So now we go to the hex PE, right? Hex price to earnings. What is this? This is literally 1 hex divided by the payout per T share. Literally. Now, when you sit down and understand what this number is saying, what this number is saying is the following. This number is letting you know how quickly you make your capital back. Let me repeat again. This number is saying how quickly you make your capital back within 1 year. So if you take this number and multiply by 300 no, this chart shouldn't be legal, right? This chart shouldn't be legal. Oh man, yeah, I know, it's crazy because this shit is free and people don't understand. But let's keep going. So if you take this number, that's fine, yeah. So this is the all-time low, right? If you go and hover over that 5.51 during October to December 1917, that means that you weren't getting your money back for 5.5 years, and that was at the lowest valuation point of all time for the S&P 500 PE ratio.
That's in years. So
that's in years.
Remember that.
Yeah. So the ratio for hex is in days, because when you multiply that value, that 17% versus 551%, you get about 65 days or so. And this is where that base doubling rate comes from.
Yep. On average. Yep.
An average. That's just a basic number. That's just how often hex is going to double, regardless of what anybody does. Because guess what? The system is already operational. It's crypto. It's not a market. It doesn't actually need you. It's going to do what it's designed to do, period. And the discussion.
It's correlated with the design of the share rate and what's going on. And if you remember the old chart that Wells had with the blue line, which is now becoming so predictable, we can literally stop predicting the doubling. It's literally that insane.
Yep. That is our version of the stock to flow chart that Bitcoin has, which isn't actually a model. It's just
but
like
our shit
a
is
hope and a
actually
prayer.
fucking real, because it's real.
Yeah, our shit is actually real, and you're welcome, because I made that shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn right. All right, let me stop gloating. Let's go to the next chart. I mean, math is so fun.
You can gloat. You can gloat.
I'll allow it, because it's proved by math. So they don't need to like it. It's truth. You just
it's just truth.
Truth.
I'm just pointing it out. So this chart is just showing us pretty much where we're at. We really haven't broken out yet, interestingly enough. I don't like to think we have until we've hit $1. Once we've hit $1, that's when we really are hitting that stride where people are going to have to pay attention whether they want to or not. And that's when the true network effect really takes over, and you see thousands of people just entering the system daily because they have no choice. So we can go on to the next chart.
Yes, sir.
That's funny. CEO with charts. All right. So this is the total hex holders versus the hex price. And as you can see, that is a network effect in real time. Network effect in real time. And if you go to the next chart, you're going to see total stakers or current stakers versus price of hex. And again, network effect in real time. And this is just showing you how the minting of T-shares buoys the price of hex higher. Right? And yeah, Mav, don't care about your field. Shout out to my boy Far Out. That's a fact. And that's why I can talk all crazy, because guess what? I'm just the person relaying the information. I'm just speaking for math. I'm not speaking for me. So don't be mad at me. Be mad at the math. You could have did it yourself, but you didn't. So you're welcome. That's all. On to the next chart.
Yes, sir.
Actually, there we go. So we can wrap it. You can go on after this one, Karim, because this is just talking about the how the staking works. So you kind of went over it already, right? If you look at the coin being 100% staked, which it can't be, the highest or the lowest APY is 3.69, we're currently at about 10% staked, which is why you see the APY at 36%. And that's why. This is why it's sustainable. Unless people are coming into the system and staking, the APY is going to stay as high as it is. So it is sustainable because it's mathematically defined to be sustainable. No BitConnect here. Sorry. No Richard rug pulling or selling hacks or whatever the fuck people want to make up. Sorry. This is just a mathematical system that's designed to work, as you see right here on the screen. The more people that stake, the less the APY. And it can't go lower than 3.69, and it actually won't go lower than 4.5 because 17% of that is already gone. So that's what you get, and that's what we got, and that's all I got. So thank you guys for listening to me today, and have a good one.
Oh yeah, drop the mic.
Bang, bang.
That's it, baby.
Yeah. This is awesome. Oh man, never get so watching those charts.
The math, man. The math. It's a beautiful thing, dude. It's all about the math. I mean, you sit here and you watch all these fools making these funny charts, talking about, price performance and all that. Who cares about price performance when you don't even know where the performance is coming from, bruh?
Exactly.
Who cares? Exactly. You can't define it. You don't know what you're talking about. That's just random.
And the beauty
it's honestly random because you can't define it.
Since I was a little kid, and that's why I loved it so much, and I was a tutor, is I love the peace of mind that math brings. The saying, man's lie, woman's lie, numbers don't. I really take it to heart. This is literally
100%
the study of truth and exactitude. There is no, it's not like, oh, it could be this or it could be that, like the kind of nuance. No, it's black and white. It just tells you.
It just is.
So exactly. And then this is how you can make accurate, I wouldn't want to call it predictions. It's more like projection. You can plan for your future. You can plan for what's most likely to happen in the balance of probability, and understanding that if there's no black swan event, you can expect X, Y, and Z. So it allows you to literally see the future, to not sound too cheesy, but feel like you're in the matrix in a way, And
well, the data is the matrix, right? The data is literally the matrix. I mean, this is coming from the system itself.
Yeah, they really we're planning.
Yeah.
Those are matrices.
Yeah, it is a matrix. It's crazy, but it is a matrix, and people have to understand the chain is the truth. It's not anything else. Yes. When this is why everybody else hates decentralization, because it holds them accountable.
Exactly. And when we
don't have to worry about that here.
You combine that plus one of the most powerful things that decentralization bring in blockchain, that immutability. You see, because that's the thing, because math is very powerful by itself, but then sometimes you're worried about, niggas coming in and changing the data, changing the value, switching shit up. So that's what can fuck it up. But having something that's, again, decentralized, immutable, code is locked, that kind of shit, you can really, really enjoy and appreciate the math, because not only it's just is, like you said, but the parameters cannot be changed. So
Correct.
The answer will always be that. And that is literally what gives me the ultimate confidence. Not just because the math is correct, but knowing that, okay, you can't change the inputs. Because if you change the input, then I got to worry about the output.
Yeah, exactly.
So having that certainty really, I sleep.
That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about, right? When a system is never going to change, that's that consistency. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm always talking about, right? The inputs are never going to change, so the output's always going to be the same. That is so critical.
Consensus mechanism locked out, can't be changed, no bug, no this, that, run for hundreds of years. We're just chilling. We can do 15 years stake like this bread, you know what I mean?
Just chilling,
it. Yep. Oh, I like this quote here from Rocco.
Just easy.
Yeah. Easy peasy.
That's it.
All right, my turn. Let's go into this.
I mean, nothing else matters.
You're absolutely right. Shout out to the Hexicans team being here. 4 hour, 30 minutes strong, as always.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. We be going hard.
Yeah, let me share my screen real quick. So we do what we do.
I almost gotta go. I gotta make sure I don't miss my flight again.
I know, right? We don't want that. No, but hopefully, if you have at least 20 minutes,
we're good. We got about another half hour. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good for another half hour. I'm good for another half hour.
And then I'll be mindful.
Yeah. We're good. You never know what happens when we're on stream. Next thing you know, we're still talking for another 2 hours, so we gotta be careful.
Yes, Mike, I got you. We're gonna talk about all that. So I know. Shout out to you. You waited
now,
4.5 hours to hear me talk about DMI.
Karim, we're gonna we're gonna say just like and yeah a few times, so that it doesn't happen what happened last week whenever you were talking for 15 minutes and your internet
Oh my
dropped.
God, please, for the love of God, if that happened, let me know. Oh my God, that was weird.
But I messaged you right when it happened, and
I know,
like
but
you
Manny, I
were,
was in the zone.
yeah,
I was in the zone.
yeah,
just
you were in the
dropping it.
zone.
Now I know what Rich is talking about. Like,
He was in the
what?
zone.
And thank God, I love repetition.
That happened to me
my
once.
God. I was about to be frustrated, and then literally the thought came to me. I said, "Karim, take control. It's okay. It's okay. You couldn't control it."
Your wife will come around, Marcos. Don't worry.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Yeah.
You see my screen, guys?
Got it.
All right, perfect. All right, Hexican, as you know, we're starting Crypto Quant to know what the hell's going on, right? With the facts, not the feelings, right? So, funny, interesting
get that
thing
negative.
here. Yeah, I know, right? It's nasty. So, funny thing is, it's still, they have this new cool thing now. I don't have to rub it all the way. It just tells me what the last data is. Literally, value right here, negative 13.65%. It's literally the same negative we have the last time we picked around here. So, we know what happened then. Because the problem is, if something is running and the premium doesn't try to close kind of like here, you see, that was a bullish thing because it was closing as the price was going up. So that kind of lets you know we can run a little bit. But when it started to like run, but then it's not closing, you understand that it's exactly diversion. And you understand that they're not really buying. They're just pumping the price up, narrative, whatever. So they can try to do another move like here. So right around 52 to 53K, be warned, be ready because you might get another spike. So nonetheless, it's still negative as fuck, not good. Grayscale holding still not perking up, like it's not doing this. You know, when they talk about we're going new all-time high, new bull market bullshit, like you need to see the accumulation. It's the biggest holder. If they're not accumulating, it's no good. Now, I will give it this. It started to perk up a little bit, but not very significant, and the premium is still negative. But there's a little perking over here. The purple start to perk a little bit. So it's worth noticing. It stopped decreasing, which was insane because they advertised that we never sell any Bitcoin. Well, what do you call this if that's not selling? So it's about stable.
Oh,
That's
they actually do. They actually do sell Bitcoin.
Oh, they fucking do. They're lying. They're all liars. This is what I build by math, right? You can cut the liar because the build by CryptoCoin, they track the wallet on the blockchain. So you can't lie. But the negative premium is still bad, negative 13.65. For the new people watching, that means right now if the price is 51.4 or 51.2, big institution buying Bitcoin right now at 46K, more or less, 46 to 45. So don't be surprised if they dump on your head at 52, 53K, just like they did before, and then they buy back at 46K, which they are doing right now. So they can buy it back for 46 in terms of shares and then dump it on your head for 52. And sometimes it's not even them doing it, it's Grayscale doing it because they have to close the premium. And one of the easiest way they do it to close the premium is by obviously selling at market, harnessing the value, take the value themselves, and then buying back their own shares to try to close the premium by creating a fake buying spree. Meaning it's not real clients. It's just them buying back their own shares. Does that make sense? So that's why it's very important to keep an eye on that. Exactly. Whoops. So, like, if anything, I want this thing to trend towards zero that it's not even doing, because back in the day, real bull market, literally, the premium was not only positive, but it was 10, 15%. Savage. Even if you give me near zero, I'll take it. But negative, come on. And they're going to tell you all the bull market, this and that. No, this is just another dead cat. So just understand what the hell's going on. So, which allows me to move to the next chart, which is back to the BTC chart here. So let's not be too doom and gloom. Let's start with the positive. So it started to perk his neck up a little bit from that descending trend line. But nonetheless, it hasn't made a local new high just yet. And even if 52, 53 is taking, remember the big gun is right around here in the all-time high. So we haven't made a new all-time high yet. So, and this is just kind of to show you that this could just be a typical, I hate usually 4-hour chart, but I wanted to show you guys just to show the typical pump, come in here, pump, and then the cross happens, everybody gets euphoric, and then you get the dump. So don't be surprised if you wake up tomorrow and there's going to be some type of candle that might look like this. So just, you've been warned. Now, to go to the real time frame that I like, which is daily, going back to where we were, So again, could be a little double top. Nobody knows. We'll have to wait and see. The arcing on the 200 moving average is still down. Might start to change. We'll have to see. This week's going to be critical. We're going to know, is this another one of those where you perk your head up and you get spanked and another fake out? Or is it going to try at least to make a bullish breakout? But nonetheless, we can be cautiously optimistic, but we're not out of the woods yet, not even close. So it's the same story we have seen many, many times before, and I warn you guys many, many times. We can see that over here, the little fake outs. We can see that back in 2019 and back in 2018 as well. Similar things, just dead cat bouncing, not making new highs. Remember this here? Look at this. Crazy death, perk up, died, did a little double top, and then die again. So you want to keep an eye on those because we're not out of the wood yet. Now, if we're trying to pass this and go retest new all-time high, then maybe, Karim can be a little bit more optimistic. But as of right now, you gotta stay prepared. You gotta stay warned for that because it's very, very important. And even when you check, DMI is trying to say a little bullish, but right now we're more like a wait and see. Because again, I'm worried about this little double top action over here that you have to keep an eye on. Now, when you move to Ethereum, similar things, but again, it's follow what Bitcoin does. It perked up, but again, we're still in the kind of like descending slash, I don't know why the lines are all messed up when I go on the daily compared to the 4 hours, but the point of the matter is when you zoom out, we're still in a downtrend. We're not making new highs. We're just kind of like, hey, it's dying too fast. Let's get a little relief rally, which, by the way, it's in the game. That's what bear market is about. Look at this. We pumped hard here, but we failed to make a new high, right? Then we died. Then we might pump again, either here or all the way to this trend line here, 3,800. You need to understand that the price can go all the way to 3,800 and still die. It's still basically like a lower high. So you got to keep an eye on that on the daily chart, especially to really, really see what the hell is going on. And also my personal favorite, which is literally the killer of all this, is the DXY. We crossed 94. That thing is on a tear. Well, look at this. It's running. Run a little fast, a little bit. Look,
I sent a little tweet out. I sent a little tweet out today with BTC and the dollar looking just alike, and I just wrote, "Good luck."
For the new people watching, DXY is the dollar index, which is basically telling you the dollar is strengthening right now, and this is a defensive move. That means big money knows something you don't know. They expect deflationary action, so this is 100%. The reason why they're playing that safety. And we're in one of the worst part in history right now, which is called stagflation, which is bad because you are having literally the dollar strengthening, increased cost of living, cost of the important goods, whatever. But at the same time, GDP is also slowing down. We're not producing anything. So we're getting the money being printed and being devalued, but at the same time, we're not getting the heavy pumps. We're getting the stagnation, so to speak. That's why it's so different. And the craziest part about this is the 200 moving average curving up fast. It's to let you know, for those who watched last week, Quant Gang, we got outside of the zone.
That's bad.
If it crack this, it's going to run and it's going to go to 94. Lo and behold, this is where we are, literally less than a week away. And if it rips from here, oh my God, it's going to chase literally 96.
Good luck.
And make no mistake. Yeah, good luck. When it goes to 96, trust me, some shit, the plumbing, imagine like a plumbing and the pressure is so high, some pipes are going to start to blow. So be ready for that. Timing, the measure of the grid, who knows what they're going to do, more shenanigans. All that is for. They're preparing you right now. And it's the same fractal. We can go all the way back. Look at this. Look at where we are. Right on cue. Right on cue. This is the fractal from end of 2018, literally all the way to 2019. And look what happened in October. Look, can't make this shit up. Rip like crazy. So there's some catching up to do, but it's going to do that. And for people who are new, when this rips like this was actually also the Bitcoin bear market during that time, end of 2018, 2019, because stronger dollar is not good for the price. So Don't believe in the little fake out because it's not backed up by, again, the Bitcoin premium. So you know what time it is here. It's fake out. Price going up, but we're still negative. So don't be twisted. Understand the spanking is coming because they're literally incentivized to do so. They can sell at 53,000 and buy back at 46,000 because the math is just here in your face. It's the easiest fucking trade in the world. So they're going to do that. Then you look at the fact that we're not making new highs just yet. And the dollar is strengthening very, very hard. So you got to keep an eye on that because that is a very, very big signal because it's just bullish everywhere. You know what I mean? Even the DMI over here is ripping. So you know this shit is for real. So you want to keep an eye on that and make sure you stay protected. Now, ideally, like Richard made the joke, you know, we would love to be wrong. We'll all make more money, but this is Quant game. We can't lie to you. If it's not backed by the data, we have to be cautious. First step is, if they want me to be a little bit more bullish, we need to retake those new high, and this guy needs to calm down. Because if this guy doesn't calm down, this is like Wells would say, that's the ultimate diversion. This is how you know it's fake. Because they're luring you, oh, look, new all-time high. So guess what? You start to buy, you come back in, you listen to the FutureUs, you go to 53,000, and then another major institution comes in. Look at this. Look at this candle over here. You see how nasty this was? Look at this. Dump on your head. Pumping the price up. Look at that. It's not backed by volume. Look how pitiful this thing is. Tiny little thing, but look at the major pump. And then you're going to go to the striking range and you're going to start perking your head around here. And then you're going to see a candle like this. So be prepared, be warned, understand what's going on because it's not looking good. It's just like, okay, another mini trap because they have to build it as if you're going to come in and then you're going to get the spank. Same thing when you look on the weekly chart, you get to see how like it's trying to do something, but there's no volume. It's doing those little bounce, but there's no real volume compared to when the selling is happening, the volume is huge. When the buying is happening, it's not that huge. So we have to kind of like wait and see. And the DMI is at a climax zone over here. If it pops up and turns more blue, okay, maybe we have something. Maybe we get a little event like here. But at any time, it can flick back red. So we're going to have to wait and see because we have seen the same bullish bullshit fake out. What you're seeing here is almost picture perfect what you're seeing over here. You got that little fake out. Oh, we're going back bullish, right? Oh, we're getting another bounce. And then what happened? Boom, died. So keep an eye on that. Make sure to stay prepared. And of course, it will spank Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin gets spanked, then it's going to go to Ethereum and it's going to do the same thing. So make sure you keep an eye on that because it's very, very important. So, and again, the dollar is strengthening. So keep an eye on that. Very, very important. Which then brings me to our favorite chart on the hex chart, which is pretty cool because again, same, we're in that range, which is the accumulation zone. What I see over here is the same pattern that I saw over here before and then over here especially. Kind of goes sideways, slightly down, and then it rips again, and then people get left behind because it's just allowing the moving average to catch up. They're going to converge, and then we're going to bounce again. But again, I readjusted the extended fib so we can see the new fib extension, which is respecting perfectly. But the moment we pop this, next thing you know, it's literally 65 cents. Then it's like 75, 76 cents. So don't be one of those people that get left behind. You're going to end up either here or you're going to end up either here. This is a perfect time to accumulate, perfect time to buy because the long-term trend line is still really, really good. Even this one here was still very, very bullish. We're still outside Ichimoku cloud in the green zone. So it's just a great time to accumulate. And my personal favorite, as people knows, is the DMI looks really, really good. So for people who are new, a couple of things here. Number one, you see the RSI cooling off really, really good. It's literally like oversold. I mean, you can see it like it's just like so much apart. And typically, historically, right around here to here, this is when we usually bounce. So this is a great time to buy because it's an accumulation zone. Number two, it's backed by the DMI right here on the daily chart, which is really cool. Directional moving average. So We really spiked up very, very high intensity-wise because it was heavy buying, kind of like here, kind of like here. And what do we always do? Lo and behold, we're right around Q. That's just like we told you many, many times, weeks in the past. When we were here, when we were here, when we were here, when we were here, same thing. By the end of the week, maybe after this stream tomorrow, people watching it's going to start front running, but we're getting very, very close to climax. And historically, we know what Hex does. Once it cools off, boom. Because when you go on the weekly chart, it's so insane. Look at this. It's like DMI is like they live in a separate world. This should tell you, if anything you want to learn about Hex, you just look at this. The buying blue versus the selling, right? And historically, right around here, can make this shit up, right around 35 on the weekly DMI. That's usually long-term support. Never failed to bounce off of here. And we're getting very, very close by midweek or the weekend. So what that means is your accumulation zone, buying zone window is about to be closed very, very soon. So be aware, know what you own, know the timing, understand what's going on. Because once it converges right around here, I wouldn't be surprised if we get another move like this. Because it does this, it cools off, ready to pop. 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 On and on and on and on. We've seen it many times, right around here. By the time I refresh tomorrow, it's going to be very, very close. So keep an eye on that, which is really, really cool. And same thing even on the stochastic RSI, just to make fun. Like we oversold like it's crazy. But it's doing those nice W pattern, which are bullish because the moment it pops out of there and it goes, this is one of those moves where we're getting prepared to do an easy, historically 3.75x move. So almost 4 or 5x. Understand that. And the volume is decreasing. We're getting the nice bullish divergence because we're kind of going sideways while we're cooling off at the same time. So keep an eye on that. Understand that if you want to buy cheap T-shirt, now is your time because it's very, very cheap. Because next thing you know, you can get a candle like this, right? 16%, and the window gets closed. And next thing you know, we start to run like this, or like this here, or like this here. We have done it many, many times. And then you throw a little announcement on top of that. Hey, snapshot is whatever. Then it's game over. Why I like this over here is because right around November 1st, end of the month, just looking at this trend line, we could easily be at 65 cents. So again, the doubling continues. So keep an eye on that. Understand that we're perfectly sideways. We're cooling off all the indicators. And the DMI is about to be at that climax zone, which I love when all the three converge for the intensity, which we have seen here before. We have seen here before. We have seen here before. So it's a pattern that keeps repeating. And this is why Hex is so powerful up and to the right. So understand that we're about to leave oversold here at some point, and we're looking good. So for new people watching, people looking for great accumulation, it's a perfect timing. And you add the beauty of like before Bitcoin gets spanked again or Ethereum, you cut this pump, you get to convert for really, really nice value, exit at these prices or, $52,000 or, $3,500 Ethereum, you switch back to Hex, you get great value for your buck before the price leaves you behind because we're getting very, very ready to reload. So yeah, that's all I have for today. Easy peasy, business as usual.
Good shit, bro.
Yeah. Any comments, guys? I see
everybody
more
go
of the
to
same, baby.
everybody
Get
go to
ready.
hexticket.com and buy tickets for the Hex conference in Las Vegas, March 6th through 9th.
Bang, thinking,
Boom.
bang. Everybody's fire emojis. Say, yup, mic drop. That's right. That's what we do. And this is the beauty about us Hexicans. We know what's coming. We stay chill. We enjoy our daily payout. We'll help one another. And we know what's coming next. So prepare yourself. Onboard your friend. Don't forget, now, price is cheap before what's to come. Don't regret it later. Reach out to me if you need a free wallet for serious people. I'll help you out. So let's make it happen. Let's keep spreading the word. And keep asking great questions. Mike is happy now. Mike. So yeah, DMI is ready to pop. If you're smart, front run it now, because when the bot kicks in, it just
Too late.
leaves you behind. The candle is too
buy
fast.
when you can, not
Buy when you can. It can pop 10-15% literally within an hour, and then that whole dip you thought you were getting.
Yeah, here's a pro tip. Here's a pro tip. And maybe we should end the show on this. Buy when you can, not when you have to.
Ooh, I like that. That's money. That
Stake
is
wisely, my friends.
Bang,
Have
bang.
a good night.
Be wise. Mwah.
Peace out.
Stop.